From the tribe of the trolls to the empire of the elves, this video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 276, Speech and Inspiration, Current Situation and Future. Just as Nestor and Azura were whispering to each other, there was a sudden crisp click sound on the table. He subconsciously looked back and found that among the two golden teardrop-shaped solids, the one from the mammoth altar had shattered, and in the process of inexplicably turning into powder, it released a spherical thunder that spread to the surroundings. This thundering suddenly appeared and immediately turned the entire table into charcoal, and it was still moving forward in all other directions. At this time, the two elves were already very close to the table, so they were unable to react to the attack. In a hurry, Nestor had no time to make more moves, but instinctively pushed Azura away, wanting to bear the damage of this attack alone. But unexpectedly, Azura also had a similar idea and hit her partner hard. So, the actions of the two third-level elves conflicted at this time, and in an instant, the four palms met and had a greater effect on each other, and then both flew backwards. They smashed the wall behind them in an instant and flew dozens of meters away with the remaining momentum. Then, in the endless flashing of electric arcs, the house they were in was destroyed, and a large area of the surrounding open space was destroyed. Until then, the thunder disappeared, as if it had run out of energy. Fortunately, the elves have a sparse population, and there are a lot of open spaces in the headquarters, and the building density is not dense. Although there are many laboratories around Nestor's office, there is plenty of space between them, so this sudden and inexplicable attack did not affect the other witch doctors nearby. At this time, the witch doctors hurried out to check after hearing the noise. Even Coarsefang and Sharpfang, who had just left, returned with such a sound and saw a huge deep pit where the small meeting was held before. Speaker. Speaker. Concerned voices came one after another. Several witch doctors closest to Nestor were already casting spells to rescue, trying to dig Nestor out of the dark carbonized slag pile as soon as possible. Don't worry, we're fine. The witch doctors breathed a sigh of relief and then saw Nestor climbing up from somewhere in a slightly embarrassed manner, and Azura also gestured with her hand not far away. Nestor hurried to his partner and found that he was not injured, so he breathed a sigh of relief. He helped Azura stand up and looked at the deep pit not far away. He said with fear, "Fortunately, we reacted in time. Otherwise we both have to report to the altar of heroes." "Don't talk nonsense. Isn't this a close call? Huh. If you hadn't also pushed out that palm, looking at the situation, none of us could avoid it." Coarsefang and Sharpfang said to the other witch doctors at this time. "The Speaker of the Parliament just had some problems with the experiment. It's okay, you all go and do your own things. Understand?" No matter what they thought at the moment, the other witch doctors nodded and left, and the two of them came to Nestor with a puzzled look on their faces. "What's the matter?" Sharpfang asked. Nestor helped Azura wipe the dust off her face and replied helplessly, "It was the thing on the mammoth altar. It shattered inexplicably and then suddenly produced high-intensity lightning and finally became like this. I almost died." Hearing this, Coarseteeth's face instantly became very ugly and he said anxiously, "Is it the so-called protector who is controlling it? If so, does he already know our current location?" "To be honest, I'm not sure," Nestor pondered. "If it can sense the outside world through the water drop, then there is no reason not to intervene when we attack the altar. So, I think it may only be able to control the existence and extinction of the water drop itself, and cannot obtain other information through this thing." "That makes sense, but we still have to be careful." Coarseteeth was more cautious, so he suggested, "Let's evacuate as a whole. It's good if nothing happens, but once they find their lair, there is no chance that our headquarters will be spared." "Okay, even if we are overthinking, let's just treat it as an evacuation drill." After Nestor agreed with this mature and prudent suggestion, the four core members present jointly sent a magic signal to the executive government, asking them to initiate an evacuation order across the Republic. In the order, John W. emphasized that this was a simulated exercise. except for the fact that the crisis itself was fake. All other procedures must be implemented according to the highest standards. As for the duration, it is tentatively set at half a year. But the 4 witch doctors knew that, if the subsequent fake turned into true, the duration might be calculated as 10, dozens, or even hundreds of years, and this would most likely cause the tribe to carefully maintain a nomadic life from then on. In short, once it was true, what would happen specifically would all depend on the face of the so-called protector. This is a lesson. Don't be so reckless in the future. I don't think any of the 3 powerful tribes are easy to mess with, and it's hard to say what the remaining tribes will be like. After issuing the order, Nestor said with some annoyance, if it weren't for the greed and curiosity of the witch doctors, who insisted on bringing the unknown thing back to the headquarters, this time the matter would probably not have developed to this point. Alas, but if we are not greedy and curious, how can we develop? So let's take it one step at a time. After giving such comfort, Corsteith said, let's go, it's time for us to retreat. Nodding, the 4 witch doctors prepared to participate in the exercises in various directions according to the predetermined plan. This comprehensive evacuation will undoubtedly have a considerable impact on many aspects of affairs, but it is better than being wiped out due to carelessness. Therefore, just to prevent the worst possibility, the 4 elves regarded this loss as a necessary price, as long as the lives of the tribe are not in danger. Please note that the Republic will launch an evacuation exercise after 1 light hour. All citizens, please only bring your own weapons to the designated location to assemble. Please note, Republic. The shrill alarm sounded in all the cities belonging to the elves within the Black Forest. They did not sound in the air, but directly acted on the minds of the citizens. So from the appearance alone, everything at this moment seemed to be no different from the past. However, many confused elves, trolls, and ancient tree spirits immediately took the necessary weapons and went to the places specified in the regulations, waiting for the next arrangements. And not long after, under the leadership of the Parliament, under the coordination of the executive government, under the organization of the Tribune, and under the protection of the army, a large-scale exercise involving all citizens was launched. The evacuation was divided into 3 routes: sea, land, and air. In each direction, there was a military corps with the highest responsibility, who led 1/3 of the witch doctors, and brought a high-level magic crystal with them. On land, nearly half of the citizens took rail cars, and came to the most remote settlements. They would start from here, and go deep into the mountains, spending a period of wilderness survival in the gaps between the mountains. However, due to the existence of witch doctors, this wilderness is not a real wilderness, but a scattered underground fortress-type settlement. Inside, there are not only basic material guarantees such as drinking water, but also necessary scientific research space, expandable production rooms, and high-level totem defense systems and weapon systems outside. This project was born out of the overall defense plan, and is one of the important products of the meeting after the capture of the Higher Salamander. In addition to the evacuation of the population, it also retains enough space for the cage tree to take root temporarily, as well as the corresponding culture cabin placement. Therefore, there are also cages composed of some ancient trees, carrying the higher salamanders in the number 3 mother tree and the embryo culture cabin, traveling along the way through the rail system. Similarly, the final goal of the Aerod is also the product of the same plan. A quarter of the compatriots took the airship group and evacuated from an altitude of 70,000 meters. They will temporarily go to an island far away from the mainland and have been arranged accordingly to complete the shelter. The cage tree holding another high-level salamander and some of the culture chambers with living organisms will also be carried by the airship with doors and transferred along this road. On the sea route, the remaining 1/3 of the people took the rail car to the seaside and followed the passage into the permanent bunker on the seabed. Of course, the cave wolf in the number 1 mother tree and the culture chamber containing living organisms will also be wrapped in the cage tree and follow this team into the seabed for temporary shelter. The witch doctors actually didn't know the scope of the shelter-rest capabilities, nor could they determine which evacuation direction would be safe. Therefore, they chose to share the risk in desperation, just in case something went wrong, even if some of them could survive successfully. The entire evacuation operation lasted only 1 day and was completed. in the Black Forest. Whether it was the headquarters or the other peripheral cities, only an empty shell remained after the evacuation. At this point, when the citizens, including most of the witch doctors, who were sent to various places in the name of exercises, really settled down, many things began to show unusual. The citizens found that the executive government had begun to arrange educational affairs, production activities, and the expansion of the three fortress groups, and thus had corresponding doubts. Isn't this an exercise? Why does it look like it is preparing to stay permanently? The retreat in the direction of the underwater fortress was the responsibility of Nestor and Ashura, and this was also the first of the three routes to settle down. At this time, news from the mainland was constantly coming through the wires. With the efforts of the intelligence officers, the changes in the Double King's city during the water droplet sudden attack were also delivered to Nestor soon after. On February 3rd, a voice signal suspected to belong to the Twin Kings went to the main altar of the royal city. Since then, abnormal natural phenomena such as dark clouds gathering, thunder flashing, and earthquakes have appeared. Nestor, who was in the underwater fortress, gently put down the intelligence in his hand and said to Ashura, from the time point of view, this happened just before and after the water drop shattered. It should be the work of the shelter. The intelligence said that everything will be normal afterwards, and there seems to be no other reaction. Perhaps it is due to the limitation of observation conditions, or perhaps it is just that. I can only hope it is the latter. Has there been any news from Sharp Fang and Coarse Fang? Yes, the Coarse Fang witch doctor has led the people into the mountains. They are scattered in 20 underground fortress strongholds, and no abnormalities have appeared for the time being. Everything is normal on the side of the Sharp Fang witch doctor, but the airship is too crowded, and the people are not comfortable on the way to the island. Fortunately, no one really complained about anything. That's good. To be on the safe side, let's take shelter for a while as planned. Understood. Then I will continue to supervise the expansion of the underwater fortress. Well, don't make too much noise. After all, the sea is not a safe place. How about the cave wolf? Everything is fine. The supply of the embryos has not been cut off. Don't worry. Have a good rest for a while. Okay. Before leaving, Ashura stopped abruptly, after taking only one step, and then said thoughtfully, I don't think we can continue to fool people with exercises. We have doubts on our side, and the same is true for the mountain bunkers. When Fangs and the others enter the island, they will surely have the same doubts. My dear, hiding the truth is not a good option. The people of the Republic are neither stupid nor fragile. It's time to tell them the truth. The truth? Yes, including the current real situation and the real situation of the so-called god in the northern continent. They should know and need to know. What do you think? Well, let's discuss it together after Coarse Fang and Fangs are in place. We really shouldn't hide it. Well, I'm glad you're still awake. After speaking, she leaned over and kissed Ashura, then turned around and left with a slight twist of her waist. She had a heavy task at the moment. She needed to be responsible for the overall planning of the reconstruction of the underwater fortress, and to coordinate and supervise in the general direction. Initially, this was just a shelter. Although it was considered, when it was designed, the accommodation capacity, self-sufficiency in food, and corresponding attack and defense attributes, but from the perspective of scientific research, education and other software environments, it seems a bit crude at this time. After this lesson, Nestor plans to build this underwater fortress into a real permanent base. In the future, it can not only serve as a retreat in case of an emergency, but also be used as a basis to open up the Republic's territory on the seabed, making it a starting point for exploring seabed resources and capturing marine monsters. And this idea of his has been explained to all citizens who have withdrawn here before, so everyone is currently working in this direction. Time has passed little by little in the expectation of most citizens and the uneasiness of a few witch doctors. With the increasingly perfect development of the underwater fortress, follow-up intelligence from the north is also delivered every moment. For example, the mammoth species sent an elite multiracial joint force to the south. The scouts learned that their goal was to retaliate against the wolf pack through monitoring their words. The news has been sent to the wolf pack. As for the subsequent development trend, and whether the wolf pack can stand firm, it depends on the arrangement of time. Not long after that, the Fangs finally arrived at the target island and sent the news to Nestor through the pre-arranged voice line across hundreds of kilometers. And after that, the 4 highest responsible persons from the south, center, and north began to discuss a series of follow-up matters across the long distance. The first thing they discussed was whether to conceal or not, and they came to the conclusion that there is no need to conceal, and it is impossible to conceal under the changing times. They believed that out of the right to know, for the stability of the people's hearts under the new situation, and for the change in the overall foreign attitude of the Republic, all citizens should be informed of the truth. This notification work was completed by Nestor in the form of a speech. Educational affairs were the first affairs to be restored by the executive government and the undersea division at the beginning of the evacuation, with the efforts of which doctors, engineers, the perfect schools of various stages were expanded and prepared almost immediately on the basis of the original shelter facilities. At this time, students of all grades who were still in school age, as well as the middle-aged trolls, or elves who needed to continue their studies, had already begun to study their unfinished studies in the new environment. On this day, Nestor rarely visited the front line of education, and after completing a lecture for senior students with the intention of sounding out the situation, he gave a speech in the central auditorium of the temporary central school as planned. The audience of this speech was not only the students and faculty on the scene, but his voice would also be transmitted to the ears of all citizens of the Deep Sea Fortress Group, the Underground Fortress Group in the mountains, and the Overseas Island Fortress Group through the form of totem radio voice broadcast. Standing on the podium, looking at the school-age citizens of different ages and teachers of various majors below, Nestor, who is not very good at inspiring people, calmed down a little and began his own statement. Including trolls, elves, ancient tree spirits, all citizens of the Republic, my trusted compatriots, at this moment, I must explain a fact to you, admit a mistake, and call for a future. First of all, it is fact. This evacuation is not just a drill. We are now facing an important moment of life and death. And the one who caused this situation is not the high-level monsters, but the Mammoth Twin Kings Republic, one of the northern tribes. As soon as this statement came out, not only was there an uproar in the audience, but even the listeners holding the totem radio in the distance felt incredible and then unbelievable. Regardless of the exercise becoming a fact, since the crisis really exists, the response of the parliament and the executive government can be understood and accepted by them. But the source of the crisis is not the high-level monsters, but the barbarians in the north. This made the citizens, including some young witch doctors, feel an instinctive rejection. Nestor raised his hand slightly and pressed down to stop the expected noise, and with his action, the scene became quiet in an instant. Many confused, puzzled, or thoughtful eyes were now focused on Nestor, waiting for this pioneer who has always led the future to continue speaking. Yes, this crisis does not come from high-level monsters, nor from the uncontested natural power, but from the northern tribes that we have always regarded as barbaric, and only one of them is the mammoth species. For a long time, we have believed that the advantage of the northern continent over the Republic is only in number, and the Republic is only afraid of their endless number, but has never really faced them on other levels. But the latest situation shows that the northern tribes are not only superior in number. Before explaining, I must first make it clear that they have accumulated for a long time and have achieved considerable results in many aspects. Such accumulation may even take thousands of years. They have mastered the endless resources of the northern continent. Whether it is cultivation, nature, or life, it is a perfect cultivation path. Countless mines and raised magical beasts, and also slaves soaked in blood. And now, after analyzing the existing intelligence, we have reached a further conclusion. The shelter calendar of the mammoth, the bloodthirster calendar of the Tusk, and the brave calendar of the Rhine. Citizens who have read the relevant information should be familiar with the pronunciation of these three words, and should also understand their similarities with the rune calendar, as well as the obvious differences. It doesn't matter if you haven't paid attention to the relevant information, I will explain it to you. The similarity is that these are all calendars used to record years, and the difference is that they are not consistent with our calendar in the source of the concept commemorated in the name. The rune calendar commemorates the founding of the science of magic, while what they commemorate seems to be individual lives. The three suffixes of the Mammoth language Ruta, the Tusk language Sufaka, and the Rhine language Hera are equivalent to the Zhe in the Republican language here. It is very likely that they refer to three lives that are even more powerful than higher salamanders, and it's not just the three strongest. All the northern tribes that have ancestral altars may have, or at least have had, such beings. The tribes believe in them and want them to become gods or almighty. They are the foundation of civilization and the protectors of all tribes. They may also be the spiritual and even physical masters of the tribes in the northern continent. These powerful guys have undoubtedly brought us excessive pressure, and this refuge is also due to the protectors among them. The Republic doesn't even know whether the hunt is real, but in order to survive we must abandon our hometown and escape to the bottom of the deep sea, hide between the northern mountains, and hide in remote overseas islands. At this moment, the survival of the Black Forest civilization can only rely on the enemies' kindness, negligence, or inability, and cannot be truly controlled by our own hands. The above is the fact we are facing at this moment. It may be helpless, cruel, but it does exist. After a pause to give the audience time to react, Nestor suppressed the noise and continued his speech. Next, it's admit a mistake. The emergence of this crisis is actually due to the decision-making errors of the core level of the parliament, and the main responsibility lies with me. When handling the spoils, as the president of the parliament, and being on the scene, I failed to fulfill my due duty of prudence, and rashly brought the unnamed substance back to the core area of the Black Forest, which led to the current crisis. In view of this, after successfully overcoming this crisis, I will attend the hearing, and accept the due scrutiny, and if I'm considered wrong or even guilty, I will assume the consequences corresponding to my power. Buzz 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 buzz. A bigger uproar broke out in the field. This was only the place that Nestor could see and hear directly. In other shelters that were farther away, some irritable people even began to express their indignation fiercely. This indignation was not directed at Nestor, but unexpectedly directed at the other witch doctors in the parliament and even the executive government that was really just caught in the crossfire this time. They believed that they had completely pushed the responsibility and shamefully let the pioneers bear it all alone. This actually went against Nestor's original intention. Selling misery and individual worship were definitely not the purpose of his trip. The reason why he insisted on holding a hearing afterwards was actually just to set two tones. First, those in high positions must also take responsibility for their dereliction of duty. Second, there must be a procedure for judging the rationality of the behavior of those in high positions, even if such judgment can only be made afterwards, and even if its implementation process will be difficult, but rules must exist. However, the change of public opinion was obviously no longer in Nestor's control. The reaction outside the stadium was still unknown, but the uproar of the audience inside was stopped by him again, and then Nestor continued, "Finally, it's calling for a future. I must say that until now, until this moment, until today when we are pushed to the edge of the cliff, I still insist on such a point of view. That is, if we only talk about civilization, our country is the best in this world. If we talk about average, whether it is living conditions, productivity, or individual qualifications, the citizens of the Republic are also the best in the world. This is what I have always believed in. There is no need to say more about the former, and everyone can see the facts clearly, and the latter complements the former and jointly supports this country. That makes us proud. Excellence is embodied in equality, freedom, and strength. As the Speaker of the Parliament, I can stand here calmly to express my mistakes, and accept and must accept the subsequent hearings and investigations. Not only me, but every citizen, no matter what power he holds, or what kind of individual strength he possesses. We are pursuing equality physically and mentally, and are actually on the road to achieving it. Now, everyone has equality in knowledge acquisition, equality before the law, and equality in job competition. In the near future, citizens will also be equal in birth and innate qualifications, and even lifespan. After hard practice, based on knowledge acquisition, is also a kind of equality that every citizen can pursue and achieve. All this the Republic has, is one of the proofs that we are more excellent than the northern continent. But compatriots, this does not mean absolute strength. Although we firmly believe that we will have a brighter future, at least at this moment, we must admit that the Republic is temporarily weak. Being forced into this scene by Thunknown pursuit is a proof of all weakness apostrophe. This is a manifestation of incompetence, a shame, and an unwillingness to let his life and death be controlled by him. However, what I want to say is by no means just the current difficulties and crises. Similarly, this should also be a spur, a time to show strength in adversity. It will make us face ourselves, the North, and the world, and let us put away our arrogance, and continue to grow. And whether we can transform the current difficulties into spurs, and continue to grow, after absorbing the shame, this is where excellence should play a role, and this can prove that we possess the quality of strength. So compatriots, don't be depressed, don't lose confidence, we are absolutely excellent, we can continue to grow. Indeed, the Almighty seem to be extremely powerful, but so what? The northern tribes are indeed far more powerful than we imagined, but so what? We captured the cave wolves that slaughtered our ancestors, and also captured the advanced salamanders that despised us. To the Republic, they were once equally powerful and equally invincible, but now, they have become the cradle of the Republic, nurturing generations of descendants for us, and the cornerstone of the continued rise of the Black Forest. So, what about the Almighty? What about the northern tribes? If, from the year I was born, only 81 years have passed, if, from the beginning of the rune calendar, now is only 66 years of the rune calendar, if, from the birthday of the Republic, it has only been 32 years so far. I, Nestor, am still so young, the Republic is still just a child, and our civilization has just started. But our footsteps have already climbed up to the sky and deep into the seabed, and in the future we will definitely have the strength to compete with or even overwhelm the Almighty. Citizens, please be confident. We are indeed temporarily behind, but one day we will stand on the top of the world. My compatriots, please put away your arrogance. We will indeed succeed, but after success, there will still be mountains to climb. Our road to progress will never end. So, no matter where you are, no matter how old you are, no matter what responsibilities you are shouldering, please remain humble in confidence, and try to make your own efforts. To strengthen your body, to arm your mind, to enrich your life. We laid the foundation in the past, but the present and the future need you, me, and him to grasp it together. That's all I have to say. I hope to encourage all my compatriots. The voice stopped here, and Nestor also bowed to the audience. There was a long silence. Just when he thought that his true story and subsequent encouragement had a counter effect, thunderous applause rang out from the scene. Pa 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 pa. In this endless and warm applause, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that I didn't lose my spirit. Ashura is right. The citizens of the Republic are neither stupid nor fragile. They are just a little proud. I couldn't control it. In the end, I actually wrote half a chapter of the speech. I was so moved after writing it. But after this emotion passes, it will definitely be embarrassing to read it again. It's a bit embarrassing and a bit ashamed, but I can't bear to delete it. The main purpose is to give the elves a reason and starting point for the transformation from vague arrogance to confidence with humility. If you think this chapter is watery and too much, I will improve it in the future. Finally, happy Valentine's Day. I hope that my book friends will succeed in their single confession and make further progress in their relationship with partners. Although it is a foreign festival, it is always right to send a blessing. Chapter 277, Hidden Plan. The speech ended successfully. Although the response was enthusiastic, how much effect it could achieve still depended on the subsequent development. However, Nestor was very confident about this. The citizens continued the simple ideas of the barbaric period in their character. Even his level of motivation and inspiration should be enough to become a chicken blood for a long time, to motivate them to seek their own progress in various aspects with a more positive attitude. Afterwards, Nestor did not leave directly, but talked with students and teachers of various grades. After understanding their thoughts more intuitively, he said goodbye to the overly enthusiastic little guys, and returned to his office. In the office, Ashura, who had returned earlier, was already waiting, and at this time, he also greeted him with a smile. "How am I?" Nestor turned his head and pointed at the corner of his lips to signal his partner. You performed very well, you deserve a reward. After a kiss, everything returned to normal. Nestor said goodbye to Azura, who was about to go to the other branch fortresses for inspection, and summoned the important officials of the executive government to give instructions again. After they arrived, they held a small meeting in the small office. Administrative cooperation must be in place, and you must not let down the fire that has been ignited in the hearts of the people. You must actively meet all the positive needs of all parties, but if there are really deficiencies or things that cannot be done, you must not insist, no matter what the problem is. Although you submit it to the parliament, after sorting it out, we will try our best to coordinate. If there are not enough materials, add production lines, and if there is not enough knowledge, carry out special development. Now is not the past. We can do more, better, and faster. Do you understand? After some exchanges, the leaders of the various departments of the executive government were sent away, and then Nestor found several active operators of the army here, and also made relevant instructions. There are problems in the northern continent, and you should have known the specific situation, so ocean development will be our main goal at this stage. Understood? Well, in view of this, the parliament is preparing to normalize the underwater fortress. This will become the general forward base facing the ocean, and the army will play a corresponding role in this process, and after this process. Understood. What specific things do we need to do? First, the forward base will play an important military role in the future, so you need to exclude engineers from participating in the expansion and construction, and deepen your understanding of the various conditions in the base in the process. Yes, the engineers of the army will start to act immediately. Secondly, it is necessary to build a combat force specifically for the ocean to further enhance our combat effectiveness and foothold in the ocean. Combat effectiveness in the ocean? Do you mean to continue to increase the speed of assembling weapons such as battleships? No, the target this time is not land or sea units. The attack tendency of battleships is too serious, and their threat to the seabed is insufficient. And now, the ocean monsters are our primary imaginary enemy, so we need to strengthen our ability to act at various depths below the sea surface, even in the deep sea. The submarine I proposed earlier is one of the ideas, but you still need to propose more options, and refine the current options, based on the actual situation. Understood. We will immediately convene the staff to discuss. Very good. I will arrange the relevant research institutes and do the docking work later. Understood. Okay, then go first and hurry up. Understood. Many matters are being planned, and more than a month later, an important intelligence from the mainland was delivered, the content of which is, the elite troops of the Twin King City are rapidly moving south, aiming directly at the Wolfpack activity area around City 034, and then there will be a coalition force of more than 30,000 races with 10,000 mammoths as a core. Marching speed, strength analysis. Have you received the intelligence over there? The vanguard that set off first is suspected to be the guardian of the King City altar. The number is about 1,000, which should be 1/30th of the total size. This is also the first time we have the opportunity to see this team. Putting down the information in his hand, Nestor said to the air in the MD office. Received. The mainland base station said that the person in charge of this battle is the mammoth hero Alexei, who seems to be a commander of the altar. The altar guards in the vanguard and the 10,000 royal city troops in the coalition are all his direct subordinates. However, this guy actually chose to go with the vanguard. The power of the Fang sounded out of thin air in the vibration of the air, and Nestor was of course not surprised by this. He just pondered and continued. I analyzed the various data displayed on the voice, and then compared it with the mammoth's physical fitness we have. Alexei's individual strength has reached the level of the 12 Wolf Kings. The altar guards under his command are also at the same level as the giant Wind Wolves, and the officers are equivalent to the Lord Wolves. So, are there about 30 such teams? Well, the total number of Royal City altar guards seems to be around 30,000. Judging from the data shown this time, the quality of their warriors is almost the same as our elf warriors. Moreover, if they fight within the range of the altar, their strength will be enhanced depending on the strength of the altar. In any case, it is a considerable combat force. As for Alexei, it will be very difficult for Corsair Fang and I to deal with him alone. I guess for the time being, only you and Ashura can handle him easily in the entire country. But it shouldn't be like this. Judging from the qualities shown by the mammoths, the strength of this army is seriously exceeded. Is their training system so much stronger than ours? Can they make up for the natural gap in just a few decades? Sharp Fang's doubts are also my confusion. It's not that we haven't seized their training system. It is indeed sophisticated enough and very targeted for mammoths, but it really shouldn't show such an effect. Ashura is not in the main underwater fortress at the moment, but is patrolling the branch fortresses in other directions. At this moment, the meeting is also mediated by magic, so her voice is also vibrating the air. Why don't we try to capture him and the altar guards under his command? They are going to the war anyway, so it's normal for them to die or go missing. Sharp Fang suggested enthusiastically. The vanguard is moving too fast, and they will inevitably be further away from the main force. If we send out our elite troops, we will definitely make sure they never come back. Hey, don't forget why we are hiding here now. Do you want to provoke us again? Corsteith stepped forward quickly, trying to stop his risky idea, but Nestor was lost in thought at this time. After a long time, he suggested, it is indeed not appropriate for us to go out in person. But can we discuss with the 12 Wolf Kings? Hire them to go for a trip? I think it is feasible. They are also wolves, and it is not abrupt to appear there. Moreover, after capturing Alexei, we can first detain him in the north for a while, and find out whether the two kings have the ability to grasp the whereabouts of their subordinates before discussing other things. Ashura is right, we can capture him, but we can't transport him back immediately. After the Wolf King succeeds, we will transfer him to another place and detain him for 3 to 5 months. As long as there is enough time, everything will be tested. Sharp Fang said. Okay, then I have no objection. What about the Wolf King? What bargaining chips can we give? They don't really obey our orders. Corsteith agreed again, and raised another question. Nestor also fell into a brief thought about this. This is a problem. After all, they have everything they need. How about strengthening their combat power? Isn't that what they need? Totem? Just like the companion beasts of the little guys? Yes, optical invisibility, and further physical explosiveness, and additional bonuses in agility, can also be considered. They can all be given to them through totems, and payment first and then work, which just happens to provide assistance for this battle. Okay, I have no objection. But it's better to leave some backdoors, so that you can destroy the totem remotely in case of any emergency. This is easy. Moreover, if you plan to develop territorial mercenaries in the future, it seems that this method can also be used to restrict them. Not only can the totems be erased, but even the rebellious individuals can be directly eliminated. Ms. Ashura, okay, although your proposal is a bit vicious, it is indeed a way. I will go back in 3 days. Mr. Speaker of the Council, you will pay the price for this. Ahem. Let's adjourn the meeting. I'll take care of the Wolf King. After the meeting, Nestor immediately sent the message to the Wolf King's territory, and while waiting for his reply, he began to verify the feasibility of what Ashura said. Facts have proved that this is indeed a feasible plan, and its application targets are not limited to mercenaries. With this layer of guarantee, combined with the 2 functions of positioning and destruction, even the promotion of totem industrial products within the subordinate races has become a feasible and safe thing, and there is no need to be as cautious as it is now. By then, the city-states in the northern plateau will have a more powerful productivity than now, which is always under the control of the Republic. And the country's totem industrial products will have a truly controlled external market. Therefore, the Republic's demand for foreigners has also been put on the table. In the division of the Black Forest, the northern tribes are actually divided into several categories. First, the Rhine, the Mammoth, and the Tusk. These 3 stand side by side in the west, the middle, and the north. They are the most powerful tribes on the continent today, and the altars of their ancestors are most likely to be the living omnipotents with the strongest individual strength on the continent, or quasi-omnipotents. Second, with the eastern part of the continent as the base camp, there are many secondary forces that exist sporadically between the other 3 powers. These tribes have their own independent territories, slave tribes under their command, and their own racial combat power is relatively strong. They can be said to be regional strong tribes that dominate one side. Moreover, there may also be quasi-omnipotence behind them, but perhaps they are weaker than the first three. Third, a small number of compatriots have become slaves, but they have their own independent forces. This side is represented by the horned-hoofed race, and for example, their archenemy CT race, whose altar is very special, and can be used, but it is very weak, which makes the witch doctors unsure about the state of their patron. Fourth, most of the compatriots have become slaves, and the remaining small half are either struggling hard in the barren areas, or lingering under the protection of the mammoth kings. Their ancestral altars exist sporadically, but are completely ineffective. Fifth, almost all of them have become slaves, and their slave mentality is very strong. They are neither willing to resist, nor willing to accept the protection of the two kings, but are grateful to the slave-owning race. After weighing the pros and cons, the witch doctors believe that the fourth of the 5 categories is the most suitable to be the target of this department, and have formulated a plan to conquer them, and prepare to place them in the fragmented plateaus in the northern mountains. In the previous battle with the Twin Kings, City 034, the Republic captured tens of thousands of protected people, and most of them were from this group of creatures. After some appropriate training and secret restrictions, they may be able to become lobbyists for the Black Forest, and communicate between the two sides. However, there is a prerequisite, that is, these captives really live a peaceful life under the care of the elves, and this peace must not be short-lived. Only in this way can they really agree with their persuasion behavior and sincerely believe that this is indeed for the sake of their own group. But for now, although in the 2 or 3 months before the start of the escape, the elf engineers have helped the captives build cities and states, allowing them to initially have a stable living environment. But after all, the time is too short, and they have just seen the cruel side of the elves not long ago, so their minds have not really settled down, and they have not changed the impression left by the previous battle. Therefore, at least now is not the time to implement the plan. After spending this period of hiding, the headquarters must still appease them until they live here and reproduce for 1 or 2 generations. They have a sense of belonging here and confirm the friendly and peaceful nature of the elves. It is time to launch the subsequent plan. When writing down this policy and sending it to the Parliament to discuss the feasibility, Nestor finally waited for the reply from the Wolf King. The result was very good. 2 couples of Wolf Kings were willing to take on this business. Nestor welcomed this and asked the closer course teeth to send executors to implement the totem engraving plan, because the Wolf Kings were too perceptive when carving the totem this time. Apart from destroying the totem, there was not much private agenda mixed in, and the only private agenda was only for the purpose of preventing leaks, and had no ill will towards the Wolf Kings, so they were not noticed by them, and the engraving of the totem went very smoothly. About 3 days later, the 2 pairs of Wolf Kings who had received the totems boarded a small high-speed airship and were transported to the habitat chosen by the wolf pack in the north, ready to give a surprise to the mammoth hero and his vanguard troops. When this matter was arranged and the Wolf Kings were sent away, the military had already completed the demand discussion on Nestor's previous proposal. The military first envisioned a plan for deep sea exploration and then obtained specific requirements based on the plan. Later, in the process of discussing with the research institute in charge of the connection, they were told which projects could be done, which projects did not have the conditions for the time being, and which projects were purely fantasy. Therefore, after repeated exchanges in various aspects, the preliminary requirements were finally determined and have entered the design process, and after the design is completed, the relevant research institutes will handmake the first generation of test models and make improvements at any time according to actual operation. Until the final design is finalized, the witch doctors will be responsible for changing it from the handmade production mode to the industrialized production mode, and designing the corresponding assembly line, while linking with the existing factories. Relying on the experience accumulated before, and the surge in the number of witch doctors, this process is estimated to last from several months to about half a year. About a month passed, and when Nestor suffered a wave of revenge after Azura came back, the latest intelligence from the north was also delivered. The altar guards, as the vanguard, had arrived at the Twin Kings 034 area and were preparing to launch an encirclement and suppression of the wolf pack after resting. The primary target, Alexei, was with the vanguard, and the main force of the coalition was handed over to his adjutant for command. The 4 Wolf Kings were ready to take action. Very good, Alexei. But it is understandable. After all, the altar guards are the troops he values most, ha ha ha. Amid the slightly arrogant laughter of Sharp Fangs, a voice suddenly sighed and said, "What a pity, what's a pity? It's a pity that he is going to be captured? Ha. Coarse teeth, when did you start to sympathize with the enemy? What nonsense. I mean, it's a pity that we can't see the battle scene." Relying on the voice capture of the mainland base station is still a bit abstract, and we can't intuitively feel his strength and his fighting style. So what? Let's fight another battle on our territory after everything is done. We are not going to kill him this time. That's right. But can't we think of a way on light propagation? Seek a way to directly receive light signals from a distance, so that the current monitoring can be turned into surveillance. At that time, we only need to upgrade the mainland base station. In other words, directly attach this function to the airship to create a mobile surveillance platform. It's a good idea, although it seems a bit difficult. Let's start searching for magic beasts with light-related abilities. Also, is there no news about magic beasts that master lightning spells? Nestor said. There is news, but the target's movement speed is too fast, and our scouts have missed. Moreover, the shelter seems to have a strong grasp of lightning. If we really take lightning as an important development direction, will it become a tool for it to counter us in the future? It's possible, but this is not a reason for us not to study it. Let's master the knowledge first. Whether to use it or not is up to us. What the Speaker of the Parliament said makes sense. Let's send more forces to search. The same goes for light. Let the scouts in all directions pay attention. Well, that's it. Let's wait for the monitoring report from the Wolf King. It's estimated that it will only be in the next few days. Let's adjourn today. In the north, the southern shelter governor's district of the 2 republics, with the original 034 city as the center and a radius of 800 kilometers, is the temporary territory of more than 3,000 wind wolves. The arrival of the 4 Wolf Kings actually made the wolf pack nervous for a while at first. After all, the former regarded them as traitors, and the hostility in their eyes was obvious. However, as time passed slowly in the waiting, the smarter Lord Wolves were the first to settle down, because they found that the 4 rulers who were once high and mighty now seemed to be afraid to do anything to them. This was indeed the case. After all, the assets of the 4 Wolf Kings were all under the nose of the Republic, so they could only choose to turn a blind eye and wait alone far away from the main wolf pack. Fortunately, the wolf pack still had some respect for the strong and did not push their luck. Instead, under Nestor's remote instructions, they were always ready to cooperate with the Wolf King. Until the middle of March in the rune calendar, when the mammoth hero Alexei arrived with the most elite vanguard, the action finally began in the tacit understanding of the wolf pack. The 4 Wolf Kings did not rush in directly, but first attracted the enemy's attention with the rest of the wolf pack, and led the vanguard army step by step to a more remote area, and then slowly approached, after activating the newly mastered stealth skill. In order to ensure the success of this mission, in addition to stealth, the Republic also gave them high-end totems in terms of strength and agility, so that the combat power of these 4 already powerful Wolf Kings was raised by about 30%, and finally assisted them in the action to win the battle relatively easily. Of course, from other aspects, this battle was not easy at all. The wolf pack also suffered heavy losses in the battle against the altar guards. On the whole, the relatively weak low-level wind wolves were almost killed or wounded, and nearly 1/3 of the giant wind wolves were killed in the battle. The powerful and swift Lord Wolf suffered the least losses, with only about 40 dead. After this battle, the wolf pack that initially numbered around 3,000 was reduced to more than 260 Lord Wolves, about 1,000 giant wind wolves, and less than 100 wind wolves. What they achieved was that they completely wiped out the most elite altar garrison on the opposite side. The 4 Wolf Kings captured Alexei alive in an almost uninjured state, and after eliminating his ability to move, they sent him to an underground prison, prepared in advance by their scouts. Afterwards, they took the airship back to the Black Forest in their own territory, and quickly exchanged views with other Wolf Kings on the Republic's credibility, degree of insidiousness, combat enhancement capabilities and other aspects, leaving aside The matter's here for now. The elves can be said to be in a hidden state throughout the battle. Whether it was fighting, receiving prisoners, or the subsequent detention, there was no trace of their participation, and all matters were completed independently by the wolf pack. And after detaining Alexei and a small number of other officers, the scouts remained silent under the instructions of the Republic, leaving them to starve and just keeping a close eye on them from a distance to ensure that they would not escape after recovering inexplicably. As for Mammoth, several days later, Alexei's adjutant cautiously stopped the coalition's advance because the news from the vanguard suddenly disappeared. Then, he arranged for the Rangers to go to the front to investigate and sent personnel to report the changes in the Twin Kings city as quickly as possible. According to the relatively primitive intelligence exchange speed of the Mammoth Kingdom, this trip would take at least more than a month. In contrast, Black Forest learned the specific information on the same day. Chapter 278, Return of the Elves and Restart of the City. In the underwater fortress, Nestor was sitting in a small office, attending another remote meeting. The prisoners will continue to be detained, and we will see what happens next, so as to avoid the same accident as last time. In fact, the interrogation can also be carried out at the detention point. It is best not to take them back to the Black Forest. Now, we have to worry about food, and be careful not to let them starve to death. Has the External Exploration Department made arrangements? They created the illusion of a natural underground pit and arranged streams and fungal plants in the detention point. Just barely keep them from starving to death, and it should be no problem to support them for more than half a year. Coarse Teeth replied, but what about the wolf pack? The 4 wolf kings have withdrawn. Can the remaining ones support the intensity of the war in the future? Nestor tapped the table with his fingers, thought for a while and responded, the pursuit of the mammoth species may escalate, or it may stop bleeding, but even if it is the former, they will not continue to maintain a high intensity. In this way, disperse into the habitat in advance. Their body size and combat power tendencies are more suitable for that environment than the mammoth species. The selected habitats are all suitable for setting up mainland base stations. If the 2 kings insist, let's see what kind of combat power the mammoth army can exert in that environment. It will also be a reference for the future. Sharp Fang is right. We can indeed observe it. I will make corresponding arrangements for the wolf pack. How is the situation over there? The situation of the people, etc. It's pretty good here in the mountain fortresses. The trolls are advancing faster and faster, and the proportion of elves with armor is getting higher and higher. The same is true for the tree elves. The first batch of little guys are already heading for the 2nd level, and a small number of the second batch of little guys have become witch doctors. As long as we are safe this time, we will definitely be stronger. The situation on the island is similar. This may be what you call shame and then courage. By the way, we have observed 2 kinds of social monsters in the nearby waters, and set traps to capture a group of them. They are quite smart, and their combat power and physical strength are not bad. If we operate properly, they can probably become a role like the wolf pack. Does it mean that the direction of the ocean druids has been chosen? Well, I think it's quite suitable. So didn't I come to discuss it with you? The little guys have been persuaded by me for the time being, and they are only doing preliminary research now, and they haven't reached the stage of transformation yet. Okay, pass the data to us later, and then send a few live ones to Coarse Teeth and me. Understood. I will send an airship. They live in groups, and have a certain degree of intelligence. I'm afraid there are higher level monsters behind them. We must act with caution. I understand. So far, we have only captured a single-digit number of individuals, which cannot attract the attention of higher-level monsters. Speaking of higher-level monsters, have you confirmed the habitat of the creature that attacked the airship last time? Confirmed. After comparing the sound signals, we captured similar data in the east of the continent. We also found more than 10,000 similar, but weaker signals around it. They should be of the same species. Their combat power is unknown, but each one seems to have exaggerated speed and flying flexibility. Our power in the air seems to be far from their opponent. We have to find a way to capture one of its kind. We need to know why they can fly freely and at high speed in the air with that kind of body size. This will be a great help to the individual flying vehicle plan. In addition, the way of Sky Druid seems to have great potential. Nestor recalled Agatha's report on the situation afterwards and became quite interested in that kind of aerial monster. If we can set traps to lure them to the ground, capturing them should not be a problem, right? Let the Foreign Exploration Department. No, let the Military Intelligence Department arrange the plan. If necessary, we can send senior witch doctors to assist. However, the underwater fortress is a bit stretched. Do you two have any extra forces that can be sent out? The mountain fortress has the ability to provide support. The facilities here are relatively complete, and there are no overly complicated expansion tasks. Just arrange the plan. Okay. There is another thing worth noting. The southern volcanic group seems to be gradually cooling down, and it started when we captured the high-level salamander. How is this possible? But it is true, so I suspect that there is a complementary relationship between high-level magic beasts and special terrain. Nestor answered firmly. However, judging from the cooling curve, this process may be quite long, even more than 10,000 years, and it is very likely that it will not cool down completely, but stop changing when the activity drops to a certain level. Then there will be many possibilities. Corsteith's voice was full of thought. If so, those special terrains in the north need to be checked again one by one. If there are dome and higher creatures underneath, then for us, it's both a good thing and a challenge, but no matter what, we must first grasp the situation and then have a clear mind so that we can be more targeted in the future, right? The speaker is right. It is necessary to screen the data of the mainland base stations again. If we can find a few more seriously injured ones, well, whether we can find them or not, we have to hurry up on this matter. Now we will do it sporadically and then summon the group of witch doctors who are best at data analysis when we return to land to concentrate on checking for a period of time. Okay. Right. Agree. Ashura, you actually attended the meeting. Why didn't I hear your voice just now? I was in the verification submarine before. There is no metal wire here, so the voice transmission has not been smooth and the delay is quite high. I just returned to the fortress home port. What kind of submarine? Has it been finalized? Does it have actual combat capabilities? Fang, you are such a warmonger. Hadar, it's better than a cautious monster like you. Okay, let's listen to Ashura first. Well, it has been finalized, but I have to disappoint you, Fang. Why? This is an underwater construction boat. Its duty is to build sonar and supply bases in the deep sea. Apart from pressure resistance, its combat capability has hardly been considered. Isn't it just a living target? How can it not have combat capability? Don't worry, the rest of the supporting deep sea formations are also being prepared. The combat type, mothership type, and exploration type have all been put into operation, and the armored warriors dedicated to fighting on the seabed are also being verified. Ashura, wait for the underwater armored units. The two kinds of magic beasts I mentioned just now are very suitable as references in appearance, and their spell-like abilities are also very suitable for underwater combat. Okay, then I'll wait for your news here first. Understood. Today I will send 4 high-speed airships to send over, as well as a few magic crystal samples. After discussing different issues for a while, Nestor, seeing that the time was almost up, finally confirmed. Is there anything else? If not, let's adjourn first. No, nothing here. I'll come back to you in 1 hour. Okay, then the meeting ends here. Wait, Sharp Fang, Coarse Fang, how is your practice going? If it weren't for this accident, you should have gone into seclusion as planned. It's going well for me. I've been grinding for more than 10 years, and I should be able to enter the 3rd level this year. It's the same for me. I won't be much slower than old man Coarse Fang. Nonsense. I'm not an old man anymore. I'm a middle-aged elf now. Very capable. Okay. Hadar, I hope everything goes well. If you succeed in upgrading, I can feel more at ease here. Speaker, do you really plan to resign temporarily after returning to land? There's no need for that. Everyone still trusts you. That's right. This time it's not just your responsibility. You can't handle it all by yourself, right? It's okay. My considerations are not only about responsibility and system construction. I really need to retreat for a while. Really? Yes, the third level seems to have reached a bottleneck, and we must work hard to figure out the way forward. So, this can be regarded as going with the flow. Besides, it's not that I'm completely ignoring things. I just plan to shift the focus for a while. Really? The third level has reached the top. Fourth level. Can he be false? Okay. You really deserve the name of pioneer. Yes. You deserve the name of pioneer. Haha, success or failure, how long it will take to succeed, are still unknown, so let's conceal the specific situation for now. If we fail, don't mention anything. If we succeed, we can talk about other things. That's right. Approved. Then what about the position of Speaker of the Parliament? Ashura, who had known about the situation for a long time, was not surprised. She was more concerned about the transfer of power at this time. Moreover, in order to maintain her partner's actual influence, she actually had intentions for this position. Let the Parliament nominate, just like when they elected me. But more effort should be put into the ballot. I tend to link the weight of the vote with the level of medals. What do you think? It's generally fine, but the specific way to link it, and the number of votes occupied by medals of each level, these still need to be carefully considered. Well, the three of you should come up with a draft, and talk to the Parliament first, so that they can have a general idea in their minds. Understood. Agreed. Okay, that's it. Let's adjourn the meeting. In the northern continent, the Rangers took 15 days to deliver the news of the annihilation of the Vanguard to the Mammoth King city. The two kings were furious about this, and the male king even had the idea of personally leading the expedition. Fortunately, he was persuaded by the female queen, and finally sent out 3 heroic captains and the 3,000 altar guards under their jurisdiction. The marching speed of the altar guards was quite fast. It took them only more than 20 days to reach the coalition base, and they joined the 50,000 strong army to kill towards the 034 area. But when they arrived, the wolves had already entered several selected habitats and carefully hid. The mammoth army that came from afar would naturally not give up, and they also began a retaliatory encirclement and suppression, and the wolves also fought against them in small pieces. In the following months, the two sides were in constant confrontation in this area of 1,000 kilometers. Hunting and counter-hunting, chasing and counter-chasing, and scenes of drama were staged one after another. This not only caused huge casualties on both sides, but also allowed the Republic to gradually understand the fighting methods of the Mammoth Army and its subordinate multi-ethnic coalition. It must be said that the Wolf Pack showed great resilience during this period. After the previous reduction in personnel, their strength could even be said to have increased to some extent. The large-scale death of low-level wind wolves made the remaining forces more flexible and capable of execution. The wolf pack already had a strong ability to transfer, and later Nestor personally taught them the classic guerrilla warfare tactics of the previous life. Therefore, in the later period, they used the dangerous habitat as the foundation, and fought against the mammoths for a long time, and inflicted heavy blows on their opponents in the confrontation. Relying on their own agility and excellent sense of smell, they continuously launched sneak attacks on the shelter army, which caused serious psychological trauma to them in the already dangerous environment, and even the mammoth's direct army was seriously injured. However, the size of both sides was there after all. When the altar guards, led by the 3 mammoth heroes, launched a step-by-step encirclement and suppression, the wolf pack finally stopped fighting amid huge casualties, and then completely went into the GD, and never showed up again. Of course, the original monsters there would not welcome the arrival of the wolf pack, but dealing with them is much easier than dealing with the mammoths. After all, the wolf pack naturally belongs to the wild. The Mammoth Coalition had completed its revenge so far, and finally chose to withdraw due to factors such as food and environment. The wolf corpses in their hands were enough for them to report back, so there was no need to continue wasting time here. During this period, intelligence from both sides was continuously sent to the 3 fortresses in the south, allowing the elves to understand the situation in the north at the first time. Nestor, who was looking at the intelligence, also understood that the wolf pack had established a foothold in the north. Next, perhaps we can gradually send out some of the wolves that are rampant in the Black Forest in batches, so that they can have a stronger strength in the areas north of the mountains and south of the continent. This move may not actually bring any direct benefits to the Republic, but it will do many harms to the mammoths. The so-called Southern Asylum Governorate will become a high-risk area due to the influx of a large number of wolves. This may not be a problem for the mammoth group, but the relatively weak asylum residents will not be able to live here in peace. In this way, although the plan is not beneficial to itself, it will not harm itself, but it is enough to harm it. Time continues to move forward. When September is approaching, the initial 6-month period of asylum has arrived. Fortunately, the elves have not been retaliated by the asylum seeker. Facts have proved that the so-called omnipotent in the speculation is not really omnipotent, at least at this time, which has somewhat relieved the top leaders of the Republic. After that, the citizens of the 3 fortresses began to return in batches under the organization of the executive government, returning to the Black Forest little by little. The pioneers were several seemingly ordinary totem-powered rail locomotives and more than 200 elven witch doctors loaded in them. The locomotives traveled very slowly, even far below their normal speed, and the reason for this was actually because these locomotives had a special mission: to open the way. During this period, they set out from the underwater fortress and headed north in 3 routes. There seemed to be no trace of tracks in front of the locomotives, but every time they stepped over a certain distance, the ground under their feet would often change for no reason. As the locomotives passed by, the foundation under their feet rose, the sleepers appeared, and the tracks extended backwards. They had previously been hiding underground, or confusing themselves with the roots of dead branches, but now, under the influence of the totems, they quickly restored themselves to a passable track line. Restarting is always more complicated than hiding. The confusion that could be completed in a short time during the evacuation took a longer time to be truly restored. More than 10 days later, these totem locomotives that started from the coastline finally arrived at their destination, the headquarters of the Republic. But what appeared in front of them was not a city. It seemed to have turned into a forest environment that was not much different from the other undeveloped areas of the Black Forest. More than 200 witch doctors left the carriages, as if nothing had happened, and quickly dispersed into the headquarters, and then stood at a distance of varying distances. The locomotives did not stop there. They continued to move north, east, and west, and at the other end of their path, there were also similar locomotives that started to move in the same direction from different starting points. Therefore, the tracks that suddenly disappeared in the Black Forest were gradually restored to the site of the witch doctors who entered the headquarters under their influence. After they stood at each point, they began to cast their own spells, and as the casting time, which was either long or short, ended, more than 200 wooden stakes rose from the feet of these witch doctors. These wooden stakes were tall and thick, with extremely complex patterns carved on them, going down into the ground, and no one knew where they would eventually extend to. "Are you ready?" A voice sounded in the witch doctors' minds, and after receiving a response, it continued to say, "Everyone coordinate your casting speed. High level ones synchronize downwards, and low level ones maintain their own stability, and the countdown begins. 3.2.1 starts." Boom. Boom. The silent forest roared, and with the witch doctor's respective actions, the trees that looked ordinary, but much thicker and taller than usual, began to gradually reveal their true appearance. The trunks shrank and deformed, and the branches and leaves fell and spread flat. They either became many, or combined, or took off their outer coverings. Then, a series of seemingly hollow bodies took shape and slowly approached the exterior direction of the elf building. After a period of time that was not too short, the previous forest completely disappeared. 3 tall mother trees rose in the city, and the surrounding heroic square and central school gradually recovered. Many public buildings, residential buildings, research institutes, urban pipelines, and factories also returned to their roots, and reappeared in this process. Finally, when all the noise was over, the brightest pearl in the Black Forest returned after a period of silence. This was the first time that the city defense system that had been built since the capture of the higher salamanders was revealed, and the previously used plan was actually the most helpless one, which was specifically used to cover up the traces of its own existence by turning the city into a forest when other means failed to work. At the moment, whether it is the witch doctors who personally carried out the city restart or the citizens who are waiting for news farther away, they all sincerely hope that this plan will never be needed again. It is enough to escape only once. When the city functions were restored, the news of track connection completed and city restart completed was quickly sent to the three fortress groups, and more than 70,000 citizens embarked on the journey back home. After more than a month, the Black Forest gradually recovered to the state it was in half a year ago. When it was completely settled, the executive government began to gradually resume the production activities that had been interrupted. For the Republic, it had missed one planning period and would probably miss another one. However, in the face of a large amount of food reserves, this was not an unbearable loss. What was more troublesome was to restart the field covered with weeds as soon as possible. Fortunately, totem power had been fully popularized in the fields. Farms of all sizes were now completely mechanized, rather than the original pseudo-mechanical operation mode that relied on giant magic power. Therefore, when heavy totem engineering vehicles of various types began to roar in the fields, the barren fields began to be restored relatively quickly. Compared with agriculture, the recovery of industrial production was relatively easy. After the factory ended its hibernation, with the return of engineers and frontline workers, most of the assembly lines were restarted in a short time. However, there is another aspect that has suffered heavy losses. This refuge has dealt a huge blow to the Republic's animal husbandry. During the evacuation, except for the best breeding animals that were taken away, the rest of the animals were slaughtered and turned into food reserves at the fastest speed. Fortunately, the headquarters has been working on animal breed optimization before, and its products have occupied tens of thousands of cultivation cabins, and they have been properly handled during the refuge period. So now, after the three mother trees are returned to their positions, the first thing to start is the animal husbandry resumption activity, and it is expected that within 2 years, not only will it return to its previous scale, but it will also have better animals for various purposes. These new beasts will be improved products with balanced growth cycles and functionality. In the near future, they will bring great improvements to the Republic in terms of food quality, wool spinning and so on, starting from the attack by high-level monsters, to the sudden war in the north, and then to the evacuation due to uncertain crises. This series of unexpected changes finally came to an end at the end of the 66th year of the Rune calendar, and the Black Forest Kingdom, which has developed step by step to today, has once again begun its never-ending development path, after restoring its former appearance. Although it seemed like a causeless turmoil that lasted for more than half a year, this process of turmoil was not entirely without benefits. First, the self-esteem that had been accumulating in the hearts of the people was eliminated without damaging their self-confidence. The citizens put away their arrogance towards the outside world and began to wait for the opportunity to flourish in the process of accumulation and sedimentation. Secondly, it rehearsed the evacuation procedures that would be best not to use in the future. Finally, the three refuge fortress groups received greater resource investment, especially the underwater fortress group, which had undergone functional changes that had long surpassed the previous design during the past 6 months. At the end of September, when the population returned, the number of refugees on the southern overseas islands began to decrease as the airships rose and fell in the sky. Finally, the entire fortress group had its production lines shut down and entered a dormant state. The same was true for the underground fortress group located in the northern mountains. With the return of the population, most of the industries were shut down and dormant, and then entered an overall closed period. The only difference was that the underwater fortress was planned by Nestor as an underwater forward base, so the largest fortress here was not closed, and it even had a further production capacity that focused on underwater ships. For example, the main battle submarine has the ability to navigate in deep waters and is equipped with ultrasonic strikes and reaction chamber weapons. Another example is the exploration submarine with the ability to shuttle at high speed under the sea. Another example is the base submarine with the ability to build under the sea, and even more, the mothership submarine that can deploy armored combatants under the sea. With the efforts of the witch doctors and the large number of underwater fortresses and the assistance of the marine monster samples provided by the Fangs, they have completed a series of steps from design finalization to assembly line production in the past 6 months, and now have achieved their own relatively mature first generation models. Thus, the Republic began its own road to the development of the seabed. Explore the near sea, establish sonar and logistics supply bases, and step into the open sea. Then build a forward base in the open sea, search for underwater mineral resources, find valuable marine monsters and hunt them. Afterwards, from magic crystals, to rune spells, to totems, and finally feed back to application technology. As long as this process is carried out in an orderly manner, in front of the systematic and large-scale totem industry, the deep sea is not a place that cannot be stepped into. The first step is to thoroughly familiarize and master the sea conditions near the headquarters, capture or drive away the monsters living there, and make it a controlled sea area. The second step is to expand northward along the east-west route, through the control of the sea surface, and then open up a safe route above the sea surface. For the future planned migration of the 4th level weak tribes, sea transportation is a more cost-effective way to achieve than air and land transportation. After that, it is to slowly, without provoking high-level monsters for the time being, gradually erode and expand the scope of the controlled sea area. In addition, the path of the ocean druid has also entered the development stage. Among the new batch of witch doctors who have grown up, it is expected that there will be those who can move freely on the seabed, and although most of the witch doctors have already chosen a transformation route, in the future, as the road is gradually improved, there is actually hope that they can achieve control of multiple transformation abilities. On the other hand, the deep sea armor that is more suitable for the underwater environment has also entered the development stage. The original intention of its design is to prevent large equipment from being bullied by the landlord monsters using flexibility. Individual armor that adapts to underwater combat will become an important combat force supplement in this regard. And not only that, some witch doctors have also focused on the armor deformation aspect, hoping to enable armored soldiers to obtain the ability to seamlessly switch between sea and land. Of course, there is a considerable degree of complexity in this, and it is not possible to reap results in the short term, but it is also a direction worth looking forward to. And perhaps just as Fangs mentioned before, knowing shame and then being brave. During this half year of refuge, not only did the number of compatriots who were promoted to elves increase rapidly, but also more and more elf warriors gained the ability to drive armor. At this time, the former is continuing to work hard to get closer to the latter, while the latter is rubbing their hands and looking forward to the new achievements of the witch doctors. Once the deep sea armor is finalized, even if the land and sea deformation ability is temporarily missing, they don't mind conquering one more armor, or degrading the existing armor to the initial state, and then restructuring from the core, to obtain naval combat capabilities. On the other hand, traps for the giant bird clan have also begun to be set up in the east of the northern continent. At present, several senior second level witch doctors have set off to the target location to promote the Republic to reopen the Sky Druid. Chapter 279, Prelude to Resignation. As early as the barbaric period before Nestor was born, although there was no official name, the matter of impeachment had already existed in disguise. It was just that at that time, its form was very bloody. When the tribesmen were dissatisfied with the chieftain, they would often simply choose to eliminate him physically. When history entered the early rune calendar, Nestor established a series of policies and initially clarified the specific powers and responsibilities of the tribute, executive government, law court, army, and rune parliament. Among them, the tribune obtained the right to supervise the executive government and the impeachment power arising from it. When impeachment occurs, the tribune as a whole will become the initiator of impeachment, the rune parliament will become the impeachment court, and the rest of the military, political, and legal parties will only attend as observers in the abuse of power by high-ranking public officials. The deviation from the people's trust, and the crimes caused by dereliction of duty are all targets that can be targeted by impeachment. In addition, the result of impeachment was determined to be removal of the position of the person found guilty, and thus the legal authorities were given the right to interrogate, and if necessary, the person convicted of impeachment would be subject to other legal sanctions in the future. From this time on, the relationship between the people and high-ranking public officials was initially led from barbarism to civilization, and impeachment became a serious political process, based on procedures, rather than unruly brute force. When it came to October of the 66th year of the rune calendar, that is, at the beginning of returning from the Great Refuge, Nestor began to promote the codification of the impeachment rules. Therefore, the law court was ordered to sort out the impeachment habits of the previous 30 years and draft them into a draft law. In December of the 66th year of the rune calendar, the draft law on impeachment of high public officials of the Republic was submitted to the rune parliament and officially entered the review stage. In the draft, in addition to the impeachment rules for the executive government officials being transformed into clauses, the leaders of the rune parliament and the heads of the committees were also included in the scope of impeachment for the first time, which further pulled the rune parliament and its members down from the altar, and added another weight, to end the training period. However, there is a problem. At present, when the training period has not yet ended, the rune parliament is the de facto highest authority in the Republic, and the members are not born, based on popular elections or other means, but are qualified to attend the meeting, because of their own contributions to the Republic. Strictly speaking, all existing institutions in the Republic actually have to accept the work guidance of the rune parliament, but the parliament itself only needs to be responsible for the concept of Republic, including the heads of all levels, including the speaker. In other words, there is actually no institution that can be the impeachment initiator, because no institution can fully represent the concept of Republic to exercise this power. Therefore, it is unreasonable to give the power of impeachment of important seats such as the Speaker of the Parliament to the tribunal in the first draft of the draft, following the rules, when the executive government was impeached. Therefore, due to the fact that training still exists at this stage, the impeachment of important members of the Parliament has become a somewhat self-deceiving automatic initiation clause under compromise. That is, when the act is treason, crime, dereliction of duty, or loss caused by his decision becomes a public fact, the impeachment regulations will automatically take effect, and when the impeachment regulations enter the effective stage, the Parliament, the tribunal, and the research, politics, law, military, and business parties will unify to establish a provisional republic representative entity authorized by law, and become the initiator and acceptor of impeachment. However, before deciding whether to initiate impeachment, the Provisional Republic representative entity will first hold a hearing, and after a series of evidence, voting and other procedures, discuss the subsequent matters. Of course, the law has no wisdom, and is actually impossible to automatically initiate, but at the moment, when there is a logical contradiction in the ownership of the rights and responsibilities of the parties, this plan is tentatively established as a temporary measure of rights and interests. However, the rune parliament will not always be above the others. When it ends its special mission in a special stage, it will be the moment to truly clarify the ownership of rights and responsibilities. By then, impeachment will not be as troublesome as it is today, and it is still unclear whether it is necessary to establish political impeachment against the members outside the law. After all, when the power is transferred, the institution that takes over the power has more in-service immunity than the senating rune parliament. Discussions on many issues in the draft continued for quite a while, until the beginning of March in the 67th year of the rune calendar, when the first version of the impeachment law was actually introduced. Then, under the pressure of Nestor, the provisions of the bill targeting the parliament were put into practical use for the first time in a short period of time. It seems that automatic initiation is indeed self-deception, and Nestor actually acted as the initiator. When it came to mid-March, representatives from various industries from the headquarters and other cities gathered at the headquarters. They, together with 73 members of the rune parliament and representatives of the military, political, and legal public power, formed a temporary entity to participate in the hearing held against Nestor. After a period of swearing in, the hearing officially began. The first was the self-proof stage. Nestor entered the venue like a patio, and under the gaze of many people sitting high in all directions, he began his statement. In this process, he did not make an extraordinary defense for his dereliction of duty, but simply told the truth at that time in a detailed and orderly manner. The second part was the evidence presentation. More than a dozen witnesses came on stage one by one, and describe what they saw and heard at the time. Among the witnesses, there were witch doctors, officers, and soldiers, and several investigators, all of whom were present at the scene of the Twin Kings 034 city. In addition to the above mentioned own people, there were even several refugees who came on stage and spoke in their native language in fear. The testimonies made by all these witnesses almost all focused on the expression of urgent situation, pressing time, and helpless. In other words, their testimonies were actually completely biased towards Nestor's side, and even the refugees were full of flattery and fear. Next was the discussion phase, which was conducted behind closed doors for a maximum of 7 days, but in reality only took 3 minutes to reach a final conclusion, and another minute was spent writing a proper letter of reasons. The letter of reasons issued by the temporary entity reads, "There is no perfect policy in the world. Every political decision made by the Speaker of the Parliament, the members of the committee, and even the senior officials of the various departments of the executive government will in fact face a certain degree of uncertainty of consequences if they are held accountable unlimitedly afterwards. Because of the existence of such uncertainty, then the future policies of the Republic will inevitably tend to be extremely conservative, which is not conducive to our sustainable development. Therefore, we tend to regard the uncertainties faced by policies in the implementation stage as risks that must be borne, and the impeachment of policymakers needs to be carried out with great caution. In this case, when Mr. Nestor made the decision, he was indeed in an unstable environment that required a quick evacuation, and the consequences of his actions did not cause irreparable damage to the Republic, so he should be exempted as appropriate. For the above reasons, the resolution made by this temporary entity is not to carry out impeachment. In this regard, the hearing closed with the satisfaction of all parties. Representatives of various industries believed that they successfully saved the pioneers and hit the dark psychology of some groups. Members of the parliament believed that they satisfied the political cleanliness of the willful parliamentary president, while also preserving his reputation, and bystanders such as the executive government and the military were happy that the republic was still the republic, and they did not lose their reliable supreme leader. If anyone is dissatisfied, it may be Nestor, who was declared not guilty. As a bit idealistic, he actually doesn't like this conclusion. However, Nestor is not a masochist after all, and there is no need to be as resolute as die to make the law come true. Since he has seen the establishment of a general procedure and has implemented it completely, it is almost enough. Perhaps, just like what is written in the reasons, there is no perfect policy in the world. This impeachment law also needs to be gradually improved with the accumulation of time, and it is enough to lead it to this step today. Moreover, some of the reasons in the book are indeed meaningful, and high-level rulers do need to be relieved of some worries when making decisions. Therefore, he also accepted this result. Just when the matter came to an end, and most of the participants felt that the great pioneer would continue to lead them as before, something unexpected happened again. A month had passed since the hearing ended. During this period, the Rune Council, under the promotion of Nestor, established the voting weight plan for the speaker election, and this case became the last decision that Nestor participated in during his tenure. On the third day, after it was established, Nestor solemnly handed in his resignation, which once again set off a big wave among all parties. Headquarters, in a ring rail transit car. "Have you heard? The pioneer is going to resign." A fit and sexy ageless elf girl in a short skirt asked the passenger next to her. "How could I not have heard? Why would you step down?" Although the questioner himself did not know him, he felt that he had been seen around him frequently in the past few days, and felt somewhat familiar, so the young male elf who had completed the advanced level during the internship period responded, "Is there some conspiracy here? Like the intrigues among the races in the north?" The female elf's eyes were burning with flames, but no one knew what target it was burning towards. Was it the topic itself, or the person she was talking to at that moment? The male suddenly wanted to show off, and his words were full of heroism. HMPH, impossible. Do you really think that our 70,000 compatriots are here to eat and do nothing? If the guys above dare to come and see me, would I dare to put on my armor and chop off their heads? Bar nonsense. We will be doomed if we hold on to ideas like yours. Rules, we must follow the rules, understand? The female elf cursed softly, and the braid went around her neck and flexibly found a circle of interface behind the other's head. After searching in vain, the braid drew a circle on her chest in a frivolous manner when it was retracted and teased again. You don't seem to have any armor to wear. You're still a little guy, right? Licking his lips, the scout who had just entered the vacation stage and had not tasted meat for a long time revealed his true nature in a few words. Would you like to come to my house? I can lend you my sister's armor. The other party was somewhat tempted and nodded and agreed quickly. Call me when you get off the bus. Hey, no problem. The elf sister, whose age was unknown, leaned on him naturally at this time, and the new spider silk black stockings between her legs rubbed against each other, and it was obvious that she was extremely excited. As for the other elves, or trolls in the same car, some showed the regret of why didn't you choose me, and some thought regretfully that you acted so quickly, but no one accused improper, and no one made a noise. Everyone tacitly chose to laugh it off. Originally, the conversation could have come to an end here for the time being, but the young male didn't know if it was the hormones that were driving it, and suddenly continued the topic of being approached before, which changed the situation a little. I only heard him mutter in a not small voice, HMPH, I don't care. If the people above dare to act recklessly, then there is no need for those below to abide by the rules. At worst, we can just do without the parliament or the executive government. In any case, we can't let His Excellency the Pioneer suffer any loss. Ah, what do you mean? The elf sister moved away, looked at him with some confusion, and asked doubtfully, don't we have the Mammoth King in the north? Sir Pioneer has made such great contributions, why can't he be an elf king? The lust in the eyes of the female elf gradually faded, and the internal situation of the various races in the northern region flashed through her mind. Then she asked in an incredible tone, did you study in vain? You don't want to be a citizen, but want to be a slave of the king? What slaves? How could the kind-hearted speaker of the parliament regard us as slaves? Moreover, without the constraints of others, won't we become stronger faster under his leadership? You. Damn it. What nonsense are the schools teaching? The prey that had been searched for 3 days not only looked unappetizing, but also a little smelly. The elf sister had lost all interest this time. She did not stay, and jumped out of the window angrily. Ah, not going to your house? The male elf shouted to the outside with surprise and confusion. Go study, you idiot. At almost the same time, in the treehouse of Nestor and Ashura, there was also a conversation going on. Have you really made up your mind? Yes, I have made up my mind. But, I know your concerns, and I have always remembered the conversation we had more than 10 years ago. Then why do you have to go this far? Aren't you worried? You said before that you would only withdraw from the front line, but would still remain in the decision-making level, so I didn't object. Now you tell me that you want to completely delegate power. Honey, listen to my explanation, okay? I'll wait for your explanation. Ashura folded her arms across her chest, making the grooves look deeper, and her rapid breathing due to anger made her heart tremble slightly. Firstly, as you said, strength is the foundation of survival, and it is indeed time for me to go into seclusion. Haven't you done it before? Is it necessary to retreat so completely? It's different. I can feel that this time it may be a little longer, and it may not be as intermittent as before. I may not be able to take care of things outside. In this case, even if I occupy a core position other than the speaker, it is irresponsible. Okay, what else? Seeing that his partner's mood has calmed down a little, Nestor took him into his arms, kissed the corner of his eyes and whispered, secondly, the Republic is not a dictatorship, otherwise I would never dare to make the decision to step down so easily. The person in power who takes office after I step down will not be able to monopolize power, and all his actions will be carried out within the balance of power, so as long as I keep a low profile, there will be no unavoidable conflicts between him and me, or them. Otherwise, even if the next person in power is my son, I would not dare to let go so easily. After all, power corrupts. Third, the Republic is indeed the result of my life's hard work, but I regard it as a friend and a home, not my private property. I can't occupy a position for my own selfish desires when I know I can't do it. And, seeing her partner's hesitant look, Ashura, who was already somewhat convinced, looked up at him and asked, and what? and something is wrong recently. What's wrong? Part of the pressure brought by the mammoths this time has turned into dissatisfaction with the system. Some young guys even hope that I can become king, and there are more compatriots, although some of them also have such thoughts, but they worship me too much and rely on me too much. Are you feeling uneasy? Yes, I think it's terrible. Why isn't it good? The trust of the citizens is the best shield. You can always take care of the republic with it. Since it is your hard work, isn't it what you want to lead it, and the citizens step by step to become stronger? No, Ashura, this is different. I certainly hope so, but for a healthy regime, no one should be indispensable. It must be able to continue to operate healthily without any individual. But now, the people have a vague feeling of I'm indispensable in their hearts. So, this is one of the reasons why I plan to really step down for a while. Oh, I understand, but I'm still a little unwilling. Why? This is a country you built with your own hands, but you are going to let it go when it is about to be glorious. It doesn't matter to me. It doesn't matter. Do you know how great an honor you are going to give up? Nestor, are you stupid? The voice was a little excited. The more Ashura thought about her husband's brain-dead operation, the more irritated she became. She didn't care about her modesty, which was not much, and she was like a bed puppy in Nestor's arms, and she was angry. Ha. Just think of this as the fantasy of an idealist. Nestor comforted her while inserting his index finger into her open mouth. The tip of his finger wiped the fangs and stirred the tongue, and then she held it in her mouth, opened it again, closed it, and bit it angrily. Besides, I'm not going to die or leave my hometown. If anything unexpected happens, how can I not stand up again? Hiss. Be gentle. Lick it clean yourself. He pulled back his finger, on which a small purple blood bead appeared, and there were still some traces of saliva. Even if I cursed you for being disappointing in my heart, wouldn't I still have to walk forward with support? Slurp, you are stupid. Okay, I'm stupid, okay. No, you are selfless, but I'm not that generous. It should be our honor, and it must be our honor. I've thought about it. If you step down, I will strive to climb up. I want to be the Speaker of the Parliament. This just agree I will govern, and you can practice, and be the pillar of the country. How great is that? No one in the future can ignore our contributions. Your name and mine must become the most dazzling pair in history. The way her partner spoke at this time, and the excitement in her eyes, that she herself may not have noticed, evoked Nestor's memories of the past. Ashura has never been a person who goes with the flow. She also desires honor, and has her own ambitions. Decades ago, she was still very weak, but she was a brave warrior who was extremely confident in the aesthetics of the upstream, and dared to run to the Warcraft nest, to steal cubs for a search. After that, whether it was the decisiveness of the first night of the two, or the firmness she showed when she followed herself to the north to fight, or the advance and retreat together when she crossed the Black River to explore in depth, it can be said that her character has been outspoken and full of ambition from the beginning. In addition to the unique appearance, this kind of personality is also the reason why I was attracted to him in the first place. But over the years, because of her special position as a partner, she has restrained many of her own desires. Almost everything will be carried out around Nestor. At the moment, although half of the fireworks in Ashura's eyes are also burning for him, and 1/3 are burning for him and her, but with Nestor's determination to retreat, there is also a small part of the brilliance that belongs entirely to her. Therefore, Nestor couldn't say no, although I have all kinds of lofty reasons. It seems that it shouldn't be a rope to bind her. In this case, okay, I have no objection. Do what you want to do, and fight for what you are willing to fight for. I will be the most solid support, both for you and for this country. Really? No need to cheat. I just want to get your nod. Really? Ah. Take off your clothes. Let me love you well. Prepare to improve the protagonist's strength plus speed up the time flow. The heroine will take power instead of the protagonist. I don't know if everyone can accept it. Chapter 280, The Path to the Fourth Stage. In April of Rune 67, Nestor's resignation caused a great sensation. Many witch doctors who were not aware of it in advance finally understood the foreshadowing of the voting weight for the speaker election at this time, and guessed that the speaker seemed to have planned to resign at that time or even longer. The discussion of his resignation was delayed for several months, and various individuals representing different circles tried to dissuade Nestor, but all failed. So, in late July of Rune 67, Nestor, wearing a chest full of medals, gave a farewell speech in the Square of Heroes, and then left the political stage cleanly with the empty identity of Member of Parliament without retaining any title. After that, the Parliament held the election of the Grand Speaker in August of Rune 67. With her own merits and the political assets of her and her husband, Ashura defeated the other competitors with a great advantage, and was officially elected as the second Grand Speaker of the Republic. Thus, her era began. Nestor did not participate in the process of selecting a partner. At the initiative of Ashura, he entered a meditation room at the top of the Mother Tree, as soon as his resignation was approved, and began his retreat. When he upgraded to the 3rd level, it was the 46th year of the rune calendar, when Nestor was 61 years old. Now it has been almost 21 years. During this period, although he was responsible for the duties of the speaker, and needed to spread his energy among various affairs, he never stopped practicing. No matter how busy he was every day, he would at least set aside some time for meditation, which was considered to be a balance between practice and governance. But recently, with the arrival of a certain bottleneck, the previous 2-for-1 method finally stopped working. At present, Nestor urgently needs a long and continuous period of time to sort out his own practice progress and clarify the subsequent path. The practice path of the witch doctor, in the 3rd level defined at this time, does not seem to have much fancy words. After the multifunctional cells that can serve as a starting point of thinking were deduced earlier, Nestor has been doing all the time to transform the cells in the body and turn them into part of thinking as much as possible. In the process, from the heart, bones, muscles, skin, to hair, and then to most of the soft tissues in the body, they have been transformed one after another. Therefore, although Nestor and other elves seem to be the same, with their hearts beating, breathing, and internal organs moving, there are actually huge differences inside. For example, his hair has now become controlled flesh whiskers, but the appearance still maintains its original appearance. The same is true for other organs. Most of them are limitedly controlled and reproduced with completely different cell bases. In this process, some cells that have achieved their original missions through high differentiation will have their functional bias weakened after transformation. However, because the same mission has been dispersed throughout the body, from some cells to all cells, the overall functional total value has been greatly enhanced. At the same time, with the continuous improvement of the degree of transformation, the proportion of self in the sea of consciousness is also constantly increasing, and thus the mental power has also achieved continuous growth. Such changes have been maintained until recently, when there is no more room for change, and no more progress. Because the remaining original cells are basically tissues and cells such as the brain, spinal cord, nerve fibers, and blood cells that cannot be replaced, or dare not be replaced for the time being, due to various reasons, Nestor feels that he has no idea where to start with them. Moreover, although quantitative change has been happening, and has accumulated to a large value, the expected qualitative change has not yet arrived, whether it is physical or mental. There has been no breakthrough under such a huge accumulation, let alone with the arrival of bottlenecks. Quantitative change has been forced to stop. So, how should the road ahead be taken? Now, Nestor's body has two different modes of operation, namely the old center with the brain and spinal cord as the main axis and the new center with multifunctional cell groups as the main axis. Although these two systems are moving forward in parallel, their respective operating processes are quite different. Among them, the former relies on the functionality evolved over millions of years, and still follows the traditional from the center to the four directions model, to control the body as a whole, while the latter, because of the starting point of thinking of multifunctional cells, has formed a set of starting from the grassroots self-control mode. From the overall point of view, the former is more efficient but less extensive, while the latter is endowed with self-control at the level of Nestor cells. But on another level, the former, because of its complete system, can complete more tasks in a short time, with less energy consumption, and also has stronger computing power. The latter, because of its single cell as a starting point of thinking, and the low individual value, lacks the integration and cohesion between each other due to no system. So although it is strong in precision, it is weak in wholeness. For example, the same elbow bending action, the old center can complete it at the moment of thinking, but on the new center, the reaction time is greatly shortened due to the downward transfer of the starting point. But in the process of execution, a lot of time is wasted due to movement integration, and the overall speed of the action is slowed down. In other words, when only the latter is running, Nestor will become a high-frequency warrior and complete the action with difficulty and exaggerated jams. And this is one of the reasons why he dare not convert the old center system for the time being, and thus the road of quantitative change is helplessly stopped. In order to solve this problem, Nestor has repeatedly made many attempts, but they all failed for various reasons, either because of too high energy consumption, or because they created new weaknesses for themselves. In short, the subsequent road seems to be there and within reach, but the key to open it has not yet appeared. This is also the helplessness of Nestor. As a pioneer of the road, he must accumulate success in the process of continuous trial and error. At this time, Nestor was in an embryo culture chamber, and the injection of nutrition and the maintenance of breathing were all assisted by pipes, so he could stay in seclusion for a long time without distraction. At a certain moment, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration, and came up with the idea of why not think of a solution in the meditation space. The meditation space is the center of his mental power and an important starting point for the witch doctor system to cast spells. Its formation process has already gathered the consciousness of all cells in the body. Whether it is the main consciousness or the subconscious, it is the foundation of this space that exists in nothingness. So, can it take on the role of consciousness center and become the concentrated embodiment of self? With this idea, Nestor began his own attempt. The external of the meditation space is the elf visualization body, while the inner is the manifestation of consciousness mimicry iceberg, magic pool, space boundary, etc. And now with Nestor's attempt, all of this has turned into nothingness and chaos. However, there is no way to perform subsequent operations on nothingness and chaos, so he created the concept of thinking, and materialized it into firefly-like points in meditation. With his own narrow thinking subject as a core, hundreds of trillions of fireflies appeared around him, each representing a cell that has completed the transformation. This seems to mean that he wants to amplify his own computing level to hundreds of trillions or even higher at every moment. Moreover, visualization is not a simple calculation, and there are a series of more complex elements that need to be carried out simultaneously. In fact, this level of visualization is enough to burn Nestor's thinking to death. He cannot even complete the simple instant trillion level calculation, let alone visualization. The reason why he can maintain his thinking from being burned to death at this time is that these fireflies are the manifestation of his thinking consciousness in meditation. Each point of them actually represents a very small part of Nestor's broad self. Although the self at the cellular level cannot be as flexible as the narrow self due to the lack of system, it also has the ability to maintain itself in the meditation space and does not need to control everything. Therefore, Nestor can maintain his thinking ability like now. What he needs to do now is to try to glue these scattered thoughts together to form a highly unified self, so as to establish a thinking center based on the meditation space. The idea has come up, but how to realize it is a bit difficult to start. As a last resort, Nestor decided to copy the answer given by nature and achieve the purpose of running it by simulating the body itself. But countless attempts later were declared fruitless, and the reason was gradually understood by him in the continuous failures. This part of the self generated based on the cell monomer has a very limited volume, so it does not have too strong thinking attributes and abilities. At this time, just maintaining their self in the meditation space has occupied a large part of the thinking resources, and it is no longer able to perform more complex tasks. What should be done? Since the cell thinking monomer is weak, can the expression of each of its thinking monomers be limited to a simple mode? For example, 0 and 1. For example, yes or no? And more complex things are completed by connecting upwards? Just do it when you think of it. After all, you have failed so many times, so this time is not a big deal. The core of the attempt is meditation. Nesta needs to regulate the most basic operating rules in meditation. Just like the previous manifestation of these thoughts into fireflies, now it is necessary to change them into a concrete mode that can express binary. In addition, the process of integrating scattered thoughts through binary must also come up with a plan. After that, Nesta completed the initial connection between each single thought from few to many through countless trials and errors by constructing a new form of visualization. So at this time, hundreds of trillions of thoughts, based on the meditation rules explored by Nesta himself, turned into calculation points that can express 0 and 1, and suddenly gained huge computing power, and its first task is to explore the operating mode of its own body. Because the starting point of these thoughts is a cell that has completed the transformation, and these cells are naturally in the operating range of the old center. So, after Nesta made such a setting, the cells slowly transformed all their changes into binary expressions during the self-operation of the body. At the beginning, this expression was only limited to each cell itself, and after the accumulation of data was gradually filled, it began to integrate upwards under the active intervention of Nesta, from the cell level, to the cell group level, to the tissue and organ level, and finally to the body level. And when the years of retreat finally reached this step, the meditation space that Nesta had previously transformed into a sea of fireflies gradually showed earth-shaking changes. At this time, the visualization body once again replaced the nothingness and became the subject of meditation. But unlike the original visualization body, that was no different from the external body. The external manifestation of the current meditation space was a transparent digital spirit with endless zeros and ones flowing throughout most of the body. And when Nesta started this new visualization body and made it really start to run, boom, a silent and invisible roar started from the meditation space, followed by an infinite and almost endless rise in spirit and thinking. At this moment, Nesta's thinking was extremely active, his mental perception was extremely sensitive, and his control over the body was unprecedentedly fine. After a long while, when his consciousness fell and his thinking returned, Nesta felt his current situation, with a strong sense of surprise in his joy. Indeed, his plan was successful, but it was more than that. Nesta realized that he seemed to have completed a bottleneck crossing, and it was not an undetermined small level upgrade in this stage, but a leap in a large stage. Whether it was the moment of the leap just now, or the feeling of being stable at this moment, the changes that happened to him all proved that this was a qualitative change of a large span. Especially in terms of perception and mental power, the comparison between the two before and after was like the upgrade from the second level to the third level, and the body also underwent qualitative changes in strength and reaction speed. It seems to be a real upgrade, not an upgrade. After the initial confirmation, Nesta began to think about why this happened. Upgrading is a good thing, but he is a pioneer after all. In order for the younger generations to be able to replicate and avoid detours, this step cannot be taken so carelessly. First, examine yourself. The most important changes undoubtedly occurred in the meditation space, especially the whimsical but traceable digital elf visualization body. When it was constructed previously, the relationship between the visualization body and the external body can be roughly defined as the former achieves the latter. At that time, Nesta built a new center, based on multifunctional cells. By weaving in the visualization body, this center starts from the grassroots, and converges the scattered thoughts one by one through the operation of 0 and 1, and its goal is to act on the body outward. After the construction was completed, and it was completely activated through deep meditation, the relationship between the visualization body and the body changed. They were no longer simply the former achieved the latter, but became the latter manifested the former, and the digital elf visualization body became the embodiment of the new center during meditation. That is to say, even if Nesta did not deliberately maintain meditation on the visual body, his body would still operate according to this established pattern. However, if he still wanted to optimize the whole or the details, he could still use meditation to transform the relationship between them into the former achieved the latter, and then improve the visualization body to achieve the impact on the operation of the body. The impact of this operating mode on the whole can be simply summarized as follows. All organs except the brain will be disconnected from the signal series of the nervous system. In this way, when the narrow sense of the main consciousness needs to control the body to complete a certain action, its needs are still formed by the brain, but the control of the terminal will abandon the traditional path and be replaced by cell simulation calculation to achieve it. This not only maintains the control accuracy brought by the cell level self, but also avoids its various drawbacks such as energy consumption and slowness in overall control through the calculation simulation of part of the old center. In addition to the drastic changes in the visual body, the other virtual concepts such as magic pool volume have also been found to have expanded by more than 10 times after completing the adaptation to the current situation. In addition, mental perception and body controllability have all been qualitatively improved. The increase in mental perception is mainly reflected in the control of spell-like disturbances, casting speed, and casting strength. Nesta plans to leave this part to be quantified later. As for body control, the changes are a bit scared. Before completing the digital elf visualization, Nesta can actually control most of his organs, including internal organs, through cells. For example, the heart can control its beating frequency, even stop it completely, and change its overall shape. In addition, height, weight, and appearance can also be changed within a very small limit. However, due to the reasons mentioned above, this control will appear relatively monotonous, high energy consumption, slow speed and complex process, and there is almost no more use prospect except novelty. But now, when the advancement is successful, this control has not only been optimized in speed and energy consumption, but also greatly expanded in degree, thus turning it from a useless ability into a usable ability. In terms of height and body shape, in the normal mode, Nesta can shrink his height to 1.8 meters at the lowest and 6 meters at the highest. When shrinking, this change is achieved by controlling the shrinkage and dormancy of some cells. The advantage is that energy consumption is reduced, but the disadvantage is that physical fitness is reduced in all aspects. When increasing, it is necessary to actively expand the volume dimension of a single cell to accumulate the improvement of body shape and even physical fitness. The advantage is that the body shape obtained in this way has a real physical improvement. The disadvantage is that the process of change and the maintenance after the change require a sudden increase in energy consumption. This is just the most basic assumption. If he is willing to pay a higher price, he can also obtain a larger or smaller body size, or even a body structure that is completely different from his original form. For example, on the basis of atrophy and dormancy, if he can actively abandon some cells, he can even compress his body size to tens of centimeters. If he actively accelerates cell division to increase the actual number of cells, and then expands the dimension to achieve the improvement of the quality of a single cell, he can accumulate a body size far beyond the current size, as well as a physique and strength that complement each other. For example, since hair is no longer hair and its essence is also a kind of muscle, its length is up to the heart and its presence or absence is arbitrary. In addition, the strange changes such as the 6-fingered piano demon, 3 heads and 6 arms, 2 wings and 3 eggs, etc., seem to be achievable if studied. However, even though Nesta has now risen to the 4th level, he still retains the barriers of flesh and blood creatures. Although his lifespan is long, there is always a limit. Therefore, whether it is active abandonment or accelerated division, it will make oneself pay a corresponding price. Only the change of no increase or decrease state is the most cost effective. After examining himself and grasping his status, Nesta naturally understood why he was promoted. The reason for the promotion can be attributed to the word integration. Before, although the transformed cells had become starting points of thinking, and as the accumulation continued, their number increased, and finally reached about 75% of the total cell volume, this did improve Nesta in many aspects, but because it could not be connected into a complete thinking system, it did not promote qualitative changes in various aspects. Now, although they are still separated in space, and have not formed a complete organ like the brain, at the level of magic, they are based on meditation and self-spirit as the thread, becoming a conceptual and behavioral whole. So when these extremely subtle selves are integrated, qualitative changes will naturally occur. Moreover, if he could have completed this digital integration earlier, he would have been able to usher in this advancement when the cell conversion rate reached 20%, but now, his own conversion rate has reached about 75%. Not only has he completed the advancement, he has even immediately felt a new bottleneck. Therefore, Nestor did not intend to end this retreat immediately. He released his magical perception on the spot and roughly looked around the status of the headquarters. He found that the base camp was fine and the sound signals from other parties also showed that everything was normal. Originally, he was going to get close to Azura, but unfortunately his partner did not seem to be in the headquarters at this time, so the eavesdropping continued for a while. The main purpose was to confirm Azura's whereabouts and status. Later, he learned that she was inspecting the vassal city-states in the northern plateau. After confirming that everything was going well, and sending a large message to the mother tree for his partner, Nestor once again regained his mind, and began his next path of practice. Chapter 281 Seemingly Normal Progress. Meditation space mimetic sea of consciousness. At this time, the part representing the subconscious has only about 1/5 of the iceberg left, and the rest has become the self, and part of the computing power. What Nestor needs to do next is to digest the last most stubborn undersea iceberg, and make it completely exposed to the water. The first thing to do is to transform the extracerebral nervous system, because, after the emergence of the digital visualization body, they no longer need to continue to maintain a highly differentiated state for functionality. They can also embark on the omnipotent road, obtain a wider evolutionary space, and become a part of thinking, providing part of the computing power for the digital visualization body. This is still a water grinding work. Based on previous experience, if it is completed in the living state, it will take about 5 to 6 years, but if you keep a closed state and meditate with one heart, it should be about a few months. Half a year passed in a flash, and Nestor in the incubator opened his eyes again. He tried to move his body in the limited space and in the viscous liquid, and observed the flow of zeros and ones in the visualization body at any time. At this time, including the spinal cord and the nerve connections in the body, in fact, had all disappeared. They had all been transformed into multifunctional cells, and the body did not change because of this, but felt more agile. The next step was the blood related to nutrient transmission and life gas transmission, and the most stubborn nailhouse brain. In the excitement, he temporarily suppressed the idea of taking the next step immediately, and decided to be cautious, and try to turn back first. If there were no problems, he would continue to complete the subsequent path. The first thing to try was the operation of the body without the brain participating at all, and this was also the most important step, which was related to whether the complete transformation of the body was feasible. Nestor has found a way to try. It seems feasible to make the brain fall into hibernation for a short period of time. So for the first time, Nestor gave the order to all the components of the brain in meditation, completely sleep for 3 seconds, and let the digital elves take over the body center until the brain regains consciousness. Then, after a buffer period, the brain slowly entered into hibernation, without interrupting the supply of nutrients. The activity of the cortex gradually decreased, until it stopped completely. The nerve operation tended to stagnate, and the electrical signals disappeared. Gradually, Nestor's life activities also reached a low point, as if they were heading towards extinction step by step. Finally, when the brain and all its associated functions completely entered hibernation, his mind also completed a death in an instant. Nestor's thoughts did stop for a while after his brain stopped working, but as the digital spirit in the meditation space took over all the activities of the body without any obstacles, he woke up again immediately. So, a pair of cold eyes with extreme rationality and endless desires suddenly opened, and then a violent aura suddenly rose from the meditation room. 3 seconds were both short and long. Nestor, who did not want to see any abnormalities, was just concentrating on using his super high thinking speed to buy time to make various attempts. I have become more complete, but while adding some things, it seems that the most important part is missing. My body is also stronger, and I seem to be able to do such things. While thinking, the complete elf body in the culture chamber suddenly began to change drastically. the complete wolf body, then the saber-toothed beast, the sea monster sent by the fangs, the bear in the forest. These monsters that had been dissected and truly understood were quickly reproduced by him in the blink of an eye. Then Nestor suddenly disintegrated. Hundreds of billions of cells floated independently in the culture chamber like blue algae in the sea, with only a lonely brain and the winding blood of unknown length, wrapped in blood vessels, still very strangely staying in the original place, sinking and floating in the culture fluid. But even so, the connection between cells still exists, and the self belonging to Nestor also maintains the same existence as before in this continued existence relationship. However, the energy consumption in the culture chamber suddenly soared by more than 10 times. A large amount of cave wolf cell fluid was forcibly extracted by Nestor without scruples, all of which turned into the previous deformation and the energy needed to maintain the operation of its own cells at this time. Individual cells must be more versatile and more powerful. Blood is a troublesome substance and will become a weak point during disintegration. It must be abolished. Can the transmission of nutrients and life gases, as well as the metabolism of waste, be replaced by the osmotic pressure between cells? Active breathing is maintained by surface tissues, and the functions of plant respiratory holes and marine organisms' parotid glands are mimicked on the skin to establish a direct circulation from the surface to the body. As an auxiliary, a comprehensive and always operating totem system can be arranged in the body, or a solidified magic state, so that the innermost layer of the body can obtain the required gas and absorb the required nutrients. Try. Partial success, the cost is increased energy consumption, and the benefit is improved efficiency. Then the next step is to establish a set of intercellular circulation systems from the outside to the inside, and then from the inside to the outside, based on this model. This will be done after the brain center wakes up, and there is no time. Well, what is keeping me running now is the cave wolf cell fluid. It's really good stuff. It shouldn't be wasted on weak guys. It can become my food and energy in the future. Organs are also a burden, and their respective functions are scattered throughout the body. They no longer need to exist, and the brain also needs to complete the transformation as soon as possible. But now it's too late. Reproductive function. I haven't left offspring yet, and Ashura likes it very much, so where must Ashura be kept? It seems that she is not in the headquarters. She also began to waste time on the weak. She must be pulled over to retreat with me. The brain center is about to wake up. Let's do it later. The short and long 3 seconds finally ended at this moment. Alarm. Alarm. The flow of cave wolf cell fluid is out of the control of the mother tree. Alarm. Alarm. The high-level energy supply of tree-born elves from number 336 to number 1354 will be interrupted. The mechanical sound with a girlish feeling resounded throughout the number 1 mother tree at this time, and awakened hundreds of elf witch doctors here. At this moment, their faces suddenly became nervous, and they put down everything in their hands, and rushed to the central control room. But just after a short 3 seconds, the mother tree's pseudo-intelligent program sounded again. The alarm is lifted, the alarm is lifted, and the energy flow has returned to normal. Report the end point of the abnormal flow. The witch doctor on duty in the control room did not let down his guard. Instead, he asked the pseudo-intelligence for specific information, while manually checking the changes that had taken place before. Reviewing is completed. The destination of the flow is located in meditation room number 09, area 1, at the top of the tree. Area 1, number 09. It must be the place where the pioneers are in seclusion. It has been so many years. Yes, His Excellency the Pioneer is in meditation room number 09, area 1, and has been in seclusion for ** years. Although the witch doctor was talking to himself, the stupid pseudo-intelligence still answered the question dutifully. Forget it, I didn't ask you. Check His Excellency the Pioneer's vital signs to see if there is any problem. Checking is completed. He is in good condition and everything is normal. This is certainly a good thing, but what happened before? The embryos were almost in danger. Sorry, I didn't know. Just as the witch doctor was confused, and the pseudo-intelligence was busy apologizing, more than 100 witch doctors swarmed in, and then asked, and learned the specific situation. It's a bit strange. Let's report it to the lady first, in case there is any problem with the pioneer. What problem can there be? Stop talking nonsense. But I will report it now. Nestor didn't know the years in his practice, and the years did not end because of his absence. The Republic is still running steadily here, and it is indeed getting stronger day by day. Time goes back, temporarily leaving the meditation room, and focusing on the new speaker who has just taken power. Ashura, who has been in the core air of the Republic for a long time, is by no means a political rookie. She deeply understands the difference between herself and the previous one, and understands that she, the Speaker of the Parliament, does not actually have the absolute prestige of her husband Nestor. Therefore, despite having all kinds of ambitions and plans in her heart, Ashura did not rush to seek any great achievements or great deeds when Fu Yi came to power, or huge policy changes. She believes that in this period, many aspects of things should just maintain the pace set when her partner was in power. What she needs is to make tangible achievements in some aspects that are not critical but eye-catching enough, and to leave the initial mark of her direct power in the hearts of citizens and in the eyes of public power departments. And when such small successes gradually increase, she can do what she really wants to do. Therefore, now she has to go through a familiarization stage first, both to find a suitable stepping stone and to let the important persons from all parties understand her style of doing things. After all, although she has always been in a high position, she has never established a practical subordinate relationship with most departments except the army, so the corresponding adaptation period is still necessary. With this idea in mind, she summoned many important officials and representatives from the army, the executive government, the law court, the tribunes, and the industrial, agricultural, and commercial research, and grasped the specific situation of this country from another perspective, and in a more comprehensive way. In short, the total number of citizens of the Republic at this time is 71,348, including 3,001 tree elves, 1,508 ancient tree spirits, 56,137 elves advanced from trolls, and 10,702 trolls. From this, it can be seen that the National Elf Plan has achieved great results, and it is expected that around the 70th year of the rune calendar, it will become a true elf kingdom. Among these citizens, more than 50,000 people live in the headquarters, and the remaining more than 20,000 people live in the Black Forest and the Northern Plateau, a total of 11 citizen fortresses. At this time, the grassroots organizations in various regions are in an era of alternation between old and new rules. Although the old 10 troll squads model still exists, it has become a mere formality due to the change of times. For example, the expansion of the population base, the diversification of industry types, and the increasingly diversified needs for partners have all had a huge impact on the traditional model of 10 troll squads. The autonomous body model, which has been carried out in the pilot, has shown strong adaptability and vitality. Relying on its own flexibility, it has independently expanded from the pilot area and has been learned by more and more regions. However, since the process of its expansion has not been coordinated and arranged, and due to the confusion of new and old grassroots organizations, there has been some confusion at the institutional and functional levels. Ashura silently wrote down these contents and took them as one of the options. She decided to take time to understand the more specific situation and even conduct a field investigation. In addition, the affiliation of each citizen in terms of extraordinary professions has also been relatively detailed in this series of meetings. In this regard, the categories that the Republic now has are not rich, and can even be said to be scarce. There are only 3 categories: pure witch doctors, war witches, and pure warriors. Among them, there are a total of 1,343 pure witch doctors. Except for a few heretics, most of them are deeply involved in the field of scientific research, and these witch doctors can be divided into 3 categories according to their sources. First, naturalized witch doctors in the tribal era. This part of the witch doctors is already extremely talented, and now they have all been promoted to the 2nd level, and are accumulating towards the 3rd level. The second type is the witch doctors promoted by meditation. The talents of these witch doctors vary. Some have qualifications equivalent to the former, and some are forced into the position through meditation. Logically speaking, they should have been differentiated into different ranks according to their qualifications. However, Nestor found a different way in the application of implants and artificially eliminated this qualification restriction. Therefore, now they have all completed the advancement and obtained roughly the same qualification platform through the elf body, and their future achievements will not be limited by the innate differences. Third, the witch doctors contributed by the first and second batches of tree elves. These two batches of tree elves account for the vast majority of the number of witch doctors, and their respective ranks and promotions can be roughly divided by their ages, provided that the degree of their efforts is not very different. Now, not only are all the elves from the first batch employed as witch doctors, but more than half of them have reached the second level, and a small number of the elves from the second batch have also completed the employment, and as they continue to grow older, the witch doctor level of all the tree elves will move step by step towards the second level, and even the laziest among them will probably be able to complete the step before entering adulthood. It seems that the huge resources invested by the Republic in its embryonic and infancy periods are not in vain. In terms of quality, among pure witch doctors, there are now 4 third level, 783 second level, and 556 first level, and both the individual rank and quantity are in a steady and predictable growth. The former mainly depends on age, but the individual's degree of effort also has a certain reference value. Hardworking guys can always get faster promotion than lazy guys, and the latter depends on the cultivation cycle of the mother tree. Looking at the war witches, they are transformed from the witch doctor apprentices in the past. There are 5,853 at this stage, and because of the intentional cultivation in the past, most of them are scientific research and education individuals. Only a few are active in the military, law and politics, or the public, but no matter which aspect, the role they can play is unquestionably important. Pure warriors are the collection of all the remaining populations except for the trolls and elves. This is actually a bit helpless. Whether they are civil servants, soldiers, or workers at home, they can all be summarized as warriors at this time, judging from the definition of supernatural. This is also one of the evidences that the Republic has a lack of supernatural system. In terms of practice, the training of the body and will, as well as the integration of the armored core and the external nerve slaves, are the focus of the warriors at this stage, and in terms of combat forms, armored warriors and various large totem weapons are the mainstream. However, with the increase in the number of scientific researchers, some witch doctors have begun to think about the feasibility of other directions, so there should be more subdivisions in the future. The meeting lasted for more than a few days, and the contents reported by the parties were of course not limited to the above. In addition, there were military construction, weapons research and development, northern intelligence and other things, which were also understood by Azura one by one. By the end of this series of reports, she had finally sorted out the priorities of various things, and had a rough idea of the focus of her work in the 3 stages of the near, medium and long term. In a secluded area at the edge of the headquarters, there is a huge courtyard with elegant scenery and small springs everywhere. In addition, some totem tree houses of varying heights and shapes, but with a strong natural atmosphere, exist among the scenery. They are large or small, standing or lying, and are arranged in the shadows by the stream and in the orchard. At this time, in a certain area of the courtyard, an elf who looks like a girl is pushing a wheelchair and strolling in the path between flowers, and in the wheelchair she is pushing, there is a blue-skinned troll sitting. It doesn't take too much careful observation to judge from the loose skin covered with black spots, from the tired eyes, from the mouth pursed because of the loss of teeth, and the completely disappeared muscle feeling on the body, that the girl is pushing at this time. An old troll who has entered the dying stage. The old troll's name is Feardoster, a real living history that existed long before Nestor was born. He suffered too many injuries in his prime, and even had several experiences of regeneration, after losing his hands and feet, and faced death several times, and each time he survived, by relying on his self-healing ability. But the price was that his prime ended, and his body only maintained stability for a few years after entering old age, and then he quickly entered the dying stage at around 270 years old. "Old man, how is the sun today?" A brisk voice sounded from behind the old troll, which contained a sense of youth that made him envious and a little jealous. "Hello, nice sun." The old troll responded with difficulty, while panting like a bellows. "You have so many things to do." Why do you come to take care of a forgotten old fellow like me? Nonsense. How come you are forgotten? I just want to listen to stories about the past, old sir. The elf girl leaned over and brushed aside his dry hair that was blown by the wind and blocked his eyes and continued in a tone full of expectation. Tell me more, please. I want to hear more about you and the past of the tooth department. Well, when I think back to the past, going to war with little Nestor, they were all small scenes. When I was young, battles were life and death struggles. The old troll was obviously willing to speak, even though it became very difficult to express himself with words due to his physical burden. But his old face now showed joy and a yearning for the physique of his prime. My arms were broken 3 times and my legs were broken twice. But there are many more that have been cut off by the roots, but I have forgotten. I was almost killed by monsters in the mountains, but I survived. Cough cough cough. Cough cough. Talking about the past, talking about the difficult life in the wilderness, the old troll seemed to be more energetic, and a little bit of vitality from the past was vaguely visible in his body. But then, he was interrupted by a violent cough, which made him feel once again the ruin of his current body. Then, a strong regret and reluctance climbed into the old troll's heart and appeared through his turbid eyes. What a pity. What a pity. Your past was so wonderful. No need to go to school, no need to do homework, and it was so magnificent. Haha. I'm dying from too many injuries. I'm in old age. I've been devoured by past injuries and I don't have any chance. The girl felt sad for some reason. She was still young and didn't know how to hide her emotions. She burst into tears. Although the sadness came inexplicably, she was smart and understood the source of her emotions in an instant. Everyone has the opportunity to go further and their lives are getting better and better. Why do they have to die? In theory, the old age of the trolls will last about 30 to 50 years, and its span mainly depends on the physical consumption in the prime of life, and after this varying old age, they will enter a dying period with difficulty in movement, inability to take care of themselves in diet and excretion, and the span will also be about several years. In addition to the difference in self-care ability between the old age and the dying period, this time is also reflected in the potential for advancement among them. Although the former's body has begun to weaken, the overall state is still stable, so they can be promoted to elves and return their lifespan to the stage of mature elves in one fell swoop, thus gaining a long remaining life, but the latter has completely lost the possibility of training. Whether it is the improvement of will or the tempering of the body, it is not something that the dying trolls can accomplish. Therefore, at this stage, when the whole country is rushing towards the path of elves, they seem to have become the abandoned children of the times and can only wait for death under the care of the welfare department. The elf girl is still a student at the central school. Taking care of the old man in front of her is the social practice course she chose in school. The place under her feet is called the Republic Nursing Home, which is concentrated in caring for about 43 dying elderly people, and this is the total number of trolls at this stage in the country. Here, these dying elderly people enjoy generous treatment and sufficient care, but the road ahead is cut off, the future is dead, and there is actually no hope at all. They can only spend the last moments of their lives in emptiness, and then embrace death when everyone is rushing towards a better future. The elf girl really wants to help them, but she is too young. Although she is a tree elf, she is still a long way from becoming a witch doctor. Can't I just watch them die like this? The girl who felt that she was incompetent and hoped to grow up quickly thought so. Coincidentally, at this time, a lady who was at the top of the political stage also had similar, but somewhat different thoughts in her heart. No, I can't just watch these predecessors die slowly. New officials take office 3 fires, although there is no such saying in this world. But after taking office and living a stable life for a period of time, Ashura also began her own strategy. Among them, the dying troll problem is the first stepping stone chosen by Ashura. The number 43 is definitely not a lot, and birth, aging, illness and death are the normal cycle of life. But if we put it into the current environment, this kind of death seems a bit unfair and cruel to these dying old trolls. So at the very least, Ashura wants to organize forces to make an effort, rather than abandoning them in disregard as she is now. After all, no matter how good the care in old age is, it is not as good as giving them hope. Therefore, Ashura regards this matter as one of the important focus targets at this stage, and summoned a group of witch doctors to start a targeted and time-sensitive research. The time is estimated to be only 5 to 7 years. Before this, there have been dying trolls gradually dying year by year, but she hopes to win a chance for the last ones, a chance to stand on the same platform with all other citizens and see the future. And if the answer is not found within this time limit, then there is no need to study it later. Because these 43 dying trolls are the last batch in the country, and this group will completely disappear from the population statistics of the Republic within a maximum of 10 years. The idea is not completely determined, but there is some inspiration, based on the ancestor altar, not just whether it can work, so more forces are needed to participate. As for whether it can succeed, Ashura is not very confident, but there is a difference in mentality between trying and not trying. This chapter is so painful to write. I had a stomachache, and went to the toilet countless times a day. Chapter 282 Rune Calendar 67 to 76. Ashura did not intend to make her plan public before it was truly successful, lest the dying people suffer a greater blow in the transition between hope and despair, so in the early stage, the research was conducted in secrecy. At the same time, the research team was divided into two groups, one for the main research and the other for the auxiliary research. Among them, the former focused on the solution, and the latter focused on extending time, that is, saving the lives of the dying first, and then talking about other things. First, the witch doctors examined the bodies of the dying people in the name of physical examinations, and found that the frozen dormancy technology that was feasible for the middle-aged and even the elderly was unaffordable for these dying old people, because, in the process of switching between freezing and thawing, the cells in their bodies will suffer excessive damage, and their vitality at this time cannot bear this degree of violence. Therefore, once this plan is implemented, they will either die in freezing or die in thawing. In short, there will be no better results than this. Therefore, the search for a milder alternative method has become the task of the assistance group at this stage, and the method to complete it is not without trace. In this world, there are many monsters that can live longer than the upper limit of their biological level, and they generally have a characteristic, that is, slow reaction, extremely slow metabolism, and often sleep for months or even years. Among this type of creatures, some are ordinary animals, and some are monsters. Among them, the former relies on the pure biological characteristics obtained under the selection of time in tens of millions of years of natural evolution, while the latter, based on the current conjecture about the formation of monster abilities, is likely to sublimate corresponding spell-like abilities, which can completely become an important reference for witch doctors. Therefore, the relevant materials in the archives were moved out and screened, which helped the witch doctors to select the monsters that may have corresponding abilities according to the region and living habits, based on the large amount of knowledge accumulated in the past few decades and nearly 100 years. Then, they established a cooperation channel with the External Exploration Department and commissioned the investigators working in the corresponding regions to bring back some samples. Because of the convenience of air transport and the accurate summary of living habits, the plan was implemented quite smoothly. Explorers often only needed to follow the map to achieve a harvest in a few searches. In addition, they had the ability to scan sound signals, which made it easier for them to search for the right target. Therefore, within a few months, a large number of living samples with rich categories were brought back to the headquarters and handed over to the witch doctors for corresponding analysis. For Warcraft, the trait of dormancy and life extension is indeed possible to transcend the limitations of organisms and be transformed into an expertise driven by extraordinary rules. However, this transformation is also full of uncertainty. What kind of ability will become a spell-like and become a common trait of the population, and the result will still be limited by the core concept of survival of the fittest in nature. Therefore, not all long-lived species will transform their life extension ability into quasi-spells. It is even possible that some of them, such as hardened shell, enhanced digestive function, enhanced instantaneous attack power, etc., do not correspond to the secondary abilities required by the witch doctors at this time, but become common quasi-spells under evolution. Therefore, even though there are many samples, the witch doctors finally found only 3 species that can be used, but this is enough for the research to enter the next stage. The 3 types of spells were first transformed into rune spells. After replacing each other's advantages and disadvantages, they finally obtained a spell ability that was more transcendent than the original version, and then totemized it. Afterwards, they tested several old wind wolves and found that they were indeed applicable, and then they began to take action on the dying trolls in the nursing home. When the team arrived at the nursing home, Theodosita was basking in the sun in the courtyard with the help of the elf girl. When they learned the purpose of Ashura's visit, both he and the kind elf girl showed obvious excitement. Obviously, the Republic did not abandon them. Although Elvenization was still impossible for these dying trolls, it also won them the qualification to wait, and thus showed real hope. Old man, what is impossible now does not mean it will be impossible in the future. Our technology is always improving, Ashura said softly in a gentle and encouraging tone. One day you and your friends here will have their own future. Thank you, old man, speaker of the council. Tears flowed from the old troll's dry eyes. He weakly and tremblingly held Ashura's hand. The powerlessness of words could not cover the light in his eyes that was awakened again. It was a flash of hope. Next, Theodosita became the first person to receive totem engraving. Considering the weakness of these old men, the team brought by Ashura did not take him to any formal operating room, but built a well-equipped venue on the spot and started the follow-up related work on the spot. In the temporary operating room, 3 witch doctors were operating the totem engraving, and outside the quiet room, more than 40 old guys who faced the same fate were waiting nervously in silence. 5 minutes. 15 minutes. 1 hour. 1.5 hours. When about 3 hours had passed, the door of the operating room was opened again. At this time, the old theodist was soaking in the transparent and viscous liquid with his eyes closed. His nasal cavity was connected to a respirator, but the rise and fall of his chest could hardly be observed, and his mouth was fixed with a esophageal tube, but the speed of nutrient delivery was not frequent. At this time, he seemed to be dead, but also seemed to be asleep, just lying quietly in the transparent incubator, shaped like a coffin. And Ashura also appeared soon after, and nodded slightly in the expectant and uneasy eyes of many dying people, and then said success, and the words aroused several cheers, as well as more heavy coughs and gasps. Based on the old man's physical condition, he can wait in this hibernation for at least 35 years. After they calmed down a little, Ashura continued, and your bodies are better than his, so you can wait for 50 to 70 years. There is no need to explain the specific principle to these old trolls, because they are almost the least educated part of the Republic, and they probably won't understand it. But generally speaking, the core of this method is to extremely slow down metabolism and stop most of the body's operations except life maintenance, and then exchange it for a super long standby time. This method is quite gentle for organisms, and it avoids the destructiveness of frozen hibernation. Even on the dying people with broken bodies, it can work without any hindrance, but there are gains and losses. Although it is gentle, it cannot almost stop the passage of time on the recipient, like frozen hibernation. Therefore, the standby effect that this method can obtain is also limited, and the body of the dormant person will still be on the road to death due to the gradual loss of vitality. But Ashura was also confident that with so much time as a buffer, their real way out would be found in a short or long time. After that, all the remaining dying trolls underwent totem engraving surgery and entered the incubator to perform the hibernation procedure. They will be sent to a safe place where they will not be disturbed to wait for the day when they wake up again. Although the final success has not really come, everything that happened in the nursing home still caused a very enthusiastic response in the Republic. Ashura and the research team she organized this time have earned enough reputation because they helped 43 old predecessors gain real hope. This is also the first time that Ashura has made achievements as the chairman of the council instead of the companion of the pioneer. Although it is not so touching, it also brings her a layer of light that is not dazzling enough but real. On the other hand, in contrast to the auxiliary group that reaped results in a short period of time, the main group has not seen any results for a long time. Ashura's original plan was to imitate the ancestral altar in the north, and combine it with the heroic spirit memorial activities that have been carried out by the party, so that this group of old people can obtain a layer of people's will blessing, and try to let them obtain a new form of existence in the black box. However, chaos is chaos, and black box is black box. Although the Republic has a certain understanding and speculation about the nature of the sacrifice in the North, there are still many problems when it comes to actual application. The most important point is that the witch doctors cannot observe the existence of the people's will, so naturally they cannot make it run according to their own needs, even if they thought of using the black box to avoid the steps of observation and application. It did not produce any substantial effect. Therefore, the current conclusion is that the combination of receptor and people's will, or faith, must have certain prerequisites, and when the applicator uses this power, it must also require the intervention of some intermediate factors to transform it into a certain power and manifest it, just like the many special abilities displayed by the ancestral altar under the control of the shamans. And this prerequisite may be the origin pointed by the altar, that is, those near omnipotence. Only when they have achieved some, or several characteristics they possess, can they become a qualified faith receptor, and the so-called intermediary factor that can become a mediator should also be related to the former. For example, the water drop-shaped solid previously excavated from the altar may have played such a role. It may be because of the lack of these conditions that no changes have occurred in the dying trolls, and the witch doctors cannot have a real impact on the people's will. But no matter what the truth is, this road has been declared a failure for the time being, but the ancestral altar in the north is still a huge constraint on the future of the Republic, so the relevant research has not stopped. However, Ashura herself did not continue to stay in this direction. As a coordinator, she only needs to allocate the required resources and let the subsequent research continue, which is enough support. She herself began to focus on other aspects. The first thing that Ashura paid attention to was the chaotic grassroots organization form shown in the previous report. In this regard, she planned to completely end the traditional production and living style of the 10 trolls, and instead promote the autonomous body model that has proven its effectiveness. In the process of promotion, it is necessary to further organize and plan its organizational form so that it can be more in line with the current state and create an effective connection from the grassroots to the center. After that, she spent 2 months to inspect all the cities and fortresses in the jurisdiction. In the process of going deep into the grassroots, she initially formulated a plan, and after returning to the headquarters, the improvement policy was determined through discussion in the parliament. In the policy, the municipalities of different sizes and functions in the headquarters and other cities will be established as regional cities and mutual assistance municipalities in terms of quantity and scale. Many municipalities will be abolished and merged, or split and reorganized, and the number of members will be basically kept at around 80 to 130. In this way, about 700 such grassroots organizations will be formed in the entire Republic at this stage. In terms of structure, the general representative in the municipality will be elected for a term and will be named Centurion. His duty is not internal management but member representation. In addition, the Tribune will be reorganized into the Centurion Assembly and inherit all the administrative status of the former at the current stage, and obtain many functions such as tax discussion, impeachment, and supervision. The purpose of this reform is to establish a powerful, but not excessive citizen connection organization to safeguard their right to participate in politics. After all, the people's wisdom has been awakened at this time, and the citizens are not weak in terms of intelligence or combat power, and they cannot be placed in the position of being ruled forever. This improvement plan took half a year to complete, and Ashura also temporarily stopped the action after completing the planning, and once again entered the buffer stage. In the 69th year of the rune calendar, the Republic set up an ambush in the eastern part of the northern continent and successfully captured 3 flying monsters of the same type as the original attackers. They then brought them back to the headquarters and started the road of research. In the 70th year of the rune calendar, the small airship with the hull number Wanderer 01 completed the mission of circling the equator, proving the theory of the sphere under the feet for the first time in practice. In the same year, the sister ship with the hull number Wanderer 02 also completed the journey of headquarters North Pole South Pole headquarters. In addition to providing practical supplements for the former, it also facilitated the discovery of the small frozen continent at the south pole of the planet. When the two airships returned with their respective recorded data, they were welcomed as heroes at the headquarters. Ashura personally awarded medals to all its crew members and launched a preliminary exploration plan for the frozen continent. In the 71st year of the rune calendar, the 5th year of Nestor seclusion, the number 1 mother tree gave birth to a full 20,000 tree elves for the Republic, and once again caused jubilation throughout the country. In the same year, except for the 43 dying trolls who had entered the turtle rest hibernation state, there were no trolls of other ages in the Republic, which was considered to have completed the goal of all people becoming elves ahead of schedule. In the 72nd year of the rune calendar, the exploration team arrived at the Antarctic ice continent by airship and established an outpost. In the same year, the production line preparation for the battle submarine, construction submarine, high-speed submarine and other projects was completed. In the 73rd year of the rune calendar, the Ocean Druid project was successful. And the Republic had 2 types of witch doctors who could transform at high speed in the deep sea. In the same year, the deep sea armored soldiers were successfully developed, based on the research on the above 2 magical beasts, and the mothership submarine specially used to deploy deep sea armored soldiers also came into being. From then on, the Republic officially began its conquest of the sea. With the assistance of deep-sea forward bases that continued to extend outward, the waters it controlled steadily expanded southward and northward. In the 74th year of the rune calendar, the Continental Special Environment Analysis Project was completed. The Republic discovered suspected signal traces of 437 high-level magic beasts, 49 super high-level special creatures, and 3 near omnipotents in the northern continent. Based on the data, after vertical comparison between races and horizontal comparison between creatures of the same level, they have a certain understanding of their respective states. Among them, in the high-level magic beast group, 12 high-level weak units, similar to cave wolves and number 2 salamanders, 158 high-level active units, similar to high-level speedbirds, and 267 high-level dormant units, similar to number 1 salamanders, were preliminarily identified. In addition, in the exploration of super high-level creatures, it was found that they seemed to be the sacrificial targets of civilized races, and only 13 of them remained intact. This also happened to be in line with the number of second-level ethnic groups in the northern continent. Among the remaining 36, 21 are suspected to be in extremely seriously injured and dormant. 12 are in a seriously injured and dormant, and 3 are in near death. This is roughly equivalent to the number of 3rd level and 4th level groups in the northern continent, but the corresponding relationship between them has not been clarified. For the time being, let's not talk about other things here, but for those targets marked as suspected to be seriously injured, the headquarters is really salivating. Therefore, a more detailed investigation of them was launched, and the witch doctors wanted to bite off a few more soft persimmons in the 75th year of the rune calendar. The first tree elves of the 2nd and 3rd mother trees completed their development and were born successfully. In the same year, a full 80,000 elf embryos were put into the culture chambers owned by these 2 mother trees and began their growth path. In the same year, the subordinate city-state totem equipment popularization plan was launched. The former, the main purpose is to give the people of the subordinate city-states the ability to control totems and promote individual enjoyment type, agricultural tools type, transportation type, mining type totem machinery among them, on the one hand to improve their productivity, on the other hand to expand the Republic's market. However, all totem machinery sold will be under the close tracking of the Republic, and the headquarters will ensure the ability to remotely destroy them. In addition, the control ending grade on the horned hoof will also leave a backup to destroy the individual and totem control end in case of unexpected circumstances. And because the horned hoof species, even if they can reproduce again, have not been able to develop too many people in the more than 40 years of their affiliation. Therefore, the headquarters decided to launch the Highland filling plan between mountains, and officially began to secretly introduce 4th-class tribes from the mainland, intending to recruit them as new subordinate city-states. And many policies will also be aligned with the horned hoof species cities. At the same time, the honorary citizen program and the subordinate military program were also discussed, becoming one of the backup plans for dealing with population disadvantages in the future, to see if it was necessary to send them to the battlefield. In the same year, an expedition team was completely destroyed in the frozen continent, and 3 groups of 9 elf warriors were all killed. However, the voice information they sent arrived at the headquarters afterwards, describing the whole process of being attacked by higher creatures. However, since it was a higher creature in good condition, the Republic did not have the ability to retaliate. The Republic could only secretly record this incident and list it as the primary hunting target in the future. At the same time, it was also made clear that, although the frozen continent seemed to be uninhabited, it was not a place where life was extinct, so the exploration plan was planned more cautiously. In the 76th year of the rune calendar, an imaging technique based on optical application type magic beasts was developed, and after combining it with voice communication technology, a totem application method that could convert sound signals into stereoscopic images was produced. However, due to the totem group being too complicated and occupying too much space, it temporarily lacked real applicability. In the same year, the Institute of Aeronautical Engines and the Institute of Aircraft, with the assistance of land wind tunnels, manufactured the first totem jet aircraft that was separated from the airbag. Although it has the disadvantages of short endurance, high energy consumption, and low load capacity, it still relies on its excellent speed and flexibility that exceeds that of airships, opening a new door for the Republic's aerospace exploration. In the same year, Ashura led the subordinate department of the executive government and the accompanying armored guards to the northern plateau to inspect the subordinate city-states. At this time, Nestor had just completed his promotion and woke up from seclusion for the first time. After realizing that the country was fine and Ashura had not returned from the journey, he left a love letter and detailed promotion information, and fell into seclusion again. Nearly half a year later, Nestor welcomed the Second Awakening, and immediately triggered the mutation of the number 1 mother tree. Ashura also quickly returned to the headquarters to check the situation. Afterwards, she confirmed that her partner was fine, and received a message from Nestor. While missing Nestor, who she had not seen for a long time, she immediately started her own 4th level journey. Ashura has been in the 3rd level for many years. The multifunctional cells she has transformed have already reached 65% of her body. Her cultivation path is highly similar to her husband's, and Nestor is continuing to open up the road ahead, so this promotion process is extremely fast. It only took her a few months to complete the work that Nestor spent nearly 9 years to complete. She built the digital elf visualization body and successfully integrated her own 65% scattered self, and thus successfully promoted to the 4th level witch doctor. Of course, Ashura did not keep the information left by her partner except for the love letter, and handed it all to the parliament at the first time. As a result, Sharp Fang and Coarse Fang, whose conversion rate was about 40%, also gained valuable experience references, but because of the difference in the details of the road, it took them 2 years more than Ashura in conversion, and they completed their own promotion the year after. In addition to them, there are 47 3rd level witch doctors in the headquarters at this time, most of whom are native witch doctors in the tribal era, but their accumulation is not enough for the time being, so the promotion will be delayed for a while, and at least the consciousness integration degree must reach 20%. The focus returns to Ashura, and her successful promotion has also had a huge impact. On the one hand, of course, the individual strength is further strengthened. On the other hand, due to the improvement of the natural disturbance perception ability, the Republic has achieved a major technological leap in rune research, totem application, etc., just like when Nestor was promoted from the 2nd level to the 3rd level. For example, greater armor performance in a smaller area. For example, the performance attributes of the Windwolf weapon and various aspects. For example, the huge improvement in the energy efficiency ratio of the reaction chamber at the same time. The metal enchantment ability of the volcanic salamander was also analyzed at this moment. Although the specific principle is not yet clear, it can already convert the disturbance generated during the process into runes and apply totems. This is a huge progress, which means that the Republic has initially broken away from the barriers of plants in terms of materials, and has a broader space for development. When these progresses are combined with each other, they will be more powerful self-propelled tanks, battleships, and deep-sea submarines. It is a more powerful and capable individual armor, with powerful firepower, faster speed, higher protection performance, and more agile tactical response. It is a more portable totem equipment core. The functional core of the mainland base station has been reduced, and the reconnaissance tree has become more portable. Even many totem factories and totem buildings in the country will also gain additional properties that can be packed away if the situation that required overall evacuation 10 years ago happens again. The elves can pack up almost the entire city and take it away, and then just plant them where they need to be deployed, and they can get a new city in a short time. Of course, if you want to achieve this step, the premise is to upgrade the existing equipment on a large scale, but this is not something that can be completed in a short time, nor is it a result that Ashura can achieve alone. Therefore, she was just repeating her husband's steps. After work, she transformed her gains little by little, gradually turning them into universal technologies, so that the Republic could achieve real all-round progress. In addition, the ability of the digital elves to integrate their own thoughts made Ashura think of another possibility. If totems could be used to simulate this process, making them into floating points, and integrating them with algorithms, what would be obtained? She thought this was an interesting idea, and had a broad enough imagination, so she planned to form a team to try it. The news that Freya was promoted to the 3rd level at this time was another thing to be happy about, proving the broad possibilities of tree elves. But at the same time, the giant tooth responded that its strength was almost unable to be upgraded, so the warrior's subsequent path was once again put on the agenda. Similarly, the next step of the war witches and the next development of the ancient tree spirits are also things that must be faced in the near future. Chapter 283, New Nesta and Rune 76-81. Mother Tree Number 1, Meditation Room 0129, where Nesta was in seclusion. Although the previous 3 seconds revealed quite a lot of problems, I have to admit that I was indeed a better magician at that time than I'm now. At that time, Nesta's thinking would be faster, his control of the body would be more precise, and the magic and mental power he could use would be more powerful. The many body improvement plans considered during that period were also a worthwhile idea. Therefore, after sorting out his thoughts at that time, Nesta continued to follow that model. Through the improvement of the operation process of the digital elves, and supplemented by the totem magic structure with cells as the cornerstone, he successively established the internal circulation system of nutrients, gases, immune mutual assistance, metabolism, etc. In the process, the transformation of blood was finally completed, and the other internal organs gradually disintegrated, and finally Nesta's body became a solid structure. If, in the past, he was composed of a combination of cell organ body structures, then now he has changed into a model in which the body is directly composed of cells. This is a slow process, and the body and the visualized body are constantly adapting to each other, completing this series of steps step by step in a relatively long period of time. When he came to his senses, Nesta had become a purple slime monster that occupied most of the lower space of the incubator, except for the lonely brain. The limbs, head, facial features, hair, and genitals had all disappeared, and the structure inside and outside the body was almost the same. The word ugly is not enough to describe my current state. In addition to this strange mud, there were some silver and black strange substances in the incubator at this time. They either sank to the bottom, or floated in the culture fluid, and showed an obvious metallic color. Previously, Nesta's hundreds of trillions and nearly trillions of cells experienced a comprehensive disintegration, and under the influence of mental power or other factors, he still maintained his thinking. This ability has been lost, now that the brain dominates thinking, but the sequelae it caused have remained until now. As we all know, the hardest tissue in the elf's body is the bone, which supports the outline of the body like a strong bracket. However, the hardness of the bone does not come from the bone cells themselves, and its hardness depends more on the extended component composition and formation structure. As for the skeleton of an elf, its components include water, fat, organic matter, and inorganic salts containing metals. They are combined in a very delicate organizational structure to form a hard and tough overall structure. Among them, the organic matter is tightly and hierarchically arranged into a mesh structure, giving the bones elasticity and toughness, and the inorganic matter is filled into the mesh structure, giving the bones hardness and firmness. In the previous, and only, major cell disintegration, the bone cells, that originally maintained their morphological inertia, after becoming multifunctional lost most of the metal in organic salts. Their true form is the silver or black metal-like substances in the culture chamber at this time. This is one of the reasons why Nestor now maintains the appearance of a slime monster. Undoubtedly, he once again faced the embarrassing situation that a pioneer needs to face, and once again embarked on an unknown risk in the process of moving forward. It is somewhat helpless, but he cannot continue to make progress without exploring, and he is naturally prepared for this. Fortunately, the multifunctional cells after evolution now all have the characteristics of growing bones, so this time the experience is not irreparable. As long as some time and resources are spent, the missing bone structure can be made up. In addition, although the bone structure of an organism has extremely high strength and can withstand great stress, it is relatively poor in rigidity, so it cannot withstand deformation, even though the bones inherited from the trolls of the elves are already very strong. This weakness exists because of its structural characteristics, and now this loss happens to be a window to improve this point. Therefore, after thinking and getting a draft, Nestor, who still maintains the form of a slime monster, began his own improvement. He first used magic to adjust the supply mode of the culture chamber, allowing it to input a part of the volcanic magma to supplement the current needs, and then began to eat. In addition, the substances that were previously excreted from the body could not be let go, and were also wrapped by the slime monster, and absorbed into each cell. In this process, he actively intervened in the operation of the visualization body, and began to adjust the newly generated bones according to the plan he had just formed. Under extremely precise control, the cells swallowed the required substances, and the fine bones they spit out had totem patterns in addition to the traditional structure, and applied a three-dimensional engraving scheme according to the armor construction model. As time passed, the slime monster in the culture chamber gradually took shape, and after a period of time, it returned to Nestor's original appearance, but its interior was still solid. After exiting meditation and opening his eyes, Nestor felt his now more powerful body, but he was not satisfied. He realized that he seemed to have fallen into a mistake in thinking. Whether it was necessary or not, he was blindly imitating his natural appearance. However, he was definitely not natural now. His original bones did not have these messy but powerful armor totem effects. In this case, why not go a step further? Therefore, he closed his eyes again, entered a meditative state, and began to try something very new. The bones that were originally restricted in the body began to proliferate, and the cells on the surface of the body gave way step by step under the control of meditation. Afterwards, one by one, the bones with the metallic luster and mysterious patterns on them broke out of the body and spread on the surface of the body, gradually forming a layer of solid scale-like structure. Then the textures combined with each other, and their fine totems climbed onto the surface of the scale-like and even inside, forming a more solid support structure and defense system. Nestor opened his eyes again and tried to bend and stretch his arms in the viscous liquid. The scales overlapped each other at the joints, giving him space to stretch, which did not affect his movements too much. Nestor felt that he looked like the half-dragon in the novel of his previous life. His whole body was almost covered with scales. He felt very handsome and not flashy. However, he felt that his thinking was still a little limited. He could do more. So, Nestor stopped his actions for a while, and began to expand the space inside the culture chamber. The culture chamber was originally only about 5 meters high, which was more than enough for Nestor's body size, but the next plan was not something that this volume could support. So under his control, the volume of the culture chamber gradually expanded until it occupied most of the space in the meditation room. At this time, it was already 15 meters long, 8 meters wide, and 8 meters thick. The nutrient solution that was originally full seemed to have become much less, with only a shallow layer accumulated at the bottom of the cabin. Then, the next step is to replenish the nutrient solution. Nestor was not a selfish guy at this time. He used almost all the nutrient concentrate produced by the mother tree, not the cave wolf cell fluid, and the latter was indeed not needed at this time. After completing these, he found a good place to lie down and began to adjust his body again. Then, the scales began to become fine and thick, and there were other totems that had nothing to do with armor protection on it, which also began to appear. They were reaction chamber weapons, wind wolf weapons, sensory bonus systems, neural control systems, and hydraulic buffer systems. When these familiar things were formed one by one, an external armor that was no different from a combat armored soldier and had similar functions appeared on his body surface, and its application materials were all self-produced bone layers. The elves inherited and sublimated the bone strength of the trolls, and they were born with extremely strong rigidity. In addition, the totem effects added during this period gave this set of surface armor, which was not sure whether to call it armor or body, extremely powerful performance. At this moment, Nestor used the meat braids that he had just grown to make a small-scale driving attempt, and was very satisfied with its functionality. However, in this process, a new idea emerged in his mind. I'm now an elf with armor, which seems to be very abnormal, but not abnormal enough. After all, there is a saying that goes, flesh and blood are weak, and machinery rises, then let's try it again. Thinking of this, the supply of magma, culture fluid and other substances in the pipeline began to accelerate, and he also took this opportunity to further expand the size of the armor on his body surface, and controlled some of his own non-bone cells to flow into it, and formed a tighter combination. Thus, a big guy who is indistinguishable from Nestor appeared, and formed a set of action modes that can be moved at will as if controlling his own body. He was over 12 meters tall, and looked like a large battle armor. The Nestor inside was almost glued to the cockpit, and the shape had lost the characteristics of an elf, but instead looked more like a strange meatball. He tried to stretch a little in the incubator, and found that there was still some structural sluggishness in his operation, and the bone structure that had been generated out of habit in his body had once again become a burden. At this point, he simply gave up all his morphological characteristics, and made several improvements. First, he abolished the bone structure used to support his body, and further combined the cells with the armor, making it his external body, and himself as the center. Second, he made adjustments to the material and structure of the bone armor, and through the organic combination of bone materials and plant materials, he simulated the effects of tendons and other tissues, thereby reconstructing a body that was more in line with the biological structure, but integrated with the application of totem technology. Third, he constructed a mimic elf-like body surface to give it more biological senses. As these measures were implemented, the metallic color of the bones on the body gradually faded, and some obvious plant material textures appeared in some parts. Afterwards, the body surface was gradually covered with bionic muscles, bionic skin, and bionic hair, and the facial features appeared, and the eyeballs that looked like diamonds appeared in the eye sockets. In addition, a cloaker that could be opened and closed was formed at the front of the crotch. A part of Nestor's cells, under its control, formed the fifth limb and the two projectiles used for matching, and after proving feasible, they were dissolved again and integrated into the overall structure. The changes were paused for a moment, but then a hip-shaped bionic structure was formed. Its essence was actually an openable and closable waste excretion hole, and a retractable long tail extended from the coccyx above, at the end of which was an attack structure that could switch between the heavy hammer and the wave blade. At the same time, a series of bionic organs are formed inside the body, including 4 lungs, 2 hearts, heart and implant, multiple stomachs, braids, and blood vessels. While simulating the appearance of the elves' internal organs, each of them is given similar, but not completely the same functions. For example, the main heart and blood vessels are used to adjust the hydraulic movement function of the body. For example, the secondary heart, imitation implant, can be used to supply energy when external connection with other equipment is required. For example, the 4 lungs are the gas generation chamber, combustion chamber, and power transmission chamber. For example, the multiple stomachs can devour metal, wood, and nutrients to accelerate the formation of corresponding materials when there is a need to further increase the size and enhance the function. And there are braids, whose function imitates the elf's external nerve plexus at this time, and Nestor can also use it to complete silent communication and control some totem machinery when not casting spells. At the same time, a fake brain was generated in the cranial cavity. Although it imitated the appearance of a brain, it actually integrated auxiliary totem function modules such as perception, sensory enhancement, and night vision. Moreover, Nestor already had a subsequent transformation plan, but it was not possible for the time being, so he planned to fix his brain first. At this time, a 12-beta tall Nestor finally appeared in the incubator in its entirety, except for the real brain and its attached structure hidden in the core of the chest cavity under the protection of layers of armor. There was no concept of driver in this body, because the degree of integration of his cells with this body was close to 90%. Moreover, since almost all places outside the real brain cabin were used to stack totem structures, this body had very strong functionality, and the dense armor layer and high density bone structure made its weight reach about 150 tons. At this time, Nestor opened his eyes again, and began to feel the new self carefully. To some extent, this is indeed his body, because all its substances are born from him, and controlled by him. In essence, it is just like the skeletal structure in the original body, but these bones seem to grow too much, too big, and too comprehensive, so they take over the position of the rest of the tissues in the body. Moreover, this is a body that can be discarded, replaced, and upgraded at any time to become more powerful. Nestor can add or remove totems at will, and adjust a series of functions attached, while maintaining the appearance and body of an elf. For example, he can grow a jet engine on his back, form tracks on his legs, turn his entire arm into a thick gun barrel, further thicken the armor defense structure, etc., while creating and using totems to activate the above functions. His own spellcasting ability can also operate as usual, thus obtaining stronger overall performance and more flexible tactical options. The rest does not seem to be much different. For example, vision. There are Nestor cells in the diamond's eyes. Smell and hearing are all based on their own cells, but they are strengthened again by the totem effect when eating. In addition to edible magma, soil and other things, the body can also eat meat and drink water to provide nutrients for Nestor cells, and if necessary, his senses can also be concentrated on the tongue and nose to enjoy the taste of food. When mating, the cloaca will open, and the cells will reconstruct all the necessary parts, and then get the same enjoyment as before, and even more tricks can be done, such as time, dimension, quantity, impact intensity, etc. In addition, during daily activities, the cell group will flow to the surface of the body, making the bionic skin become real skin. When fighting, the body surface coverage of the own cells can be reduced, while ensuring the conversion of body surface energy and tactile feedback, while giving the cell group maximum protection. All in all, Nestor is quite satisfied with this new body, and I guess Azura will be satisfied too, right? No, I seem to be too heavy and too big. Although the performance can support this data, it will be inconvenient in other aspects. The new Nestor opened and closed his mouth, making a sound that was not much different from that of an ordinary elf. At the same time, he also remembered that he had completed an upgrade, and according to the previous experience, the perception of quasi-spell disturbances would be strengthened. That is to say, if he could calm down and study for a while, he would undoubtedly master more sophisticated rune magic, and totem technology would take another step forward. Then, it would be possible to shrink while maintaining the same performance. And when necessary, it would be possible to increase the size to obtain a stronger combat power than now. Just do it when you think of it. Anyway, I still have no idea about how to deal with the brain. I still remember the side effects of the previous 3 seconds clearly, and maybe the rune magic ability after the foundation is fulfilled can in turn promote the next upgrade. Therefore, Nestor once again prepared for a treat, but before he really entered, he once again left a message for Azura. On the one hand, he wanted to express his longing for her. On the other hand, considering that Azura had been stranded at the 3rd level for many years, her cell conversion rate was not low, so she needed to be reminded not to touch the brain tissue for the time being, but wait until he had explored the way. After leaving the corresponding message, Nestor began to precipitate the 4th level magic, and the entry point he chose was naturally the technology used on this body at this time. After a period of time that was definitely not short, he successively made breakthroughs in many aspects such as the volume of the armor layer, aerodynamic layout, engine efficiency, fuel generation speed, and then began to improve his body. So, the new body began to shrink little by little, and the various exposed, hidden, or reserved weapon areas on it also became more and more capable and powerful. 11 meters, 9 meters, 7 meters. From this point on, it became difficult to reduce the size. After thinking for a while, Nestor decided to give up some of the permanent weapons and turn them into a on-demand mode. For example, after changing the long-range attack module of the hand from complete to reserved, the size was reduced again. And finally it was limited to about 4.7 meters and 18 tons. Although this data is still a bit too high and heavy compared to the common 3.5 meters and 1.5 tons of elves, it still looks like a human, right? Moreover, the cost of further reduction will be higher, and a lot of attack and defense performance must be given up. Anyway, this weight is within the tolerance range of Ashura's body, so let's do this. Finally, Nestor made such a decision. While Nestor was concentrating on retreat, several years passed in the outside world. In the 76th year of the rune calendar, Ashura was promoted to the 4th level and began to promote technological progress. In the 77th year of the rune calendar, the druid of the raptor was officially finalized, and with the in-depth study of the warcraft named Swiftbird, the subsequent improvement plan of the aircraft was also given more theoretical and technical support. In the same year, the individual armor had stronger performance without increasing its size. In the same year, the flight mode, based on reconnaissance armor, was successfully developed. With the physical energy supply of the internal armored soldiers, it can fly at a speed of 460 km/dh for about 2 light hours, and as the speed slows down, its flight duration will also increase. It can also maintain high intensity combat for about 4 light hours in a hovering state. In the 79th year of the rune calendar, Coarsefang and Sharpfang broke through the 4th level one after another, and began to promote the advancement of magic and totem technology with Ashura. In the 80th year of the rune calendar, the large carrier successfully flew. The second generation jet aircraft broke the speed of sound, and other totem weapons also had great development. And so on. It was another year of technological harvest, and the harvest of these achievements not only played the role of the long-term technological accumulation, but also closely related to the breakthroughs of the 3 witch doctors. In the 81st year of the rune calendar, the number 1 mother tree added 20,000 people. So far, the total population of the Republic has reached 111,348, and the proportion of tree elves has reached nearly 40%. The number of witch doctors has risen to 3,073, accounting for 0.27%, 3 4th level, 48 3rd level, 2,569 2nd level, and 452 1st level. Papapa, congratulations to the Black Forest for breaking the population of 100,000. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 284, Rune 82 to 86 and the treatment of the brain. Rune calendar year 82. 9 veteran witch doctors from the tribal period in the headquarters were promoted to level 4 with a critical conversion rate of 20%. At the end of the year, Ashura obtained the 4th level in a practice ideas provided by Nestor, and tried the perverted path similar to her partner. At the same time, the other witch doctors were also handed over this practice information through her, so they also launched their own variants and applications. During the experiment, the witch doctors' respective limit body size changed. They found that the higher the conversion rate, the more perverted they could be, and the new body they could construct would be taller, more flexible, and more powerful. Among them, Ashura, who had accumulated more time, was naturally the most perverted one. Like her partner, all of her parts, except the brain, were integrated into the new body, thus obtaining a more extreme controlled body size. Coarsefang and Sharpfang were second, because they still had 1/3 of their bodies that had not completed the transformation, and the visualization body closely related to them was also weaker in computing power. The 9 newly promoted witch doctors were even worse, and at this time they could only move part of their bodies, and the degree of integration with their new bodies was relatively low. It was not that the witch doctors had no desire to innovate, but at this stage the Republic really needed stable high-level combat power, and this change was not without a way back, so they flocked to the direction that Nestor had discovered. Also in this year, the exploration plan for seriously injured high-level magical beasts in the mainland has come to a further conclusion. The high-level magical beasts observed at this stage have been roughly divided into 3 categories by the Republic according to their physical conditions, namely, the weak dormant units, active units, and normal dormant units mentioned earlier, and this time, the focus is on the 12 weak dormant units, because they are exactly the soft persimmons they have been dreaming of. Therefore, they are listed as the top priority targets, and their respective detailed physical conditions, estimated ability characteristics, and hiding places are all understood through this reconnaissance operation. In the previous special terrain exploration plan, their hiding places have been basically figured out, the remaining points have been further explored through the subsequent long-range non-contact exploration and close exploration. In terms of long-range reconnaissance, witch doctors scanned their bodies using various bands of sound signals at the mainland base station, and obtained relatively detailed physical characteristics, physical conditions, and harassment tolerance. In terms of close reconnaissance, the military intelligence forces took over their restricted animals and the mobility of various types of magic beasts of different levels, and used totem machinery such as sound remote control cars to place them around the target of investigation, and use this to repeatedly test their awakening distance, subconscious attack preference, etc. When this series of actions was completed, the 12 magic beasts were sorted according to the principle of easy first, difficult later, near first, far later. The first one was a dormant giant snake with a body length of more than 200 meters. It was hiding in a desert in the southeast of the mainland, not far from the sea. It was not only far away from civilized areas, but also close to the sea, making it convenient to deploy troops and carry out sea attacks. Of course, this was just luck that happened to appear. The hiding places of the other 11 targets each had their own characteristics and inconveniences. Out of the desire for population, the Republic will naturally not give up on capturing them. If there are difficulties, they will overcome them, and if there are problems, they will solve them. That's all. Now, the female elves themselves are unwilling to have children, but they do not understand the importance of the number of races. It's just that the pregnancy period is too long and difficult, which has led to the current situation, where the birth depends entirely on the mother tree. This also means that capturing high-level monsters is a common need and expectation of the whole people. So in this context, Ashura began a targeted capture plan for each individual, and took the lead in opening the Republic's ability to strengthen combat power projection, which seemed to be needed anyway. In terms of land transportation, it can be said that rail transportation is the current limit, and is quite sufficient, but in the current plan, this method is somewhat unsuitable due to reasons such as concealment. Therefore, the process of most action still has to start from air and sea and land. On the former, namely the air route, since the data on the range and load-bearing capacity of the newly developed transport aircraft are not good enough, the new iteration of the aircraft with longer range, higher flight, heavier load and faster speed has become a goal that needs to be achieved in stages. At this time, the bonus of the 4th level magic has not been fully realized, and with the successive promotions of 11 other individuals such as Coarse Fang and Sharp Fang, the speed of progress in this area can be faster than when only Ashura was pushing it alone. Moreover, many physics research and applications on the transport aircraft have not yet reached their limits, so under the combined force of rune magic and physical rules, it is estimated that in the next few years, its data in all aspects will leap forward by several levels. In addition, although the load capacity and height limit of the airship are still applicable, the speed of only more than 200 km per hour limits its more applications. But even so, the airship is far from withdrawing from the stage of history. Even if we don't mention its current advantage and range, the strategic bombing of fixed targets is a place where it can play a huge role. In particular, after the combination of concentrated nutrient solution, totem core body and metal plant hybrid material, Today's artillery shells are no longer the single gravity acceleration killing mode of the early days. The emergence of a series of totem bombs represented by windblade, blooming bombs, oil flame incendiary bombs, gas explosion impact bombs and strong acid armor piercing bombs has opened up new ideas for air and space bombing. Therefore, the advantages of airships in range, load, and flight altitude have become the best choice for executing such plans, such as citizen seriously injured high-level monsters in hibernation. In addition, the concept of mothership submarine mentioned by Nestor before also provided Ashura with another idea. Can super large airships be combined with fighter jets? For example, by modifying the top of the airship airbag and giving it a two-layer space structure. The lower layer is used as a hangar and ammunition depot, and the upper layer is changed to a flight deck. In this way, has the short hands and feet problem faced by fighter jets at this time been solved in disguise? If the one above can be called an air and space mothership, then its sea version can be called a sea and sky mothership. The former can be used to target vast inland areas, and the latter can be more conveniently used in battles in offshore land, oceans, and other places. You know, the second generation fighters not only have traditional ground and air weapons such as Windwolf cannon and Windwolf impact cannon, but can also carry a variety of variants of totem shells. Considering the unrealistic nature of equipping fighters with large caliber guns, the witch doctors modified the shells, retaining and appropriately deforming their warheads, and adding acoustic lock on enemy units, fuel units, and propulsion units, so that the fighters have a certain bombing capability. In addition, the flight capability that has initially surpassed the speed of sound. Its combat effectiveness is definitely not to be underestimated. So once the problem of short arms and short legs is overcome, it will definitely be a great help in the operation. In addition, a more pure multifunctional transport ship plan has also been approved, and it must be a transport ship that can combine to become large, disperse to become small and medium-sized, and can flexibly change its load according to actual needs. This will not only become a weapon for transporting troops, but also an indispensable transport force when migrating the fourth class race on the continent. The number of over 3,000 witch doctors and even more professional scholars, plus the average educational level of young civilians who almost all have a higher education or quasi-higher education, have given Ashura the confidence to restart so many projects while maintaining the other research institutes. In the 83rd year of the rune calendar, the Rhine chieftainship welcomed the challenge of changing the Great Chieftain, a male Rhine warrior without any allies, together with his mount brother, overthrew the current Great Chieftain and his 4 powerful allies in one fell swoop, becoming the first powerful chieftain in hundreds of years to enjoy the exclusive governance and resources of all large clans. At the beginning of his tenure, he began an ambitious clan unification plan, deciding to take the direct jurisdiction of all large, medium and small clan city-states into his own hands, making the chieftainship a highly centralized regime like the Mammoth race. According to past experience, this plan would inevitably be opposed by the shamans of the ancestral altar, but this time they remained silent. As a result, the Rhine race civil war began in the winter of that year before the autumn harvest season of the following year. The Mammoth Twin Kings, together with the Northern Fang Queen, chose to intervene in the civil war of the Rhine chieftainship, waged war in the name of mediation, and took advantage of the opportunity of the civil war to advance straight in, giving the target a heavy blow in the early stages. In the same year, the new chieftain chose to temporarily stop the civil war and convened a meeting of representatives of all tribes in the city of the General Alliance. In the spring of the 85th year of the rune calendar, the Rhine chieftain became king with the support of the ancestral altar, but did not completely centralize power as planned. Instead, he chose to take a step back and unify the governance of the city-states by establishing a clan council. As a result, a unified country called the Rhine Kingdom was established in the western part of the continent. It implemented a system of subordination and slavery for foreign tribes, and a 3-class citizen system and a royal parliament system for the people. The first-class citizen permanent parliament governed the royal power. The second-class citizen non-permanent parliament had limited political participation, and the third-class citizen had no political participation, but the Rhine King also pioneered and served as the chief priest of the ancestral altar, and had nominal management rights over the shamans of each clan. In the autumn of the same year, the Republic of the Mammoth Kings and the Kingdom of the Tusk Queen, together with 7 second-rate forces located around the borders declared by the Rhine Kingdom, took advantage of its unstable position and launched a larger-scale armed invasion, and in the Rhine New Royal Court, an armed rebellion launched by hundreds of male Rhine species also began simultaneously, but was quickly suppressed through the joint actions of the new Rhine King and the Grand Mistresses of the various tribes. After that, the new king launched a nationwide conscription, recruiting the Rhine species, subordinate species, and slave species to rush to the front line, and launched a high-intensity confrontation with the invaders. After the initial disadvantage and the midterm stalemate, the Rhine species, whose foundation was initially developed, finally succeeded in turning the tables the following year. In the same year, the second and third mother trees of the Black Forest headquarters completed the breeding of the elf embryos in their respective culture chambers, and the Republic added 80,000 people at one time that year. The first magic handmade version of the aerospace mothership and the sea mothership, as well as the magic handmade version of the second generation transport aircraft were formed, and debugging and mass production planning began. In the same year, Ashura took advantage of the diversion of the attention of the various races on the continent and quietly accomplished two things. One was to steal hundreds of thousands of fourth-class races from the north and settle them in the northern plateau. Secondly, he personally led the team to capture a severely injured hibernating high-level magic beast that was relatively close to the Black Forest. In this campaign, the Republic mobilized 100 large transport bombing airships, 15 third-generation battleships, 30 second-generation cruisers, 60 second-generation frigates, 100 old transport ships, and more submarine escort forces. After many technological advances, the third-generation battleships have a dead weight of 120,000 tons, and the combat displacement is far higher than this number. It has 90 85 L 540mm caliber main guns, and only requires 40 elves to operate. The rest of the cruisers, frigates, and various submarines have also made great progress in the number of operators, totem coverage of the same volume, nutrient conversion efficiency, etc. In terms of land combat power, 10 4th level witch doctors, nearly 100 3rd level witch doctors, and 500 2nd level witch doctors were dispatched, and there were also 2,000 self-propelled combat vehicles that achieved single passenger control, 1,000 ancient war trees, and 1,300 heavy armored soldiers and 2,000 flying armored soldiers accompanying them. Since our own fighting methods have been upgraded several times, they are completely different from those when we fought the volcanic salamanders. Therefore, even if we consider that capturing is more difficult than killing, the reason why so many fighting forces were dispatched this time is more for actual combat training. After all, the Republic has almost no chance of large-scale combat, and the army has always been upgrading equipment, conducting exercises, and upgrading equipment. And this battle is likely to be the beginning of a series of battles against high-level monsters, so it is also natural to let the soldiers go to the front line to see it in person. So, while the battle in the west of the continent was earth-shattering, a different battle was also fought in the far southeast of the continent. Naval artillery roared, bombs were dropped, chariots roared, and ancient trees of war and armored warriors were on the front line. On the witch doctor side, Ashura transformed into a 17-meter tall giant elf, and the size of Coarse Fang and Sharp Fang also rose to 12 meters, and the other newly promoted ones also showed a body shape of about 7 meters. The 10 4th level witch doctors in total showed their combat power of being able to fight far and near, on land and in the air, and able to fight and resist, becoming the first line of defense that Mu Yan could not doubt. In addition, there were Aptor druids casting spells in the air, either strengthening their own side or weakening the opponent. Beast druids scurried on the ground, using their more agile casting methods to contain. Plant druids transformed into giant trees and became nutrient supply stations, with their roots connected to the underground, and vines linking warriors and chariots, providing them with stronger endurance. The deep sea druids kept their elf bodies and were responsible for sneak attacks with 3 high-level magic crystals on the special airships when the time was right. After a 1 light hour lure and a 5 light hour fierce battle, the snake-shaped high-level magic beast with a body length of more than 200 meters was finally captured. The headquarters lost more than 300 chariots, 1 battleship, located dozens of kilometers away, and 14 airships. Fortunately, these equipments have more careful escape systems, so the manpower has been guaranteed as much as possible, except for the injured. The victims include a second-level witch doctor, nearly 100 drivers or warriors, and the core bodies of 23 ancient trees. After that, the whole country mourned and sacrificed their heroic souls, and the whole country rejoiced and remembered the new life. There was another mother tree in the headquarters. This tree is tentatively called the 4th mother tree. It is estimated that it can cultivate about 60,000 tree elves in a 10-year cycle. This certainly means that the Republic is stronger, and the sacrifices are not worthless. In the 86th year of the rune calendar, the new king of the Rhine defeated the invading coalition forces, and pushed his army into the 7 second-class tribal territories to sharpen their knives. But then, a large-scale anomaly occurred in the 7 second-class tribal territories. Not long after, the new king of the Rhine led his army to withdraw with some reluctance. But he did not seem to have gained nothing. At least these 7 races chose to migrate, and left behind 1/5 of their affiliated races. No matter how the outside world changes, Nestor still completes his own practice unshackably. After the previous round of adjustments, the reconstruction of the body has finally come to a temporary end. As for the remaining details, such as life forms, combat forms under different intensities, etc., they must be adjusted continuously in the following days according to actual needs, and finally obtain several fixed and quickly convertible scene application modes. At that time, both fighting and life will be much more convenient. After finishing this matter, it's time to deal with the brain, and reflect on the previous 3 seconds. The software, precise cell control, and functional application of cells used in the previous body manufacturing were the limits of Nestor's control at this time, but in the full visualization thinking mode of those 3 seconds, he did show the complete dissolution of cells, except the brain, and quick transformation without magic that once existed only in imagination, and could not be done now, and the difference can be seen from this. But leaving aside these abilities that were lost, the crazy behavior he did in those 3 seconds left a deep impression on Nestor. For example, plundering cave wolf cell fluid and even damaging the elf embryo were not normal things he could do. Moreover, what he thought, and did at that time revealed a thorough and exclusive selfish thought. As a social, civilized, intelligent creature, Nestor almost completely lost his sense of identity with his own group at that time, and his behavior and thoughts also revealed a lack of humanity. All his thoughts started from "I'm like this, and the strong should do this and that," which made him feel very uncomfortable at this time. Fortunately, a time limit was set in advance, otherwise the consequences might really make him regret it. But self-blame is useless while taking risks. Although the risks were transferred this time, the pioneers had to restrain their excess emotions and think about the reasons in the subsequent path. Among them, he now roughly understood the reasons for the problems. Emotions, psychology, and feelings are the results of the brain center's perception of the outside world. The external information received through the sensory organs is reorganized in the brain and forms a preliminary perception of objective things, and then the information is stored in the brain to form memory, and then the memory generates thinking and imagination. On this basis, intelligent creatures have complex emotions and feelings. Such emotions and feelings can be simply understood as whether the needs are met, and the psychological phenomena caused by their own personality. If we further subdivide the needs, we can roughly divide them into 2 categories: instinctive needs and higher needs. The former is a series of desires such as eating, mating, becoming stronger and other desires, based on the basic demands of organisms such as wanting to live and wanting to reproduce, while the latter is some other more emotional and self-satisfying desires, such as responsibility, the desire to help, etc. At present Nestor's consciousness is composed of 2 parts, the traditional biological brain consciousness and the visual body integrated consciousness. Among them, the former is the main and the latter is the auxiliary, which together support the current flesh and blood him. But if one has to choose to shut down either one, the lack of either one will lead to incompleteness. The visual body integrated consciousness is responsible for the operation of the body. After the extracerebral nervous system is lost, the self without it will become disabled, and the use of this new body will also suffer a nearly devastating blow. Of course, it is also possible to reconstruct a nervous system with multifunctional cells, but that is troublesome and relatively inefficient, and is definitely not what Nestor wants to try now. The 3 seconds before that also showed that shutting down the brain center was not desirable. In terms of the specific reasons, in addition to the external characteristics that appeared at the time, there were deeper reasons. In the process of cell transformation and the integration of consciousness in the previous few years, whether actively or passively, Nestor had completed the replication of the phenomena acting on the physical level for brain functions such as memory, sensory processing, and body control. In addition, the instinct part of the demand was originally manifested by the brain, but its initial origin was the common demand of all cells, so this part was also one of the construction foundations of the new visualization body, and it was reflected in those 3 seconds. However, the digital spirit integrated consciousness is a real semi-finished product in terms of emotions and higher needs. That state may really be a more complete self, but there are indeed huge deficiencies. For example, the self that is the main axis in the current situation, that is, the self that originates from the brain and is based on biology rather than the concept of magic, although it comes from the brain and is the self that Nestor has always identified. It is also a biological phenomenon in itself, rather than the true self after integration like the visualized body. Therefore, when the brain falls into a dormant state, many of Nestor's emotional thoughts and many of the spontaneous reactions of the brain cannot be reflected. At that time, he was a selfish life with only reason and instinctive desires. Emotion is undoubtedly a very complicated thing, and the process of the biological brain generating emotions is so mysterious, so the transformation of the brain must be done with great caution. But not transforming is not okay. This is not only related to the elimination of its only weakness, but also related to the next step in the process of thinking. Therefore, Nestor decided not to carry out this process in batches as in the past. Instead, it starts with the replaced functional areas, such as visual integration, and transforms a very small number of cells in such areas. In this process, the transformed cells must first maintain the connection with the rest of the brain structure and maintain their original functionality so that the visualizer can complete the integration of brain functions from details to the whole. Considering the huge total number of cells in the brain, this seems to be a time-consuming and laborious task. Chapter 285 Breakthrough. Level 5. Nestor fell into a long dream. The beginning of the dream was hazy and illusory. There were busy traffic, high-rise buildings, endless pressure of life, and the company of parents, relatives, and friends. There, he was born and grew up, from being hungry to being self-reliant, from a teenager full of fantasies about the future to a teenager who just muddled through the present. After waking up, the young man began to pay off his debts for the casualness of the past, and finally died suddenly on the table in exhaustion. After that, it was a second dream that was extremely clear. He came to a brand new world, where there was an old witch doctor who was like a teacher and a father, a partner who was striving together, and friends with dreams. He worked hard with them to open up his horizon step by step from the wilderness, build the present, and imagine the future. Then, it was the third illusory dream. Death and immortality, the collapse of the heart and blood and eternal existence, the betrayal and loyalty of friends, the support and progress of partners and the breakup, etc., based on the imagination of possibilities, merged into different future pictures, and opened up one timeline after another in the interweaving of each other. There was both the loneliness of whistling in the evening wind and an independent study and the pride of seeing all the flowers in Chang'an in one day. Finally, at this moment of waking up from the dream, vicissitudes, and prosperity, hope, and helplessness, joy, and sadness, courage, and hope and other states and emotions flashed in his heart, and finally converged into the experience, conclusion, calmness, and expectation of reality. He did not dwell on the happy or sad scenes in the previous dream, but began to observe his own state more carefully. The new 4.7 meter body was roughly the same as before, only the brain in the chest cavity had undergone significant changes. Its cell structure had been completely transformed, but it still maintained its past functional state out of inertia and previous needs, just like the bone cells before, which maintained the stability of the bone structure. Although the difference between professional and non-professional has led to a significant slowdown in the speed of thinking, which makes Nestor look a little dull at this time, but from the observation of his own thinking, the new brain obviously still follows the traditional model and maintains the connection between sensibility and rationality. However, these are not important for the time being. After realizing that there was no problem in general, Nestor immediately shifted his attention to the visualization body and immediately saw the zeros and ones that were constantly flowing in the brain of the digital elf. They were almost infinite and seemed endless, extremely agile and extremely complicated. In just that small corner, they actually accumulated more data than the entire body. This is a good thing, indicating that the dream integration method has indeed accumulated enough samples in a short period of time as imagined, saving Nestor from the emotional journey that may take more than 10 years to complete in reality. However, the brain of the visualization body has not really started to operate at this time, and the dominance of self and thinking is still maintained between the brain structure supported by multifunctional cells. And then, it was the test of success or failure with no shortcuts. After a period of observation and calculation, Nestor fell into the deepest meditation and began to execute the final step that determined success or failure. Little by little, he activated the structure of brain thinking in the visualization body, and with the acceleration of endless zeros and ones, the brain in the chest that had been transformed also began to be integrated by the visualization body. The biological links between brain cells were extinguished one by one at the moment, representing that each brain function area was gradually transferred to the visualization body. First, it was a passive operation area of the body that had been integrated before. Then, it was a perception function area that was in charge of the eyes, nose, ears, touch and other senses. Then, it was a series of consciousness feedback areas that dominated rationality and sensibility. The bioelectric feedback on the brain structure was dissipating bit by bit, and its carrier was slowly dissolving and peeling off from the main body. The main structure of the brain was accelerating its death, and the optic tectum, lateral brain, and pituitary gland, which were generated based on the front, middle, and back brain, and differentiated successively in the long evolutionary history, were successively dissolved until the most primitive spinal cord structure was completely reduced to nothing. In this process, his consciousness, self, and will became more closely connected and complete on another level. Finally, when the brain completely dissipated and the visualization body reached unity, a soul-shaking glow belonging to the soul emerged from the depths of the will. And Nestor's perception was also pulled to infinity and fell to infinity at this time. His thinking seemed to break free from the shackles of the flesh and transcend the gift of cells in an instant, and saw a real truth. It was a large number of strings, a link for names, and a reflection of matter in different dimensions. However, this mysterious experience came and went quickly. Before Nestor could recover from the inexplicable shock, this temporary experience began to be gathered and covered, and finally merged with the reality that could be seen and felt. He only vaguely felt that there seemed to be some unknown mark left somewhere in his body, but he could not observe or determine it until his consciousness fell and his rationality returned. Everything before was like a fourth dream, leaving only a hazy memory in his heart. It seemed that it was the most basic extraordinary characteristic of this world. Nestor did not regret forgetting at this time. His experience when he first controlled the magic crystal told him that it was useless and even dangerous to see and remember something too early. They are very likely to destroy your existing cognition of the world, and the fragments that you see and remember cannot form a complete set of logic. For a mage, this is equivalent to destroying the foundation. So he gathered his mind and focused on the more real present. At this time, the visualization body finally completely integrated all of Nestor's cell wills. In his body, mind, and self, there was no distinction between subliminal and main. This was a feeling of all is one is all, and the whole body achieved true unity at the level of consciousness, different from before. For the purpose of coexistence, the cells formed a whole structure in cooperation by differentiating functions. Now Nestor may be regarded as a real and complete one, and the many cells that once cooperated and coexisted have completely become a part of him and an extension of him in the real world. At least, this is true at the cellular level, and as for the more microscopic field, it still needs further exploration. In addition, the human nature was also completely preserved, and Nestor did not become a biological computer, based on the meditation space. At the same time, in the brain armor room and the chest cavity of the body, a pool of cells flowed at the bottom like a semi-fluid, leaving only a purple crystalline sphere emitting a hazy glow, left alone above it, which was the magic crystal belonging to Nestor. Hoo-la la. Endless purple came out from the gap. They flowed and covered the body and merged into a whole. Afterwards, the tendons, bones, and muscles regenerated, and the shape returned. Above the silent Nestor, another naked Nestor appeared. He felt himself now, and found that when thinking and consciousness achieved true integration, everything became different again. Although the difference between 75% and 100% does not seem to be very big, the disappearance of the difference has indeed prompted him to cross a qualitative change step again. In terms of the body, the multifunctional cell group fills every gap in the body, and the stingy Nestor, because he does not want to waste a little life, even if this life is not too conspicuous to him, does not actively divide cells to maintain the original body shape. Therefore, his height and body dimensions have been reduced from 3.5 meters to just over 3 meters. But on the other hand, even if there is a large amount of extracellular water loss, the weight of the multifunctional cells still piles up his weight to about 5 tons, which is about 3 times higher than the average level of 1.5 tons in the group. In this case, although the total amount of matter at the cellular level has not changed, the basic data of physique, strength, agility, etc. have shown a much higher effect than the basic elf body. These things must be quantified later, but Nestor's mind is not on this aspect at this time, but he is eager to try the experience of the 5th level in his self-definition at the 4th level, even if the visualization body has accumulated a consciousness integration degree of more than 75%, compared with the current 100%. It is by no means a mere 25% gap that can be included. This has caused a qualitative change caused by quantitative change, and it seems that this has caused his biggest leap in strength so far. The first thing to focus on is the ability that Nestor obtained at the 4th level, which he named mimicry mode. Due to space limitations, he did not release the mimicry to the maximum value during the last maximization attempt, but in the estimation, the limit that he could control at that time should be about 17 meters in height and 430 tons in weight. Now, this data seems to have made a huge breakthrough at one time. Although its specific scale can only be known after actual verification, it is estimated that it should exceed 100 meters and weigh tens of thousands of tons. A larger volume naturally means a larger totem stacking space, and the increase in totems can be reflected in the bonus to strength and other aspects. Therefore, this is absolutely an unparalleled enhancement. Nestor feels that high-level monsters, at least high-level salamanders, high-level salamander number 1 that was not seriously injured, are no match for him. Looking at the surrounding environment, he suppressed the urge to experience it immediately, and began to experience the progress in other aspects. Slowly sitting up, the liquid in the incubator was pushed away by the movement of the body, and a weak wave surged in the top cavity. Then, the body dissolved in a thought, turned into a purple wave that swept past, and gathered into two 2.5 meter tall, but much thinner Nestors a few meters away. They strolled in the incubator, but they kept splitting and shrinking while walking. From 2.5 meters, 2 meters, to 1 meter, 0.5 meters. In the end, this place has become like a Lilliputian country, with hundreds and thousands of 10 centimeter class Nestors standing densely in the incubator. They swam, walked, ran, and cast spells in the liquid, and casually tried their abilities in this state. Occasionally, when they collided with each other, they simply merged with each other to become one size larger, and then went to test the limits of different physical states. He narrowed his sight and focused temporarily on one of the pocket-sized Nestors. This greedy guy wanted to split again at this time, but only separated into two pools of slime monsters. So he realized that 10 centimeters was the minimum value to ensure the body's functions while being self-sufficient, and it was actually possible to subdivide it further, but then it would not be able to maintain the form of an elf, and could only crawl forward in the incubator like a slime. So, the two puddles of slime monsters merged again, and restored to their previous appearance, but he had not stopped yet and began to try to transform his body again. In this process, the pocket wind wolf, the pocket volcanic salamander, the pocket sabertooth, and even the pocket speedbird appeared one after another, just like the 3-second test before. All creatures that he knew in detail and truly understood the operating structure of their bodies could complete the transformation with their own bodies instead of druid abilities. Moreover, this ability is a complete change of the body from the inside out, which can reproduce its flying ability, gill breathing ability, and even all the characteristics of smell and vision 100%. It can be said that it is truly transformed into that species, not just a simulation of the appearance. Kaz is at you. Kaz. After transforming more than a dozen times, this kind pocket nester stopped panting because the energy supply of the body could not keep up. After resting for a while, he suddenly had another idea in his mind. What if I performed the mimicry body in this state? The little eyes lit up, and the pocket nester immediately turned around and looked at the far away with a fierce look. It was a huge body like a hill. Wasn't it the 4.7 meter mimic body of the little nestus at the 4th level? At this moment, the atmosphere in the incubator seemed quite strange. Hundreds of little ones of different sizes and seemingly different races suddenly looked in the same direction and stared at the same thing with a thieving look. The multi-threaded planning is not done well. There was a slight confusion in the mind, but it was just a small problem for now. The nester consciousness only needed a slight adjustment, and it could even divide the mind into tens of thousands of simultaneous threads. So, less than a blink of an eye later, the actions of many pocket nesters returned to the state of independent individuals without interfering with each other. During this process, Nestor also initially understood the lower limit and excess value of computing power required to maintain the natural operation of each body, except for the situation of full control of total threads. When the computing power allocation is lower than the lower limit, the body will not run smoothly, and when it exceeds the excess line, although there will be no negative effects, it is also a waste. Therefore, he now redistributes the proportion of thinking occupied by each body according to this data, maintaining them within the normal limit of not more or less, and the remaining saved thinking is used to concentrate on overall thinking. Turning his sight back to the pocket body again, the previous idea has not been abandoned. All Nestor, under the unified will, and the effect of different thinking threads, have started the transformation of mimic body. After reaching the 5th stage, the previously doubtful spiritual power seems to have become a real thing, and its involvement in reality has taken a step further, and one of the major manifestations is that spellcasting no longer requires the participation of other media rather than matter, such as actions and spells. These are no longer necessary for spellcasting. Just draw runes in meditation, and your own spiritual power will become the final medium, thus producing spell effects in reality. Moreover, on the basis of silent casting, most spells have become pseudo-instant casting that can ignore time. Only a few spells that are derived from high-level magic crystals and need to be used to the maximum extent need to consider the time issue, but it is only a few seconds at most. This is also true for pocket nesters. In terms of power and durability, they may not be as good as large nesters, but silent casting and pseudo-instant casting are also retained in them. So, when all the pocket nesters focused their attention on the mountain, it almost completely disintegrated in an instant and turned into small substances with complex components. Afterwards, the dust was attracted to the bodies of the nesters and gradually transformed into their mimics. At this time, the overall thinking retained in the digitized visualization body also began to analyze its own mimics in different states. During the observation, the nesters found that the limits of mimics that can be controlled by different body sizes and the thought threads assigned to them are also different. For example, the nesters in the 10 cm level state can become a mimic nester of 13 to 25 cm. The width and depth of the body also change accordingly and completely integrate into At 15 centimeters, it can support a mimic of 17 to 55 centimeters. At 20 centimeters, it can mimic a simulated body of 22 to 120 centimeters. When it reaches 30 centimeters, it can maintain a mimic body with a lower limit of 34 to an upper limit of 350 centimeters. That is to say, Nestor can use only 30 centimeters of his own body to maintain a body that is similar to his original size and even stronger in physical ability. How many 30 centimeter level Nestors can he differentiate? The answer is that after more than 100, as the size of the mimic gradually expands, the amount of cells required inside it should increase sharply, but in fact, it is not the case. Instead, due to the aggregation of thought threads, a qualitative change in control power has occurred, and thus the control of a larger body with fewer cells has been achieved. For example, the control limit of a 40 centimeter body rises to 6 meters, and 50 centimeters increases to a limit of 12 meters. When the volume of the pocket body reaches 70 centimeters, the corresponding mimic has exceeded the controllable limit of all cells and all thoughts, except the brain, when it was at the 4th level, and has achieved full totem control of the 18-meter level mimic body weighing 500 tons. At this point, the experiment could no longer be carried out, because under the pressure of this super large mimic body, the other Nestors, big and small, or mimics, were pressed against the wall of the incubator with pale faces. This incubator, as well as the meditation room outside, are public property of the Republic after all. It would be too embarrassing if they were damaged or burst. When the retreat reached this level, Nestor's thoughts on the future path were temporarily exhausted. He might have to brew and settle outside for a while before he could find new ideas. So, he decided to end this retreat and go see Ashura and the Republic that he had not seen for many years. The remaining verification and the improvement of other aspects after the upgrade will be left outside. Then, in the blink of an eye, the large and small mimics dissipated into material particles, and many miniature Nestors also turned into a purple tide. Then, all of them rushed towards a random Nestor in a certain direction, and merged with him in the chaos. At the same time, the thousands of scattered thought threads also dissipated at this time, and all returned to the unified big thought. Then, the visualization body began to construct the mimicry according to the recorded values, and completed the reconstruction of a 4.7 meter tall, 18-ton body in a relatively short time. At the beginning, this body was obviously made of a composite bone material that was half plant and half metal, with countless totems gathered on it from top to bottom, inside and outside. When all of Nestor's cells were integrated into it, more subtle changes also occurred, but the body that was finally manifested was still the one created at the 4th level. It only looked more showy in terms of body shape and body proportions. The diamond-like purple eyes and the extremely realistic internal and external structures. If you ignore the height and excessive weight, then perhaps only the long tail at the end of the spine and the cloaca that can be opened and closed at the crotch will show the difference. The rest of the appearance is exactly the same, and even the internal organs seem to be the same. Then, his forehead suddenly squirmed and cracked, and a purple hemisphere half covered and half hidden appeared. But the next moment, Nestor's face showed obvious embarrassment, and then sucked it into the skull armor. My body is originally golden ratio. Yes, that's absolutely true. Thinking in this way, Nestor, whose control over the mimicry increased greatly, controlled the soles of his feet to transform into a tailfin, and made a slight leap. Then he quickly climbed to the top of the culture chamber, and this container, which had been expanded to half the volume of the meditation room, now seemed to have intelligence and actively opened, making way for this homebody elf who had been living in a small house for more than 20 years. So, he broke through the liquid surface and rushed out, and began to fall precisely before touching the top. On the way, the remaining culture fluid on the surface and inside of the body was completely absorbed, and the tail fin turned into a pair of feet again. Then, as a set of casual clothes appeared, he finally stepped on the wooden floor of the meditation room. The sunlight sprinkled through the roof made of leaves and shone mottled on Nestor's face. At this time, he took a deep breath and felt a sense of comfort all over his body. It's better outside anyway. Chapter 286, Extreme Speed and Long Awaited Meeting, make up for yesterday's chapter. After moving his body around and feeling the useless fake brain in the skull armor, Nestor decided to make a good modification later. The current utilization rate was too low. Oh, I haven't used the 5th level magic bonus yet, but I'll see Ashura first. It's been a long time since I last saw her. The same goes for the Republic. 23 years, it's really been too long since I left. Just as he was making plans for the future, a familiar yet unfamiliar voice sounded in his ears. Respected pioneer, great recipient of the Order of the Blazing Sun, Mother Tree number 1 welcomes your return. There was no sense of Freya's voice. Excuse me, do you need number 1 to inform you of the exit information? The source of the voice was undoubtedly the center of Mother Tree number 1, but it seemed to be much more advanced than before, and it sounded more emotional and smart in it. Nestor looked around curiously and answered casually, long time no see, but there is no need to report for the time being. I want to relax for a few days and then see the changes during this period with my own eyes. I understand. Welcome back again. Central 1 misses you very much and has been looking forward to this day. You seem to be much smarter. Yes, because the Speaker of the Parliament upgraded the central system 2 years ago, and Spirit number 1 was selected as an experimental subject. Due to the integration of the totem floating point algorithm you invented, number 1 has gained stronger functionality. Now, number 1 can help you accomplish more things. For example, create a body to be intimate with you. Do you allow me? Come out and show me. As you say. As soon as the voice fell, the ground under Nestor's feet began to wriggle, and then a body floated from it. At first, its body was completely wooden, but as its form gradually became complete, it changed from it to she, and possessed a seemingly elf body. After only a moment, a graceful mature female body appeared in front of Nestor, completely separated from the ground, standing only on the lower limbs. Although she was very beautiful and full of temptation, Nestor did not feel much, but frowned, in a certain worry. Nestor's perception was separated, and he thoroughly scanned her in front of him from the inside to the outside, and continued to go deep into the central room of the Mother Tree along the pipeline. Upgraded the central system? Let me see how it is upgraded. Don't make a strong intelligence. Although it seems unlikely. Sir Pioneer, you will make me shy. Don't. Ignoring this emotion that I didn't know the reason for, I didn't know whether it was true or not, Nestor was still concentrating on exploring and soon found the target. Perception probed into the central area and began to analyze its operating structure in depth. It was not until more than 10 seconds later that Nestor breathed a sigh of relief and an inexplicable smile appeared on his face. It was also his fault for overestimating his own technology, and also because Ashura inexplicably left the test trap. It seemed that he was making a big deal out of nothing. However, let's not talk about this deliberate, reserved program specifically for himself, and no matter what inexplicable things Ashura is thinking about, the guy in front of him is indeed just a totem algorithm integration with a high level of technology but not super level. Emotions and wisdom are ultimately just excess manifestations of computing power and energy. However, if he uses his current visualization body structure to upgrade it again, it is hard to say what the result will be. Especially, at the moment, when Nestor integrates the brain algorithm, who knows what can be upgraded. Now is not the time to play any intelligent machine crisis. Keeping this hesitation in mind, Nestor temporarily restrained his extra thoughts and responded, sorry, I offended you. It's really your algorithm that makes me too curious. It doesn't matter. Spirit number 1 enjoys your peeping and is ready to serve you. No, thank you. Leave. Are you sure? Sure. Okay. After a brief silence, no one, who had fallen into temporary silence, suddenly spoke again, but this time he changed his voice. Congratulations on passing the test. The charming feeling brought out by the mature voice was a little bit inconsistent, but it also had a unique charm generated by the deviation of sound and tone. This was a voice that Nestor was very familiar with, and it was a unique way of speaking that Ashura would only use when facing him, and it had always maintained a high attraction to herself. It seems that some cruel guys who left for 23 years have not forgotten me. In short, you damn heartless guy. Come to me quickly when you come out. Nestor knew that he would not get any response if he spoke at this time, so he waved his hand, disbanded the body of no one, and dissolved it into the ground. Then, with a smile on his face, he jumped out of the meditation room and came to the long-lost outside world, to the top of the number 1 mother tree, which was already more than 500 meters high. Below, the scenery of the headquarters was blocked by a hemispherical tree canopy with a diameter of more than 330 meters. When he looked around, there were 4 other giant trees of the same size around him, which blocked his sight with their exaggerated crowns. That's right, in addition to the tree under his feet and the other 2 mother trees with higher salamanders as the core nearby, there were 2 more huge trees of the same size above the headquarters. As his perception spread, Nestor immediately discovered their true bodies. They were also 2 mother trees, and their cores were a python-shaped giant beast and a rhinoceros-shaped giant monster, which seemed to be new harvests in the past few years. Wow. 1 tree is 60,000, 1 tree is 40,000, and 5 trees together are 200,000. This is the population every 10 years. Incredible. Nestor felt very happy and looked at everything he had not seen for a long time with longing. Above the headquarters, a total of 5 mother trees became the commanding heights of the large black forest, and around them was an unobstructed view of the vast sea of forests. It was like summer here all year round, and at this time, what came into view was endless green of varying shades, with the occasional wolf howls and monkey cries, also revealing a sense of vitality. All of this was the first gift he received after coming out of retreat. Although it was not given by anyone, the feeling of all things competing in it made Nestor deeply fascinated. Slightly waking up from the intoxication, several propulsion engines grew on his body, and accompanied by a roar, his body was gradually pushed into the air. 1 meter, 10 meters, 100 meters, 1000 meters, 10,000 meters. As the altitude increased, the world he could see became extremely vast. In the south, there was a deep and distant blue, and in the north of the sight, there was a miniature of endless mountains, which originally connected the sky and the earth, spreading endlessly in the east-west direction, and completely isolated the passage from the north to the south. But at this moment, they seemed like children's toys that could be held in one hand. Nestor continued to rise and wanted to eat the 5th level bonus later, but he couldn't resist his heart that yearned for speed in the sky, so he began to explore more deeply at this time. Soon after, the body grew and deformed, and the surface layer of dermis composed of cells slowly retreated into the torso, and bone armor layers began to form on the remaining simulated skin, which isolated the heat and adjusted the effect of airflow on acceleration. The aerodynamic layout was drastically adjusted, causing him to gradually move away from the human shape and quickly move towards the appearance of a fighter jet. A large amount of air was inhaled at an accelerated speed, some of which was intercepted and converted into fuel, and some of which was mixed and pressurized to burn, generating a high-speed airflow that was ejected backwards. Bang! The sound barrier was broken, and the gas explosion cloud was thrown far away at the first moment. Then 1 times the speed of sound, 2 times the speed of sound, and 3 times the speed of sound. At this point, the traditional turbojet was a little weak, and Nestor's body entered another adjustment. The physical structure and material composition of the engine were continuously strengthened, and it had a faster fuel generation rate and a higher energy efficiency ratio. At the same time, the front duct, the rear nozzle, and the vortex change path in the process became more and more complicated. The oncoming wind entered the airway at 3 times the speed of sound, and in order to take into account the propagation speed of the flame combustion, so that it would not be blown away, these gases were reduced to subsonic speed, and then entered the suppression combustion chamber to start the subsequent work. So, 4 times the speed of sound, 5 times the speed of sound, 6 times the speed of sound. The speed can be even faster, but that also means that more air needs to be accommodated. In order to fit more air in, it can only be allowed to enter the combustion chamber at a supersonic speed. But in order to achieve ignition and stable combustion at this speed, a more sophisticated design and more powerful materials are needed. The huge computing power and extremely fast and accurate analysis ability obtained by Nesta after the upgrade have become the protagonist now. This makes his adjustments in the physical field more convenient and his exploration in rune magic more rapid, and these two improvements act on him simultaneously and quickly, and then bring a higher speed at this time. So, 7 times the speed of sound, 9 times the speed of sound, 12 times the speed of sound. The speed increase has not reached the limit so far, but Nesta himself has already felt tired. In the process, he made a large-scale repeated adjustment to his body and has been maintaining and continuously improving the flight speed. After such multiple consumption has continued to this day, it has exceeded the energy supply efficiency that his body can provide. So, although it is a bit regrettable, Nesta still turned off the engine and began to descend without power. For him, this can also be regarded as a kind of rest. The surface of the armor began to become transparent at this time, revealing a purple and green skin inside, and each used different principles to replenish energy for the main body cells and the reverse body under the sunlight. When it landed in an airspace of about 10,000 meters, the nested aircraft ushered in another start, but this time he did not continue to explore high altitudes and high speeds, but began to return to the direction of the headquarters. 10 times the speed of sound is indeed very fast, but Nesta did fly too far before, so it took a long time to return to the sky above the headquarters and turned into an elf to prepare for landing. Overall defense system enemy warning identification base station. Several soldiers were surprised by the things they saw. "Sir, this is the Pioneer, right?" A female warrior pointed at the hollow transparent cube in front of her and asked puzzledly about the image inside it, and in the cubic space in front of her, there was floating a scaled down figure that looked exactly like Nesta, not to mention that the body features were exactly the same. Even the subtle expressions on the face were almost the same. It seems to be right. Let's increase the power and see what's inside. Although it's unprecedented, it's better to be careful. Understood. The soldier followed the order and performed the operation. The Nesta figure was immediately magnified several times, and the deeper detection hand also drilled into his body at this time, and was soon partially seen through by the early warning base station. After all, there is a clear difference between a flesh and blood life and a cell collection covered with strange half plant, half metal bones. No problem, sir. It's similar to the status of the 4th level witch doctors, but the existence of the brain was not observed. Got it. The pioneers should have made a breakthrough, but we still have to report it. Look, Your Excellency is waving at us. The soldier on duty was full of excitement. While waving back at the figure, he grabbed the commander's clothes with his other hand and pulled them hard. His legs were rubbing against each other in a strange way. Obviously, like most elves, she was also a warrior who had not yet overcome her desires, but it's not her fault. This thing is almost ingrained in her bones, and the 2 strongest people in the tribe are not necessarily better than her. Bang. But desire cannot be an excuse to delay work, so the soldier's head was hit hard, and his superior scolded him angrily. "Nympho, can you be seen waving here? Hurry up and report it." Oh, got it. In the air, Nesta keenly felt the sudden enrichment of detection signals around him, but he did not counterattack, but let it be checked generously, and waved to the final feedback point of the signal, although he didn't know if they could detect this action. Before half a while after the detection storm passed, a wave that he was very familiar with came from the center of the headquarters, and rushed towards the airspace where Nesta was at a very fast speed. From a distance, he saw Azura's figure. She had also grown many engines all over her body. At this time, all of them roared and lit up, driving her body to approach quickly. In just a blink of an eye, the 2 elves who had not seen each other for a long time met again. "Nesta." He did not reply, but opened his arms and rushed forward. When he approached, a large amount of purple dust tide came out of his body and crossed the last bit of distance. All of them fell on the oncoming body, and then without any scruples, followed the tiny and almost non-existent gap and drilled into it. Behind him, the body that had lost its center stopped a few meters away and continued to maintain its own suspension. At this moment, Azura also felt the integration of her partner, but she did not resist, or resist at all, and let him drill in, and actively controlled the cells to flow to the tide formed by Nesta, and combined with an unprecedented degree of tightness. Then, She hurriedly turned around and flew towards their home, with the mimic Nesta following closely. Inside the treehouse, the chest of the mimic Azura was opened, and endless purple was seen pouring out with a lonely brain. They gathered like a bed, surrounding the brain, surging like a microbial colony, creating waves after waves in the waterless space. If you use a microscope to carefully identify it now, you may find that, although this tide is entangled and blended with each other, it is actually composed of two different parts. The cell flow belonging to Nesta is finer and freer, like sand. Each individual supports the existence of gaps, while the cells belonging to Azura are more like water flow, and the spatial connection between them appears to be closer. As time passed, the tide on the bed gradually changed, they condensed, they merged, and then only one figure appeared with the brain as the axis. The face of this body was sometimes Azura and sometimes Nesta, while the rest of the body was constantly changing. The figure changed between muscular and strong, the chest switched between a peak and a plateau, and the lower part was also accompanied by changes in bulges and depressions. Stop messing around. It's obviously you who are messing around. I don't want to become a male. The voice seemed very neutral, but in the same mouth, two emotions appeared one after another, and they seemed to be really having a conversation. After this brief exchange, the body seemed to have finally found a balance point, and the body shape and appearance gradually stopped changing, and became fixed step by step. The two faces combined and merged with each other, 5 parts like the former and 5 parts like the latter, but the elves are born beautiful after all, so she still looks beautiful. In terms of chest, Azura took a step back, thus maintaining the appearance of a pectoral plateau. The lower body each took a step back in the stalemate, becoming bald on the surface at least. Behind the buttocks, Nesta took a step forward here, revealing a thick and long tail. The abdominal cavity remained largely unchanged, but the internal reproductive systems of male and female were all reproduced. Anyway, the body cells resulting from the fusion of the two were sufficient, and the body size was also enlarged by about twice in geometric proportion. How is it? Are you satisfied? Humph. The body stood up and muttered to itself, this feels so strange. It seems that we have had an unexpected gain. Pervert. Don't say that. What do you think of eggs, sperm, and fertilized eggs? Lossless division that only consumes energy. The possibility of infinitely increasing the number of cell groups. Yes, each of us can't do such a thing individually, but it seems that we can give it a try in this state. If it works, it means that the increase in the total number of cells no longer needs to come at the cost of lifespan. Then let's give it a try. Okay, I'll be responsible for the sperm, and you'll be responsible for the egg. Nonsense while talking. A cell produced sperm and a cell produced eggs. Their combination did not return to the ovaries, but settled in the body. But the subsequent situation was not as smooth as imagined. This fertilized egg that was born from both of them became independent from the integrated consciousness at the moment of its formation, becoming a third party like an ordinary ectopic pregnancy. Failed. Indeed failed. Then digest it. Okay, but you really don't want me to give birth to it? Well, I'd better not. Although momentary selfishness can satisfy me, the impact may be far-reaching, whether good or bad. Oh, I see. Then I eat it? Eat it. Eat it. So, the fertilized egg was decomposed, and Nesta restrained some of his regrets, and began to think about other things. Hey, what's the matter? You haven't made contact for 23 years. You just came out of seclusion. Can't you relax for a while? I said I'm thinking of a new and more advanced method. Do you believe it? I don't believe it. How about you tell me first? We seem to be united now, but in fact we are still two independent groups of cells. It's just that the rejection has disappeared. Well, I understand. I wonder if the visual body level can also achieve intersection? If you can, what will it feel like? Then let's try it? No, I'm a little worried. What are you worried about? I'm worried that you're thinking, maybe drowned due to the difference in size. Once you can't separate, you will be eaten by me. It doesn't matter. If we can't be separated, then we will be together forever. Don't talk nonsense. I'll help you advance to the 5th level first, and raise your thinking size to the same level, before talking about other things. Okay, what should I do? Can't I just imitate your current algorithm? No, the difference in thinking style cannot be ignored. In the end, you may become a weird guy with the same personality as me, and a male mincert. You are willing, but I'm not. Well, I don't want to either. Well, I'll create the dream, and the specific process is this. The explanation did not last too long. Ashura quickly understood the whole idea, and then nodded to show that she understood, while sending a leave message to the parliament. After all, she didn't know how long this trip would take, and when all this was over, with the help of her partner, she embarked on a more luxurious upgrade journey than Nesta's. Afterwards, the princess's growth story, the dragon slayer, the space warrior, the modern urban beauty, the wizard's journey, one script after another was staged, and Ashura began countless life experiences. Each time she reincarnates, she only carries the memory of the real world, and each time there is a guy named Nesta who participates in different identities. The most important thing in these reincarnation journeys is actually the detailed data collection of emotional parameters and brain operations under different experiences. Time passed little by little, and thousands of years in the dream were only a few months in the real world. During these months, Ashura's brain also slowly began to transform, just like Nesta's previous experience. 4 months later, she finally woke up, and everything in the dream changed from real to illusion, turning into a long and hazy drama step by step. However, the emotional feedback required has been recorded, and has become the nourishment for further progress at this time. Advance. It's time. Just stay in this state? No, we separate. Although Nesta wanted to try to take advantage of the promotion experience, it was still unknown whether it was feasible, and it would not be worth it if it brought risks to his partner. So, after another wave of tides, he left his partner and formed his own body on the other side. Afterwards, Ashura, who was slippery and had regained her original shape, began to complete the last step under his attention. There is nothing much to say about the process, because Nesta did not feel anything. Ashura just maintained a lying position with her eyes closed for a moment, and then woke up again with a high C face. "I'm fine," she said. "Ah, is that it?" "Yes. How long has it been?" "Less than a second." "Okay. But I did succeed in the promotion." As she spoke, her body disintegrated, dancing in the limited space like a sandstorm, and actively merged into Nesta's body, and became tighter and more inseparable than before. Almost every cell was entangled with each other. Then, it was the 2-in-1 reappearance. Yesterday's chapter cannot be released in a short time, and I will find a way to contact the editor to delete it later. This chapter will be counted as yesterday's update. Chapter 287 Loopholes in the Rules and General Changes in Internal and External Affairs. Try it now. Try the unity of body and soul you mentioned. Ashura said with some anticipation. Okay. It seemed that their communication no longer needed to be mediated by sound. The two consciousnesses completed the communication only by relying on the connection between cells, and then they started a new attempt. At this time, the cellular level was more uniform than before, which provided them with a more efficient combination experience. Therefore, in the act of seeking change of the two groups of cell groups let go of the independence between the groups, and tried to incorporate each other into the same system. As a result, the visual body level also gradually changed. Although they could not see each other, as the cell groups combined, both began to vaguely feel the existence of the other. However, the change seemed to stop there. No matter how hard they tried later, they could not achieve true unity of spirit. After many unsuccessful attempts, the two discussed and conducted a risk analysis, and made a more radical attempt, but not without room for retreat, while leaving enough room for retreat. At this moment, Nesta and Ashura's imaginary bodies collapsed, and scattered into firefly-like light spots in the meditation space, and in the real world, the 2-in-1 body also collapsed. This was the first time Nesta made such an attempt after achieving integration. He had even prepared for a temporary stagnation of his thinking, and because he had subsequent remedial measures, he was not too worried about the outcome. But the worst situation did not occur. Even though he took the initiative to interrupt the integration of consciousness, he unexpectedly and unreasonably retained a strange self. Nesta thus fell into a special state. He seemed to exist neither in this world nor in the other world, referring to the pseudo-world of the meditation space, but looked down on everything with an almost detached attitude. At this moment, His thinking was sluggish and his perspective was strange, as if his self was tightly wrapped by a large number of strings and endless fields. These strings and fields seemed to come from this world, from his body, and from the surrounding matter. They were like a reflection of reality and the essence of matter, and were seen by Nestor in a sense that could not be called vision, nor any other sense that could act on reality. However, after just a look, his thinking began to stagnate, as if it was filled with endless garbage data, like an old computer that was required to run an extremely complex software. Fortunately, this feeling came and went quickly. If this vision also had the concept of time and space, then perhaps a minute in the outside world was one of the parts of a second. After being infinitely divided here, this portion ends with the changes in the outside world. When the new body begins to take shape, Nestor's thoughts also fall back from transcendence to the outside world. After the cells of Azura and Nestor disband, they immediately reconstruct the integration from scratch according to the established rules. Each cell consciousness radiates imperceptible links, and from the foundation, they establish a set of operating logic that is not superimposed or assisted, but truly combined together. On the material level, they gather together to build their common body inch by inch, and form the necessary organ groups inside it. On the meditation level, cell consciousness is formed from points into bodies, blending with each other to start a common meditation, connecting the thoughts of the two to the same meditation space. Then, according to the formation pattern of the visualized body, a set of digital elves composed of trillions by trillions of computing floating points are formed to complete the integration of the consciousness of the cells in the body. When all this was completed, a strange life was born on the physical level. It was a one composed of two 10,000. On the level of consciousness, it seemed to be an undisputed complete individual. Logically speaking, with such a one situation inside and outside, it would not be strange, even if a new real-life individual appeared, and Nestor's so-called backup actually focused on this issue. Once the guess came true, it would activate the code trap at the bottom of the visualization body, and execute the separation program. However, now this backup has failed, or it is unnecessary to appear, because above this consciousness, outside, or inside, in short, in a place that may be more appropriately described as another dimension, there are two other independent selves that are superior. They belong to Nestor and Azura respectively, and it is unknown whether it is due to the influence of their existence that the body's consciousness has fallen into a state similar to mechanical, and the operating mode seems a bit rigid and fixed. This description does not refer to its external actions, but to its internal logic. How to say it specifically? It may not be very accurate, but it is like a biological machine. The sight returns to the two cells for the time being. Nestor's feeling at this time is somewhat similar to the previous transcendence, but there is no string and field around, but a closed sense of chaos. If you force yourself to express it, it is as if you are in a state of halfway between reality and transcendence. At the same time, he vaguely felt the existence of a certain channel, and slipped into it in his mind. Then, the body's senses returned, and he opened his eyes at this time. This is a new body. It has unparalleled physical strength and an amazing thinking speed. However, Nestor's perception does not have the existence of Azura, so he fell into panic, fearing that the other party's consciousness would be completely swallowed by himself. Fortunately, the panic only lasted for a moment, and his previous feelings gave him a little doubt and a little hope. Perhaps his partner was also trapped in a strange chaos somewhere? Calming down, his perception far surpassed that of the past began to spread, not to the outside world, the material world, but to the inside, looking for the hole like before. And he did find it, and the moment he sensed its existence, he entered it again, and once again returned to the inexplicable chaos. However, in the material world, the eyes of the body opened again at the moment when Nestor's consciousness left, and from his eyes, there was also worry and anxiety. Nestor, where are you? Answer me, where are you? In a hurry, the consciousness belonging to Azura suddenly felt the loss of body energy, and it came without warning and without reason, as if there was a bottomless energy black hole that was not fast, but actually absorbing it out of thin air. This Azura calmed down instantly, and began to analyze the possible situation at the moment, based on her own experience. Endless mystery, then nothingness and chaos, then mystery again, and finally I return to my body. So, is there a correlation between the changes between mystery and chaos, the return of my consciousness, and the loss of energy at this time? Is Nestor also affected by this correlation in some form? For example, one body can only have one consciousness at a time. It would be best if it were this way. Thinking in this way, Ashura decided to split herself and see if the change in number could call back her partner's consciousness. In a very fast process, Nessera's body split into two, and another body appeared between the beds, but she found that it was still herself, and Nestor did not appear because of this. This is not it. Perhaps only when the visualized body, and consciousness are all separated, can they be considered as two real individuals. She subconsciously wanted to completely stop the combination of the cell groups and restore them to their original state from the inside out, but she stopped when the time came. She was afraid that the part of the cells that belonged to Nestor after the division would become scattered sand due to the lack of integrated consciousness, or, if Nestor's consciousness could not be restored, would the new body form a completely new mindset and completely replace her partner? Thinking of this possibility, she decided to find Ashura in a different way. She first left a line of words on the bed with magic, and then began to release her perception, to look for the hole that she didn't know whether it still existed. Then coincidentally, the moment she actually perceived it, she inexplicably slipped into it in the deep and empty chaos. Nestor experienced everything dully. The flow of time seemed to be stretched to an extremely long and extremely short speed. His brain couldn't work, and he had no time to think of ideas. Even the speed of perception seemed extremely slow. And in this helplessness, the chaos suddenly dissipated, and the strings and fields reappeared. But before he could fall into stagnant thinking again, to confirm what these things were, Nestor slipped into a hole of some kind of feeling in a familiar feeling. He opened his eyes again, and the familiar room, the familiar bed, and the familiar handwriting came into view, and at the same time, there was an unfamiliar feeling of energy loss. He ignored the latter, but immediately looked at the handwriting deeply engraved on the bed. Damn bastard. Leave a message, if you see it. Haha, what a cute guy. With a smile on his face, he also left a line of words at this time. I'm here. Disintegrate after returning, and then puddle. Sense. Find a hole, leave a shell, and then Ashura returns again, and dissolves the two in one state out of trust. She became an independent body in the purple flow, and Nestor's part of the cells also took shape almost at the same time. She rushed forward to hug him, bit him lightly, and blamed him in fear. I won't listen to your advice again. Haha, isn't everything fine? And we've gained a lot. What can we gain? A bunch of inexplicable things. My mind is still confused. Nonsense. Where do you get your brain now? You. Although she wanted to curse, Ashura found that what her partner said seemed to be right, so she shut her mouth and angrily punched him twice. Okay, let me talk about harvest. You say, did you have a feeling of being marked when you leveled up? Ashura's thoughts raced, and then she nodded thoughtfully and responded, I can't explain it specifically, but it seems to be this feeling. That's right. For what? Although it's just a guess, is there such a possibility? That is, after a life form reaches a certain level, it may generate some special connection with the world, like unique, or accorded. There are many possibilities, and it is even possible that this special has always existed, but we just happen to reach a special node where we can discover it, and then we found a method that can barely be used, like cheating. Use? What did we use? What I saw can perhaps be described as chaos of nothingness and endless strings and fields. The former is unclear, and it only leaves me with a very awkward feeling, while the latter has a sense of shock that I don't understand, and it may represent something more essential, and that kind of vision should not be something we can really access now. Perhaps it can only be perceived briefly when we advance, because it needs to be recorded, or for some other reasons. However, we have accidentally taken advantage of some unknown rules that may exist, and we have achieved seeing at this moment. As for what kind of rule loopholes we took advantage of, if we infer from our previous state, perhaps it is something like only one thinking individual like you and me can exist in one body. Moreover, I just tried it again, and now this body seems to have lost the ability just now. Makes sense. So, what can we get from this loophole? I don't know. But it's always right to try, right? Anyway, it doesn't seem to be dangerous. But what if? Okay, let's not talk about this for now. I'll take you to see a different scenery. Where are you going? Flyno, you liar. What happened again? Damn the fusion of soul and flesh. I didn't experience any of the feelings you said. It's just a controlled body. Well, I thought there could be some enjoyment beyond the flesh. Well, tell me how, can I compensate you? Ashura's eyes rolled around when she heard that, and then a strange smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She tilted her head slightly, her eyes moving, and at the same time, strange changes took place inside and outside her body. Several narrow holes like the abyss, slightly opening and closing in the shining misty and moist purple after more than 150 lamp hours. Ashura returned to work after parking up, while Nestor stayed in the treehouse, ready to stay there for a while. At this time, he had the experience to notice the changes in the headquarters, and the starting point was from his own home. He sat lazily on the sofa, and there was a strange cube box not far in front of him. Nestor didn't understand what it was just by looking at the appearance, but when he felt deeply inside, he nodded thoughtfully and showed an interested look. Following a vague connection, his eyes turned to one side and saw a palm-sized instrument casually thrown at the other end of the sofa. He didn't get up, but controlled a vine to disintegrate from the sofa, then extended to the instrument to roll it up and send it to his hand. In a very short time, Nestor understood the function of this thing, and then according to the results of the analysis, he pressed his finger on a totem and activated its built-in function. After he pressed it, accompanied by a not obvious movement, light and shadow began to flicker inside the cube not far away, and then saw two elf figures, a male and a female, appear in it, and they opened and closed their mouths and said something. He fumbled and pressed the totem button to control the volume, and finally there was a sound coming from all directions. Hello, audience friends. It is now 0:30 on July 34, 90th year of the Rune calendar. Today we will broadcast the morning news for you. Wow, it's in stereo, Nestor thought. First, the domestic part. It is reported that the Speaker of the Parliament, Ms. Ashura, ended her vacation last night and returned to her post again. News came from the Parliament office that the lady has successfully promoted to the 5th level under the guidance of the pioneers, and the other 4th level wizards who have reached the critical value also hope to complete the promotion in the future. The spokesman of the office pointed out that the planned capture of high-level monsters will be brought forward. It is scheduled to launch operations against 3 targets at the same time in 3 months, and it will take up to 2 years to complete the capture plan of all the scheduled targets. If this plan is carried out smoothly and successfully, it will have the largest scale promotion to the increase in the number of citizens of the Republic so far. Next is another piece of news. At 1700 hours last night, Lieutenant Colonel Quinitus of the Intelligence Force led a team to transport 120,000 4th level tribal individuals from the mainland area. They will be settled in the Northeast 03 Plateau and establish their own city-state with the help of the Republic, according to the situation report of the Vassal Department. After this round of plateau filling plan is completed, the subjects of the Republic will officially exceed 5 million. The Ministry of Industry and the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock pointed out that this will greatly enhance our economic vitality and technological updates. The executive government is discussing the acceleration of the replacement of totem equipment. It is expected that the old totem products of the 2nd and 3rd stages will be provided to the vassal states to replace the 1st generation products they are using now. There are also objections. Scholar Ms. Sinovites believes that now is not the time to greatly improve the productivity of the vassal states. The 2nd generation machinery should be put into use after the 5th generation products appear. In terms of scientific research, the Supersonic Aircraft Research Institute brought good news yesterday afternoon. The new generation of manual verification machine reached 4 times the speed of sound in the experiment. In addition, the Warriors Road project of the Training Institute has also achieved some results. It seems that it is expected to complete the standardization research of the 2nd stage to 3rd stage part next year. Director Linnister believes that once this breakthrough is achieved, the warriors will be able to drive more powerful armored suits, and the expanded totems may bring an increase of 100 times the basic value. The following is domestic news. The deep-sea exploration submarine completed its circumnavigation of the world last week, and the information collected along the way has been analyzed and confirmed. The exploration submarine has discovered hundreds of easily exploitable mineral deposits, and more in an area with the equator as the central axis and a span of 1,000 kilometers from north to south. A liquid-fueled aircraft from the Aerospace Laboratory successfully broke through an altitude of 1.5 million meters and returned smoothly. The detection equipment carried by the aircraft brought back a large amount of important scientific research data such as the air pressure environment. The laboratory plans to launch an exploration within 2 million meters of airspace next. The Central School Microscopic Laboratory recently used physical methods for the first time to observe the molecular structure of the atmosphere and promulgated more than 12 gas molecular models. The Parliament has launched a molecular measurement plan and intends to establish a model that relates magic and physics, with the intention of explaining the connection between the microscopic world from two perspectives. Next is the report from the mainland. Yesterday, the Mammoth Kings met with the incoming governor of the Southern Sanctuary and encouraged him. This is the third governor of the Southern Sanctuary in 5 years. The new governor's name is ******. He is 113 years old, a middle-aged mammoth from the aristocratic class, and his style of doing things is known for being decisive. In his early years, the Mammoth Kings hope that he can end the chaos in the south as soon as possible, but our Minister of Foreign Exploration is not optimistic about this appointment, believing that it will not be able to quell the phenomenon known as the wolf disaster in the north. In the Rhine Kingdom, the new king intends to inspect the border, and it is expected that 123 clan matrons will accompany him. The Queen of the Fang Queendom was recently assassinated by her lover number 23, and more than 1,000 people involved in the case were executed, but the planner of the operation, the third princess, escaped detection. In addition, the second-rate tribes on the continent have recently launched a secret discussion on the establishment of a united nation. The plan was secretly instigated by the 7 tribes that withdrew from the Rhine border earlier, and has been recognized by the high-ranking nobles of the tribes, but the shaman altar has remained silent for the time being. We guess that it is waiting for the recognition of its own secondary near gods. If this move becomes a final conclusion, and survives the first round of interference from the 3 powerful countries, the landscape of the northern continent will change again. Once the second-rate tribes complete the federation of states, their secular power will surpass the 3 powerful tribes, and become the number 1 in the north, but at the near-god level, the conclusion is unknown due to missing data. As the 2 announcers narrated one sentence after another, the 15-minute news time passed quickly, and Esther also gained a general understanding of the recent domestic and foreign situations in the process, while more detailed content would depend on subsequent review of the archives. While he was enjoying the long-lost leisure, other programs appeared in the cube one after another, such as musical instrument performances, stage play performances, poetry recitations, etc. Among them, stage plays and poetry recitations did not mention much about Nestor's nature, but the musical instrument performances made him feel eye-opening. In this world, the special hearing range of the elves determined the huge gap between the Republic and the previous life in the direction of music development. A large number of vibrations that were considered ultrasonic and infrasound in the non-recognizable bands for humans in the previous life, and even for the various tribes on this side, could become beautiful music in the ears of the elves, and when productivity was liberated to the maximum extent and the popularization of knowledge was also effective. A large number of special musical instruments and unique music were born in spare time, and greatly enriched the amateur life of citizens. In addition, they also added the power of totem magic to music. The melody of sound is no longer just pure vibration, and each melody is endowed with the power of emotion. They are born and fall because of the melody, and after combining with the charm of the music itself, they produce a more powerful rendering power. Moreover, out of this concept, a relatively unconventional warrior school was born. Chapter 288, Feelings and Subsequent Planning. After listening to music for a while, Nestor planned to go out and have a look. Before leaving, Asher pointed to a cabinet and said that there were some interesting inventions in the kingdom over the years, which might be his interest. Nestor opened it now, and indeed saw some strange objects inside, but after a look with his senses, he immediately understood what they were for. While marveling at it, Nestor picked out a few that looked useful, and decided to try them out first. He first picked up a palm-sized box with an external neural interface and an ultra-thin slot on the side, and placed it with some smaller cards, which seemed to be stuffed into the slot. Nestor looked up and down, picked up one of the cards, and stuffed it into the slot. When he touched it, he felt dense marks on it, as if it was recording something. Afterwards, based on his understanding of its internal structure, he deliberately pressed a few buttons, and then melodious music sounded from it. Obviously, this is a music player, and it does not operate on the same principle as the totem radio, but is more like the CD player in the previous life, which obtains music by reading those cards with fine patterns. Moreover, this thing has two listening modes, public playback and brain reception. And Nestor has always been a good elf with a sense of public morality, so he grew a braid and connected it to the totem machine after adjustment. So in an instant, the feeling of music became different, and no sound was leaked to the outside world, as if the sensitive hearing had become a decoration. This is obviously something that earplugs cannot do, and it is also one of the main reasons why the Republic is gradually phasing out the in-ear listening mode. Nestor thought this was a good thing. Although these music might not be his favorite type, they had a unique and fresh feeling in this world. So, he casually swung his braid behind him, and the player connected to the end of it suddenly swung like a pendulum, but was soon controlled by the braid and stabilized. Afterwards, Nestor took out a few cards, and stuffed them into his body, and took a few other types of machines, and went out with full expectations to the residence of Nestor and Ashura. Although it was still a tree house in nature, it was no longer in the shape of a tree, and it was not a single family house, but shared a community-style giant building with the autonomous community where the two of them lived. Therefore, he did not choose to jump off the building as he did before, but took the equipment that went directly from the room to the bottom of the building to the outside world. The equipment was turned on facing the street, and no trace of a door was left after it was closed. So, he took out a fist-sized cube and placed it on the ground, and then a tube stretched out from his chest to connect with it, and began to provide it with initial energy. With the supply of energy, the totem group placed in a specific position began to work, and the seeds that had been placed in the cube began to take root and sprout, and gradually formed various things with obvious mechanical sense, and then connected to each other to form a whole. This seems to be a car, with a narrow front and thick back, and a streamlined structure full of speed, like a fighter jet without wings. In addition, there is a large nozzle at the tail, which seems to be a component used to provide additional power. Nestor got into the car, and found that there were also two control modes, manual and nerve control, but at this time his nerve was connected to the player, and although it could also split a new one for connection, driving was an experience that he had not experienced for a long time, so he couldn't help but want to try it manually. Nestor was out for several days, during which he used different faces and mixed into different groups. With the combined effect of visual senses and extraordinary perception, he understood the changes in the headquarters of the Republic from the inside out, and from bottom to top. Of course, his actions were recorded in the central authority. The central authority system of the headquarters no longer recognizes individual identities based on appearance alone, but collects various signal characteristics emitted by individuals, and then compares and identifies them through internal registered information, and almost every individual is within its recognition range at all times, not for monitoring, but to confirm the consistency of the signal source. For example, if Nestor transforms into a non-existent individual and is in the headquarters, the center will send an unknown signal invasion warning and notify the security department to respond. If he chooses an identity that does exist and is also in the headquarters or other garrisons to disguise, the center will send a duplicate signal source warning and also notify the security department to conduct manual identification. If the disguised individual happens to be no longer in the area, it will be compared with the entry and exit records and the estimated task completion time notification, and will also be transferred to the manual identification process. Although this identification method cannot confirm his identity when he is completely transformed, it will also cause certain troubles due to its set program, and Nestor himself is not an illegal person, and there is really no need to disguise so thoroughly. Therefore, he retains his core signal when he transforms, so that the center can always confirm his identity, to avoid harassment after being identified. In this way, he was able to start this adventure. The Republic has changed a lot now. The number of core citizens has increased to more than 190,000 in the past 23 years, and 180,000 of them live in the headquarters area. Although most of them are still underage elves, the city's appearance has also changed dramatically due to the increase in population. At this time, the most eye-catching thing in the headquarters is the large building composed of functional magic plants and a small amount of metal materials. Nestor's perception swept along the street and found that these buildings are comprehensive office buildings, scientific research centers, military production bases, and important material production lines, which integrate many key industries of the Republic. In addition, there are more comprehensive autonomous buildings, that is, the community type buildings, where he and Ashura live at this time, which not only have hundreds of large residential houses with considerable space, but also some service areas such as bars, fighting platforms, reading rooms, maintenance centers, etc. These buildings are usually more than 100 meters and less than 300 meters high, and all buildings are below the intersection of the trunk and the crown of the mother tree. Each building is composed of several to dozens of functional areas as a core, and the other various branch structures are extended, combined, and reconstructed around these cores, and then these seemingly integrated, but actually separable buildings are formed. Its appearance often has a style of green mixed with purple and gold. The former is the last resort caused by the original crown flat on the exterior of the building. For these buildings with plant characteristics, this is a unique way to save energy, while the latter seems to be a color preference. Many buildings are outlined with gorgeous purple and gold corners. It must be said that after watching for a long time, Nestor also felt the splendor from the changing purple and gold. Or three-layer transportation system is arranged in the horizontal distance between the buildings. The highest point is a high-altitude semi-enclosed passage that circles the outer edge of the building, or connects to each other. It is specially used for pedestrians to travel between buildings. Below it is a city's public transportation system. The carriages have completely abandoned the moose power and replaced with totem locomotives, which travel at high speed on the sky tracks between the buildings. Further down is the ground lane, which is not highly utilized. It is considered wide according to the previous life, but for the tall elves and the various means of transportation tailored for them, it is not very spacious. Take Ashura's vehicle for example. It is more than 13 meters long and 5 meters wide, and at most only 4 can run parallel on the main street. However, there are no traffic lights or crosswalks here, and almost all the elves driving various vehicles are running at a speed of more than 300 kilometers per hour. Fortunately, the city traffic adopts a three-dimensional layout and also relies on the elves' superb reaction and agility attributes, so that the impact of 300 to 400 km per hour on the senses is not much different from the 400 to 50 km per hour of humans in the previous life. So there are no traffic accidents. And for a strong man like Nestor, it is even more so. After the initial excitement has passed, the ground flying car can no longer bring him any sensory stimulation. After all, he has experienced flying at more than 10 times the speed of sound, and now this mere speed of a few hundred kilometers per hour is really infinitely close to ordinary walking. Of course, his purpose was not entirely for racing. In a few days, Nestor split into more than a dozen bodies, met all kinds of friends at the same time, went to various places with them, and saw a lot of real life beyond written materials. Almost all the agencies in the headquarters run 48 hours a day, but the workers inside have spare time supported by the shift system, division of labor, and high degree of automation. Here, there are no vagrants, and neither are active or passive workaholics. Every middle-aged citizen has a relatively stable job, and has at most 12 hours of normal working time and 12 hours of semi-mandatory study time in a day, while the remaining 24 hours are allocated freely by them. So, he and his friends went to listen to music, attended a book exchange meeting, participated in the writing of stage plays, and showed off a wave of musical creation. The script written by Nestor was amazingly human by his companions, and everyone thought that his imagination was really too big, but in terms of music, there was no good evaluation. The part that was plagiarized from the memories of the previous life was criticized for lack of imagination, and that the range of the repertoire he compiled was too narrow, and the part that was forcibly created, based on computing power, was criticized as a soulless show of skill, saying that it was impossible to hear any emotion or gain the slightest touch from it. Naturally, Nestor's journey as a musician was declared over. Of course, he didn't care. Some friends took him to the invention discussion meeting and showed Nestor various practical or impractical totem combination ideas and objects. In addition, he also participated in many entertainment projects such as bars and dance halls, and had a good experience of the elf-style nightlife. Moreover, he also went to see many activities such as ring hand-to-hand combat, unlimited armored combat, car racing, and airplane racing. These all seemed to be very popular projects. His dozen bodies were often pulled by different groups to play, and some even participated in a few games in person. He had a lot of fun, but he also saw some big or small problems. For example, the touch brought by art, the satisfaction brought by invention and creation, the freshness brought by making friends, and the excitement brought by competition, in the elves, often end with love. Nestor couldn't make too many judgments about this. After all, they didn't delay their work, nor did they lose their minds in the joy. Moreover, this country, which had transformed from a troll tribe to an extraordinary society in just 100 years, lacked the concept of morality or immorality in this regard from the beginning, especially in this era when fertility and sex were completely separated. Various fetishes in society became more and more free. However, it was not really chaotic and disorderly. The various regulations, based on the fixed partner system issued in the early years, played a good inhibitory role, and did not make all this too exaggerated. The core of this type of regulations is limiting desire and abstinence, advocating that such behavior should only be performed between fixed partners, and stipulating that each citizen cannot have more than 4 partners at most. At the same time, the regulations prohibit pleasure involving more than 5 individuals, prohibit pleasure that lasts more than 3 days, prohibit pleasure with non-siblings, and prohibit pleasure that causes physical harm beyond a certain limit during the process. However, it does not prohibit or advocate the use of druids' transformation abilities during the process, and does not intervene in the choice of the gender of the partner, and so on. Although Nestor did not personally participate in this type of ending music, that often occurs after various entertainment activities, he also learned a lot of his compatriots' views on this restriction during the communication. He learned that most of the citizens who came out of the tribal era, including witch doctors and warriors, believed that this was a rather strict regulation, but out of trust in the decision makers and the deterrence of punishment measures such as confinement, they were generally willing to abide by the rules. The tree elves were a little different. They were instilled with the concepts of fixed partners and limited desires by the education system since childhood, so they were more accepting of this and more willing to abide by the rules. Therefore, although the elves' ideas on such matters were much more open than Nestor's previous life, the situation was generally controllable, so Nestor did not think of using more stringent restrictions to regulate. After all, that might make society run in the way he recognized, but the rebellious emotions under strong pressure might also give rise to stronger desires. In addition, elves and humans are not of the same race, have huge physical differences, and do not share the same history, so there is no need to forcibly transplant some moral concepts that may not be the truth. Nestor spent half his life to figure this out. If he had just crossed over, he would have been furious. In addition to the humanities aspect, Nestor's perception also scanned some more detailed things. Now, 23 years later, the witch doctors have initially established a set of overall urban operation systems with 5 mother trees as the core and room for expansion. This system is divided into several parts, such as physical defense side, offensive side, sensory deception side, energy defense side, energy side, etc. For example, the entire headquarters in the air, or from the outside world. There are no high-rise buildings, and no noise belonging to civilization at this time. It seems that this is just a simple and ordinary forest, and the cause of this phenomenon is a confusion system, based on a series of perceptions such as vision, hearing, and smell. It is named Mystery Lock by the witch doctors, and belongs to the defense system planned in the early years. In addition, there are also kinetic protection barriers and energy interference barriers that also act on the defensive end. The former is a huge armor layer that costs a lot of money once used, but the advantage is that it can be recycled and degraded for reuse afterwards. The latter is an energy barrier that imitates the performance of the ancestral altar and is based on the stabilization of the energy of the spell, and is subdivided into windblade barriers, flame barriers, water barriers, negative effect barriers and other forms. It can use effect hedging or system disruption to resist the invasion of most spells, but it also has shortcomings such as insufficient stability, unrecyclable energy consumption, and rigid patterns. Today, most of the buildings on the surface are the origin of these systems, and they still retain the ability to become attack platforms. When necessary, they can be transformed into weapons through deformation to participate in the attack. And below the surface, most buildings share a foundation formed by the fusion of the mother tree roots. The mother tree roots are connected with the building roots, forming an overall fortress with stronger defense and more available space than the surface. There is the mother tree center, metal storage warehouses and solid nutrient storage warehouses. The former is the core of the algorithm that is currently operating the headquarters, while the latter contains countless metal ingots, solidified bodies of concentrated nutrient liquids, and other reserves. In addition, spare elf breeding rooms, frozen hibernation rooms, reduced metabolism hibernation rooms, data backups, and dormant military and civilian production lines have also been moved underground to cope with crises that may or may not occur in the future. There are also dozens of city energy and nutrient centers and corresponding control systems, which are also operating underground with layers of protection. A large amount of element are extracted from the ground and from the atmosphere. They are first converted into powdered solids and then formed into concentrated liquids in a certain ratio. After that, they are processed and become denser solids for storage. These nutrients support the operation of the underground totem core, which is in turn connected to the underground totem poles and connected to the branch cores and various buildings on the ground under the coordination of the algorithm. With the upgrade of the algorithm, the space required for the totem is getting smaller and smaller, and the energy efficiency ratio is greatly improved. The cores at all levels can create more powerful functionality, even if they maintain the same scale as before, not to mention the increasingly expanded now. Today, it is these totem cores of various levels that integrate a large number of functional plugins that support the operation of the entire city. From the perspective of the city structure, whether it is the high and low buildings on the ground or the 5 huge ancient trees, they actually form a community underground and form a fortress with obvious ambitions and planning to take off as a whole. And at the bottom of the fortress, he found a large number of cavities reserved for the power generation end, which is obviously a preparation for the future to go to the sky or even outside the atmosphere, but he doesn't know when it can be really done. At the same time, Nestor is very happy to see these situations, but he is not satisfied that he can see these situations. He hopes that more stringent information protection measures can be established. After a few days of leisure time, Nestor left his friends and began to prepare for the subsequent stage of work. The first thing is to prepare to set up a research institute or laboratory, because he has a hunch that the vision that he and Ashura found by accident will play an important role in connecting matter, magic, and totems. Therefore, he does not plan to return to his official position for the time being, but is ready to focus on research, trying to explore the more fundamental connection rules between magic and matter, which is indeed an aspect that the magic system has always lacked. However, this first step cannot be carried out immediately. After all, cheating requires him and Ashura to work together, and the latter does have her own work to do now. Therefore, the formal exploration may have to wait until the veteran witch doctors represented by Sharp Fang and Thick Fang and Freya are promoted before it can be carried out. And now, they are more or less a little short of the heat, and after all their souls except the Brain have completed the transformation. Nesta plans to do secondly, that is, to assist them to complete the promotion quickly. Moreover, the two witch doctors Sharp Fang and Thick Fang also have the intention to retire. After discussing with Nesta, they decided that, after reaching the 5th level, they would completely put down their management duties and concentrate on studying the magic experiment project. It is indeed a pity that higher level witch doctors are hindered by government affairs, and the executive government, factories, farms, etc. actually have this drawback. It is a bit wasteful to use people to perform many duties. Therefore, the second time is to propose the establishment of a full-time intelligence service system. After all, with the upgrade of the Mother Tree Center, many programmed affairs actually no longer need to be handled by the elves themselves, and can be completely handed over to the machines to carry out autonomously. Based on the vision of this prospect and the concern about strong intelligence, Nesta later submitted a formal written document as a member of parliament. While describing his own ideas, he also expressed suggestions on the restrictions that should be set in the process. Therefore, in the subsequent discussions, the parliament preliminarily marked the difference between strong intelligence and weak intelligence, based on the current situation and imagination, and reached a consensus that no matter what conditions, machines should not be given independent will. Under this consensus, the various central systems and branch systems of the Republic will be limited to decision-making and action within the scope of the established procedures of special intelligence. They will only act in a specific field, and can only focus on one thing, and will be helpless against things outside the scope of the preset procedures. In particular, the combination of brain algorithm and intelligence center is included in the most stringent total ban project. That is, under any conditions, any individual or organization shall not use the intelligence center as a target to experiment with this or similar algorithm structure. It is unknown whether this is groundless worry, and whether the strong intelligence will cause the same waves as in the previous life story in the face of magic, but the country of elves does not need to take risks, so it is better not to wade into this muddy water. After considering and partially completing these things, with Ashura's 5th level state unimpeded and stable, the two decided to find a few higher level monsters within the original target to try their hands. In the prediction, the 5th level witch doctor should be able to complete the capture of the high level individual without injury by a single unit, so the two decided to confirm it with the seriously injured list first. Chapter 289 Revenge in Mother Tree Number 6. In the airspace more than 1,000 kilometers north of the northern mountains and 30,000 meters above the ground, 4 blood red lights flashed by, and in front of these red lights were 2 creatures that were very inconsistent with the style of the world outside the Black Forest. They were now heading north at a speed of more than 10 times the speed of sound. Wherever they passed, the atmosphere was shattered like fragile glass, and a thunderous roar was delayed. However, these sounds had nothing to do with the 2 creatures that initiated them, because at the moment they sounded, they had already moved on to an unknown place. This was not someone else, but the 2 5th level witch doctors, Nesta and Ashura, who were influenced by a completely different path of cultivation from other higher creatures, or civilized races in this world. The factors such as magic physical structure of the flesh and totem machinery were integrated into their bodies, allowing the 2 elves to show such an extraordinary speed at this moment. In the large-scale observations that have been carried out for decades, the Republic has discovered that, unless there is some other unknown way of moving in the outside world, the speed shown by the 2 witch doctors at this time is the limit of this world, at least at present. But there is actually a disadvantage of flying at such a high speed. That is, most of the current perception methods can no longer keep up with their own speed. Therefore, the detection range of the 2 elves is currently limited to visual distance. Fortunately, the airspace is unobstructed, and a series of enhanced totems such as ultra-long distance vision, obstructed vision, and wide-angle vision added to the false brain give them more powerful vision, so that they will not become blind in perception at the moment. Why do you have to choose this road? During the flight, Ashura asked using a small part of the cells exchanged between them. I want to see if I can lure out the higher level monster last time, the one that attacked our airship. Then why not go directly to its lair? The lady asked in confusion. She did think that her partner had some special considerations that she had not thought of. But who knew all? I didn't think too much, and I just left like this inexplicably. Maybe he wanted to capture the predetermined target as planned, but he also wanted to lure that guy out to complete his revenge. So, you are so stupid. Okay, it seems that you don't have to worry about it anymore. Yeah, I saw it to apostrophe while talking. A creature that was exactly the same as the one in the archive was approaching rapidly. Its true form was undoubtedly the revenge target, and it only took a moment to see and approach. It was a feathered creature that looked like a pterosaur, but also a bit like a bird. It had a torso length of more than 100 meters, a wingspan of more than 200 meters, a tough beak of several meters, and sharp claws of more than 10 meters. Although its speed was not as fast as the two elves at the moment, its speed of more than 1000 kilometers per hour was roughly 3 or 4 times the speed of sound, which was considered a rare top creature in this world. Nestor was actually looking forward to its arrival, but he was also a little nervous. After all, the past experiences of facing high-level monsters were not easy and pleasant. These guys who seemed to exceed the biological limits in his cognition could make him feel a little apprehensive even now. No, I can also be a so-called monster that has exceeded the limit now. There is nothing to worry about. Thinking so in his heart, he slowed down early to avoid missing this encounter, because the comparison between the two sides in this aspect was already different in terms of offense and defense. If he continued to fly in the previous state, this battle would be almost impossible. It is worth mentioning that the forms of Nestor and Ashura at this time are extremely biased and relatively fragile. At present, the mimic body of this size can provide most of the increase in speed, as well as the physical structure and material strength of specific areas that must be strengthened to ensure speed. At the same time, the attack end was almost completely abandoned, and the defense stage only retained the part related to flight. Therefore, they must change their physical structure and strengthening bias before fighting, and convert the totem positions that are linked to body size and energy supply to a certain extent, and the increase they can provide, into a large extent related to the battle. Therefore, in the current encounter, Nestor and his partner's first reaction was not to use speed to force the enemy head on, but to turn around and leave at a speed that would not completely throw them off after a limited provocation. Just as they expected, the giant bird followed closely, and the two 5th level witch doctors began to use the data memorized in their visualization bodies to quickly transform their combat forms. The hypersonic engine was downgraded to a supersonic engine and gradually moved to a position that would not be in the way. The wings became a periosteel structure and were half folded on both sides of the back to adjust when flexible steering was required, and the part where the engine was originally installed extended a long tail with a bladed hammer at the end, which was now swaying behind the body. In addition, the legs extended from both sides of the abdomen, and 6 arms extended from both sides of the torso. Among them, the thighs were strong and raised in front, the calves were strong and bent in the back, and sharp and tough bone spurs were protruding in front of the knees. At the bottom were hard-skinned and bone-wrapped strong feet with long claws like sharp blades. On the arms, the top and bottom pair are more like large-scale frequency blades that can be used for stabbing and slashing than arms. Only the middle pair still maintains the normal form of grasping and flexing, but the front end also has a retractable claw structure. At the same time, the neck has become thicker and slightly longer, and the head has not deliberately formed an elf form, but has become a dragon-like creature with sharp teeth and a huge snout in the novels of the previous life, and has grown sharp horns on the forehead. On the surface of the body, pieces of crystal clear bionic scales stand out, and inside is a semi-dermal structure with a mixture of green and purple, which is used to maintain the energy supply of the main body cells and the mimic body under the sun. After completing this series of transformations, the two elves' bodies have changed from flying machines to air combat forms designed by Nestor. Among them, Nestor prefers close combat, while Ashura prefers long-range combat. Both have a 110 meter long tail and are 110 meters tall from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads. The front width of their bodies is 40 meters, and the thickness of their sides is more than 35 meters. 70% of their structures are bionic and 30% are mechanical. Their ferocious posture also gives off a feeling of upright half-dragon. In short, this dragon creature that does not seem to exist in this world appears at this moment in another posture. quite naturally, under the ideas provided by Nesta. At this moment, their speed has dropped to about 4 times the speed of sound, but it is still a line faster than the giant bird, so the two elves stopped circling in the air, turned around suddenly, and then faced the enemy who was chasing them from the left and right. After all, this was the first time they faced a complete higher level creature, and the partners decided to play more steadily, so Azura was responsible for long range attack and Nesta was responsible for close combat. Bang, bang, bang. A large number of high-speed wind blades flew out from Azura's 6 arms. In addition to the traditional cutting power, they were also given a wave blade structure that could only be used for close combat before, so they had much higher lethality than before, and had a rapid effect. These attacks made the giant bird feel threatened, but while it was busy dodging, Nesta turned his body sideways, folded his bone wings back, and then, driven by the unique wind-breaking structure in front of his head, the high-speed engine, and the small engine group at the end of the tail wing, he accelerated to 5 times the speed of sound in an instant, and rushed to the front of the giant bird in an instant. 4 arms stretched straight forward in an instant, and a pair of wave blades slashed across the belly of the giant bird that was trying its best to turn over and dodge, bringing out handfuls of blood and tough feathers that exploded all over the sky, and as they crossed each other, the tail hammer instantly smashed down, hitting the target firmly, forcing it to break out of the supersonic state and be smashed horizontally by the huge force. In the direction where it was knocked away, Azura's attack had already been waiting, and the supersonic wave gun on its body was quickly activated. The dense attack that was invisible to ordinary vision formed a barrage at this time, causing the giant bird to break its defense in pain and immediately think of escaping. At this time, Nesta finally completed the turn after the high-speed charge, and suddenly accelerated again, and suddenly rushed to the back of the giant bird that was splattering blood. The thick upper and bony hind legs stretched out, and the sharp claws on them pierced deeply into its flesh and blood. At the same time, the neck stretched forward, the fangs covered with barbs opened to the limit, and then bit its neck fiercely. Moreover, a pair of arms had already hugged its body tightly, and the extended claws cut into its body, while the remaining 2 pairs raised their blades and stabbed its side and back. The giant bird was in great pain, and the feathers on its body stood up and erupted, but it did not cause any interference to Nesta's mimic body. The strong wind was whistling in the perception, and the 2 monsters were entangled in high-speed flight. Nesta had already caused considerable injuries to it. The creature that was once invincible was now wailing under his crotch. Just when the situation was developing in a positive direction and Azura stopped attacking, because of the chaos in the shooting range, the giant bird suddenly screamed again. This was an ultrasonic wave that far exceeded the lethality of the banshee's wail. It directly acted on Nesta, who was very close, and in an instant, scraped off the mimicry structure weighing several tons on his body surface. And before and after the end of this first wave of physical effects, a series of unique patterns that can be obtained when high-level monsters use spell-like attacks were generated, and then extended to the inner armored area and even the area where Nesta's body cells were located. For the first time, he personally experienced the feeling of being directly hit by the attack of a high-level monster. The huge amount of pain spread infinitely in his perception, and even affected his thinking, and stopped his movements in an instant. At this time, the giant bird also suddenly exerted force, and broke free from his restrictions. At that moment, Nesta, who had lost consciousness for a short time, fell rapidly downwards, while the giant bird retracted its wings and accelerated, moving downwards, obviously with the intention of finishing off the enemy. In just a moment, the giant bird started to chase and kill at a speed faster than before, and opened its mouth after getting closer, wanting to launch a special effect attack again. However, Azura's containment also worked at this time. She interrupted its subsequent offensive rhythm and its pursuit footsteps with a faster speed and her own attack that could not be ignored, and suppressed it at a distance that was neither far nor close. Below, Nesta finally regained consciousness after falling for about several thousand meters. The soundproof armor on his body undoubtedly saved his life, greatly reducing the direct effect of the giant bird's attack on the body cells, and weakening the area affected by the special effect. However, that strange pattern has already begun to spread. Nesta himself is not a high-level magical beast, and his practice as a witch doctor has long since turned to a completely different path. both in terms of biology and the increase in combat power. This has both advantages and disadvantages. The advantages are popularity within the tribe, individual adaptability, and enhancement beyond the limits of one's own abilities, which enables him, all witch doctors, and even warriors blessed by totem armor to gain several times, dozens of times, or even thousands of times the enhancement of their own abilities. The disadvantage is reflected in the current situation. He is not like other higher level creatures, who have a higher resistance to such additional effects, so he can only use his own pure attributes to resist, and the situation does not seem optimistic. Fortunately, as mentioned before, the mimic body itself, and the totem structure with countless layers stacked on it, effectively alleviated the extent of his own injuries. Therefore, seeing the unknown lines spreading on the mimic body, and accelerating with the increase of the eroded totems, Nestor immediately gave up most of his own proliferation structures and reluctantly discarded a part of the real cells that had been infected. The former, after cutting off his energy supply and severing his own energy system, was constantly eroded by the effect and fell rapidly downward as a high altitude falling object, the latter, was carefully collected by the distressed Nestor, stored in a bottle made of multiple materials, and with a fine insulation layer, and stored in the body. After this abandonment, the loss of cells certainly made him feel very distressed, but the loss of the mimicry and the loss of the totem effect attached to it, in a short period of time, destroyed most of his combat power. That was tens of thousands of tons of high-strength semi-plant, semi-metal bone material, and Nestor could not create things out of thin air. Now only in a stable area with abundant energy and raw materials, such as the cultivation cabin of the headquarters, there is time and resources for the cell group to reconstruct the mimicry again. Obviously, this is not something that can be done immediately, so at this time he chose to ask for help from his partner, Ashura. Ashura, prepare to merge with me, understood? Do you need me to go down to support you? Ashura, who was in the battle, responded quickly. Come down a little bit. I have lost too much proliferation material, and the reserves in the cells are not enough. I can't create a super high speed engine again. The speed is too much behind you. Understood. Keep hovering at the coordinates asterisk asterisk dash asterisk asterisk dash asterisk asterisk. I will speed over. Okay, the purple cell group used the remaining materials to barely build an engine that could maintain twice the speed of sound, and drove it to the designated location, and at the moment he just arrived, Ashura suddenly appeared, opened part of the armor layer, and ate Nestor in one bite. How to merge? Shallow or deep? Deep. You create a distance difference first, we use time to complete the fusion, and then you control the body and squeeze me into that strange space. I want to see if there is a chance to save the lost cells. Stingy guy, obviously not much loss, then I will start it. After the communication, Ashura suddenly accelerated, created a time difference of several seconds in an instant, and began a deep fusion. Under the effect of inertia, her body was still rushing forward even during the fusion. At this time, the giant bird's eyes revealed obvious surprise. It couldn't figure out why the powerful strange creature was vulnerable and why it suddenly disappeared, but at this time, the creature in front of it that also invaded its territory showed a strange sense of weakness, so, the giant bird, who wanted to completely solve the opponent, chose to continue chasing, and then was undoubtedly kite-fed. When the giant bird finally caught up to within a few kilometers, Ashura had used the time difference of less than a few seconds to eat up the partner's cells, and established a new body that was combined from the perspective of the visual body. The combination of two fifth-order bodies cannot be explained by a simple 1 + 1 = 2. Twice the original amount of cells can form a multiplication of computing power, and thus support a larger mimic body, thereby obtaining a more powerful totem blessing. Even though it was not in an environment with spare materials and energy at this time, even though Nestor had lost most of the mimic body material before, Ashura still used the remaining materials and much faster thinking to construct a new body that was more than several times stronger in a short period of time. When the giant bird finally arrived and was about to attack, it was hit head on and then lost consciousness and freedom in a few seconds. In the sky, the 170-meter tall female half-dragon was stagnant, and a strong airflow gushed out from her back, rendering a large area of purple-red clouds below, while the giant bat drooped its wings as if dead, and lost its movement, like the prey captured by Ashura, quietly dragged by her legs. If you look closely, you can find that her fingers have pierced into the giant bird's skull and deeper into its brain, as if it had directly cut off its magic crystal circuit and abolished the giant bird's brain function, which made it appear so harmless. At this time, Ashura lacked effective means of communication with her partner, so she didn't know whether it was successful or when it would be successful, so she didn't immediately exit the fusion state, but took back the redundant combat structure and changed the half-dragon body into a giant elf, or the titan shape, that Nesta mentioned casually. Then, she looked at the prey in her hand, recalled the soaring combat power after the fusion, and the actual combat experience that came with it. Ashura understood the power of this state, and also understood that the high-level magic beasts had really become chickens that could be caught at will. Of course, this chicken could carve elves, and it was necessary to pay attention to avoiding their unique attack methods, otherwise it would have to face the painful lesson that Nesta had learned before. But the difference in combat power was still absolute. As long as you were careful, there would be no problem. Therefore, she had the idea of quickly capturing all the targets in her mind. Those high-level magic beasts in a seriously injured state, whose combat power was not even as good as that of the giant bird, must be able to complete the capture in a short time. However, the big guy that had been caught in her hand seemed to have become a great burden. However, she thought that, although her speed was limited by her current body shape, she could still soar nearly 5 times the speed of sound, so it didn't seem to be a problem to send the prey back to the tribe and turn it into the core of the mother tree before setting off. After figuring this out and making up her mind, Ashura no longer hesitated. She immediately maintained this posture and rushed towards the headquarters with the captive. The target was far away, but it seemed very close. She flew from the high altitude of the northern continent to the mountains, then passed through the top of the Black Forest, and finally arrived at the headquarters. The witch doctor's perception report speed was much slower than Ashura's flying speed at this time, so the warriors on duty in the guardroom were fortunate to become the first compatriots to witness her size. "Captain, look. It's a super large creature approaching rapidly." The captain, who was called, immediately moved closer to the cube to check, and saw the target displayed as a dot under the distance mark. He also recognized the target's body data by comparing the distance and body size. So, he asked the reconnaissance center, "What is the result of the screening? Why didn't the warning signal go out?" It has been verified that the signal source is Ms. Ashura, the Speaker of the Parliament. The other end has sent a special identification code for interrupting the mission. The 3-phase verification is correct and confirmed to be a trustworthy unit. The reconnaissance center responded in a mechanical voice that lacked the original agility. While it was answering the question, the small dot in the cube had grown larger and showed specific morphological characteristics, and the face was also seen by the elves on duty. It was a face that was both familiar and unfamiliar. Although it was a super large unit, it had a body that belonged to an elf, which made them feel a little at a loss as to what to do with that face. The facial information has been compared. It has the characteristics of both the Speaker of the Council and the Pioneer, and is consistent with the identity and appearance marked as Nisalata in the feature library. Nisalata? What the hell is that? The record has been confirmed to be correct. Nisalata is a neutral creature that is a combination of the Pioneer and the Speaker of the Council. It can be driven by the consciousness of both parties, and is identified as our own unit with top-level security authority. Okay, report it to the General Command of the investigation. If it is correct, we will ignore it. The Central Center will automatically report once. Sergeant, you report it manually again. Understood. A soldier responded. A moment later, when Ashura was still hundreds of kilometers away from the headquarters, the confirmation sent to the superiors had been replied, and both were orders to not activate the early warning plan, and the warriors did not really relax until then, and began to observe the extremely majestic display image more carefully with another perspective. "Captain, neutral. The 2 witch doctors are already very tempting, and this time it's doubled. No, after combining, the charm is more than 10 times. Don't think too much. The Lady of the Parliament and the Pioneers are different from you chaotic guys. They are truly loyal to each other. Although I don't quite understand it. The captain glanced at the 4 teammates who were infatuated with each other regardless of gender, and spoke again. The key point is the thing in the lady's hand. It seems to be revenge target number 1. Was he killed or captured? He should be captured. Yes, there is a life signal. He is alive. Wow. That's great. This is another increase of tens of thousands of descendants. Reconnaissance room. Please answer if you hear me. This is Ashura. Suddenly, a neutral voice came from the audio converter. The captain immediately stopped the rest of the topic and responded quickly. Received. This is the captain on duty in the reconnaissance room. Please give your orders, madam. I'll be there soon, and notify the council to prepare high-level warcraft prisons, and prepare to transform the mother tree. Understood. I'll notify immediately. Well, thank you for your hard work. After the captain completed the notification according to the order, the witch doctors cooperated with the core center and began to build a new mother tree and completed the preparations for its pre-installed body in a very short time. At this time, Ashura also brought the gale and stopped at the extension of the headquarters. Her huge body of 170 meters and the 110 meter long high-level warcraft captive in her hand immediately entered the keen perception of most elves. Compared with the height of the buildings in the headquarters and the height of the larger mother tree, Ashura's current size is not too exaggerated. After all, even if these large and small buildings are not mentioned, the elves' creations such as battleships in the sea, deep-sea submarines, and even airships are much larger than her. However, the sense of oppression that can be created by the upright, elf-shaped giant creature is far more powerful than all other reference objects. Therefore, she still left a very deep surprise to the citizens and soldiers at the moment, and after learning her identity in the notice, this surprise turned into pride in her own strength in a very short time. After slowly landing in the outer area of the headquarters and waiting for a while, a wave of shock that affected all 5 senses suddenly rose in a certain area in front of Ashura. Afterwards, the forest turned into a purple golden green ocean, and the tall wall and the 5 towering mother trees inside also came into view at this time. Then, the huge wall sank and cracked in silence, and the buildings revealed behind also disintegrated or slimmed down and retreated to both sides. Then, a passage leading directly to somewhere was opened in front of her, and its end point was the location reserved for the 6th mother tree in the plan. After the road ahead was completely clear, Ashura carried the giant bird's skull and entered the headquarters. In the security zone, the soldiers in the transformed giant wall fortress showed longing and yearning in their eyes and watched the giant in front of them carrying the prey step by step. Suddenly, the military security zone was left behind. The 2 sides of the street where Ashura walked became office buildings and autonomous communities. At this time, there were elves lying on the windows, standing in the extension cableway, or floating in the air. They looked excited and yearning. At this time, looking at her and the big bird in her hand, they couldn't help but cheer one after another. Nicerata, or Ashura, who dominated her personality, no longer had a passionate and charming expression on her face when facing her partner. She became serious and graceful, and only raised a polite smile that was not conspicuous at the corner of her mouth. Ashura's speed was not slow, and the headquarters was not known for its huge area due to its high utilization of space, so they arrived at the destination quickly. There, dozens of witch doctors had already arrived, and had completed all the preparations for the new mother tree long ago. So, Ashura carried the giant bird, and stuffed it into the heart of the mother tree, and used her nails engraved with totemic effects to grab it again and again with a buzzing sound, deliberately leaving a lot of wounds. Then, the wave blade on her upper arm ruthlessly inserted into the hole in the skull, opened it along the wound, and cut off the sensory area and motor area, and then used her palm to roughly pull out the magic crystal. As the giant bird was inserted, a large group of vines poured into these wounds, and initially activated their respective functions. The mother tree also began to close its structure, and various functions also began to operate most efficiently. Afterwards, the number 6 mother tree grew rapidly, and soon it increased to the same level as the other 5 trees. At this point, the various functions of the mother tree were officially activated, and completely connected to the city system, and an inexhaustible supply of high-energy self-fluid was continuously extracted, becoming an important resource for the Republic to cultivate future generations of elves. The last day, I wonder if everyone still has monthly tickets. If you have 1000 monthly tickets, Zyopia will be able to participate in the lottery next month, and there is a guaranteed 100 yuan to receive. Chapter 290, Outside and Inside, asking for monthly tickets and more chapters almost 1000. During the period when the 6th mother tree grew on its own, the center has calculated the number of tree-born elves that it can cultivate every 10 years and reported it to the witch doctors. According to its calculation, this high-level magic beast can increase the production of elves for the Republic by 50,000/10 years. If the other 5 are added, the total is 250,000/10 years, which is nearly 60,000 more than the total number of elves currently owned. Among the 6 mother trees that have been owned successively, the cultivation power of number 1 is 20,000, and it is fixed to produce in the rune year ending with 1. Although Brother Wolf has made great contributions to the Republic, his output is also the lowest among the 6. The output of mother trees number 2 and number 3 is 80,000 in total, and they are produced in the rune year ending with 6 among the other 3. Mother tree number 4 settled at the end of rune calendar 85. Number 5 settled at the beginning of rune calendar 89, and number 6 settled in 90, with an estimated output of 60,000, 40,000, and 50,000 respectively. Due to the accumulation of experience and the relative maturity of detection technology, the last 3 mother trees now only need to go through the animal cultivation stage equivalent to the skin test, and can directly carry out mass elf cultivation in about 22 months, which greatly shortens the initial waiting time compared to the past. In this way, the number 4 mother tree, which has already started cultivation, will give birth in the rune year ending in 7. The number 5 mother tree will start giving birth in the next rune year ending in 0, and the number 6 mother tree is estimated to start raising cubs in 92, and have its first birth in rune year 102. Overall, the birth of tree-born elves has formed 2 peaks in the short and medium term, namely 140,000 in the rune year 6, 7 and 110,000 in the year 0, 2, and there is no harvest in the rest of the years. The increase in the number of people is certainly good news, but on the other hand, this additional method may also lead to an imbalance in the burden of education and other aspects of the headquarters. However, even if the witch doctors wanted to balance the increase in population between each year, they considered that any active delay would cause the country to lose the population it should have gained, so they just let it go. But now, the power of the 5th stage, especially the 5th stage after the 2-in-1, has given them new hope, and the increase in the number of mouths from unbalanced to overloaded every year. Not to mention, whether Ashura can quickly capture the remaining 10 seriously injured dormant targets in the short term, and transform them into elf mouths. It seems that even the other fixed targets that are obviously not injured, but have fallen into dormancy for unknown reasons, may be captured in the short and medium term, and even those active individuals who are always jumping around, with the speed advantage shown by the high-end forces of the headquarters at this time and the perception advantage of the Republic as a whole, capturing them may only be a matter of opportunity and time. You know, there are as many as 437 high-level Warcraft individuals that have been discovered. Thinking of this, Sharp Fang and Coarse Fang, who are only 1 step away from the 5th stage, can't help but look at each other, and then show a tacit expression of disgust, and then each snort and turn away. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I will never merge with this guy even if I die. Sharp Fang thought, if it is a last resort, I can actually sacrifice myself. Coincidentally, Coarse Fang also had a similar, but different idea. The other witch doctors also had their own thoughts, and some veteran witch doctors even thought of more things and asked immediately, "Madam, can you feel the limit of fusion? I mean, can there be more combinations than 2-in-1? His eyes flashed with excitement, and he explained with longing, "For example, Can 3, 4, or even more 5th level individuals be fused, and will the fusion accumulate more powerful power again? This. Ashura heard the words, felt her own situation, and then replied uncertainly, I haven't felt the limit. Theoretically, it seems to be fine, but is it feasible? If it is feasible, how much can it increase? She shook her head to indicate that she didn't know, and said clearly, at least we have to wait until the two excellences Sharp Fang and Coarser Fang are promoted, before we can really start trying. As she spoke, Ashura, who was groping for the speedbird magic crystal in her palm, suddenly changed her expression, and her eyes suddenly revealed a will that was completely different from before. Sir Pioneer. Sir Sunkson. Ashura was fighting. She defeated the enemy and returned to the headquarters and then formed the 6th mother tree in a short period of time. So many things happened in the outside world, but our Mr. Nestor was sinking in the stagnant thinking. Everything around him was in chaos, and the endless unknown was changing rapidly in his slow thoughts, which made him overwhelmed and unable to think. Nestor lost the thinking speed based on the witch doctor's path and the body at this time. Not to mention compared with the 4th and 5th levels, when he had a digital integration, even the former troll period might be much stronger than now. At the same time, the eye here has no hands and feet, no superb 5 senses, only this unknown perception, in a very limited area, to help him know everything around him. Moreover, there is no clear concept of distance here, so Nestor cannot be sure where his perception reaches, and what he sees. Chaos and order may exist here, or they may just be a false coexistence in his cognition due to his own lack of ability. In this field of points, lines, and surfaces that fills all the perception ranges, Nestor tries his best to remember and analyze their appearance and changing rules. He dare not relax at all, nor let his thinking deviate, because, if there is any deviation in the idea in the brain, this deviation cannot be taken back in a short time. It will be like a stone thrown out, running far away in inertia, and creating a large area of chaos before gradually disappearing. Yes, thinking seems to be one of the variables here. Whenever he has complex thoughts, the chaotic perception circle will usher in another chaos, adding extra difficulty to the already difficult task. This is undoubtedly a huge obstacle to analyze. One must think, but thinking itself is also one of the variables. Damn it. A strong complaint formed involuntarily, and then it disturbed everything like a tangible sound wave, making Nestor more and more crying. Fortunately, the witch doctor's thirst for knowledge and the will accumulated over the years did not retreat, and at this time he reluctantly helped Nestor to explore little by little. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 291 Dead Cells, and going deep inside. Divergent thinking is not useless. Nestor at least gradually clarified the general position of I, based on the starting point of the confusion when thinking occurred. But for more things, it seems that we need to reduce the existence of variables as much as possible before analyzing them. So, he slid out of the hole and squeezed into the body, thus replacing Ashura as the will of the body in the outside world. The first thing that caught his eye was the tall mother tree in front of him, and the signal band in it that was the same as the swift bird. This also allowed him to quickly grasp his own location and the specific incident that happened. Your Excellency the Pioneer. Your Excellency the Liangson. At the same time, greetings came from his ears. Almost all of the people present were 4th level witch doctors, and they were all extremely sensitive. How could they not judge the changes in the personality of the person in this body? Therefore, they greeted him at the first time. So Nestor smiled and returned the greeting, and after a brief greeting, he said, everyone, go ahead and do your own thing. I have a difficult problem to deal with first. Most of the witch doctors left as they said, leaving only coarse teeth, sharp teeth, and the somewhat shy Freya. Nestor nodded to them and asked them to wait, then stroked the magic crystal in front of him and said to the air, handle the application for a large meditation room and the research procedures for higher level magic crystals for me. I want to apply to borrow this thing for a period of time. Understood. The central system is at your service. In the mechanical sound, a light spot appeared in front of Nestor and quickly turned into a virtual form, and he filled in the reason and deadline, then signed his name in the void with his fingers and recorded his own authentication frequency before submitting it for review. In a very short time, the Central Center completed the identity verification, checked the magic crystal research appointment, and immediately approved Nestor's application after confirming that it was correct. The meditation room is 0129. Do you need to move the magic crystal for you? Thank you. Sorry for the trouble. Okay, the central system is at your service. A mechanical voice responded, and the ground under his feet began to deform, and a channel was generated. Then the magic crystal in front of him, which was definitely not small, fell into the hole, and then disappeared after a sound of the slide rail. It will first enter the underground corridor that leads in all directions, and then be sent to the meditation room reserved by Nestor, where he will wait for his arrival. Ignoring the steps that happened after submitting the application, Nestor walked to Freya, who had become a mature big sister, habitually covered the little girl's head with his hand, and then asked the two senior witch doctors, "What stage is it at? When do you think it will be completed? I'm still waiting to help you get promoted." Although the process of advancing from 4 to 5 is not a process that can only be completed with the help of others, with the assistance of Nestor, it is obvious that it can save a lot of time like Ashura, so he has always held this idea. It should be soon. It will probably take another year. Corsteith said. The old guy and I are about the same. HMMIC. What about the other witch doctors? Some of them are almost there. The oldest ones back then have accumulated as much as anyone else. According to the time difference, more than a dozen old friends will be promoted in 2 years, and the remaining 20 or so veterans will be about the same in 3 to 5 years. Very good. Everyone is making progress. By the way, how about you, little Freya? It's just reached 34%, and it's still many years away from brain transformation. While responding, Freya was also trying to break free from the hands on her head. She had put a lot of thought into this hairstyle today, but it was ruined in just a moment, which made her no longer shy, and she snorted immediately. "Oh my. Old sir, can you please stop touching my beautiful hair? What a lousy hair. You just know how to mess with it. What do you know? A good hairstyle equals a good mood, which equals high efficiency, understand? Okay, I won't mess around with you, little guy. I'm going to the quiet room to practice, understood? Be careful. Let's go. Let's go. I'll push." After leaving under Freya's push, Nestor quickly rose to the top of the number 1 mother tree and entered the meditation room that he had just come out of not long ago. In the huge meditation room, the bodies of the 2 elves had just separated, and they were sitting together leaning on the newly acquired magic crystal and talking. "How is it? Did you save the cells?" Ashura asked. "They are almost dead. Only a little bit is left." Nestor's face showed a bit of pain. "A lot of losses? The number is not large, but each one represents a lifespan and computing power bonus." "That's right. Computing power can make cells divide and replenish, but there seems to be no way to increase lifespan at this stage." "That's fine. It's only a few months of life anyway. It's okay." This is the truth. A few months of life is actually not a big loss for Nestor, let alone for the elves who have just been born and have not yet undergone any training. So, it's fine if I figured it out. Maybe I won't care about hundreds or thousands of years in the future. So what are we going to do next? Should we continue to hunt or think of a countermeasure first? Tell me about your side first. How does it feel to fight against high level monsters after the 2-in-1? Very easy. As long as we know its most threatening attack method in advance, we can easily capture it. Then my plan just now is a bit of a loss. He pondered. Once we start the research, it will take a long time, and if my guess about the cause of the confusion of information on the inside is true, then to reduce external factors, we both have to be fixed and unable to move at the same time. The loss of time and the loss of population growth rate are indeed a bit large. Let me think about it. How about this? We first confirm or disprove your guess, and then discuss the subsequent steps. Okay. After the agreement was reached, Nestor elaborated on his initial ideas for reducing external factors for 2 different situations. After that, they began to try. Ashura was still in charge of the outside and Nestor was in charge of the inside. After occupying the consciousness, the former first let the central nervous system withdraw all objects in the meditation room, except the magic crystal one by one. Then, it gradually unified the composition of surrounding materials such as walls. Then, the indoor atmospheric concentration began to decrease for the second time until the pressure difference limit that the meditation room could withstand was reached. Finally, the totem group built into the body was gradually abandoned. Finally, she closed her vision, hearing, smell, touch and other senses in turn. During this series of processes, Nesta would come out to give feedback almost every time a process was completed, and finally, after screening, it was confirmed that the best effect was achieved by simultaneously closing all senses and decomposing the body into a cell aggregate state. Then, Ashura began to repeat this process in both forward and reverse directions, so that her partner could be more certain. Cells closed, internal totems became complicated, senses recovered, senses closed, totem structure simplified and finally abandoned, cells dispersed. This cycle continued. As she operated, Nesta's perception circle also changed, obviously changing from extremely complex to the simplest, and then from the simplest back to extremely complex. So, in these countless slow cycles, Nesta gradually figured out the connection between inside and outside, and understood that everything she saw here was actually the feedback of all the perceptions of the external body in reality. At least, this stage was correct. In simple terms, the more blind the perception of the outside world is, the more clear the situation inside is. This is also a consequence of reducing interference, rather than the increase and decrease of internal and external perceptions. In such endless repetition, he finally found the self in the space and the boundary of his own. Although it was also amorphous and complex, it was much better than the previous situation. Then, Nesta began to limit himself and fix the scope of thinking in a certain direction, wanting to reduce the variables caused by the inside to a certain extent again. For the witch doctor who was already accustomed to meditation, this was not difficult to achieve. After he adapted to the difference between inside and outside, he gradually achieved the pseudo-meditation in this area and successfully controlled his mind. Afterwards, his will returned to the outside, left a message to Ashura to keep it very simple and returned, and began to concentrate on further exploring the self and boundary. 1,000,000,000 times 2 is an enormous number, and the feedback it can form is equally complex, but at the same time, the dissolved cells have only 2 basic forms, and 1 additional state. The former are the components belonging to him and his partner respectively, although in the outside world, even with the most sophisticated microscope, they cannot detect the difference between the 2 cells, but here they show a clear difference. The latter are the small group of cells that were contaminated when they were attacked by high-level monsters and are struggling to survive in the continuous maintenance of the body. This group of cells often carries a kind of encumbrance that is different from the former, but similar to each other. So in the 2 pieces of the overall similar state of cell feedback, they show obvious incompatibility. Obviously, this similar burden is a gift of the swift bird and the internal source of the additional damage. It penetrates into the feedback of the cells here like a thorn in the flesh and drives them to extinction. This is not just a feedback of what happens at the external entity level, but more like a confrontation that happens inside, which seems to be about rules and something more essential. However, it is obviously not enough to just see and guess. In the outside world, the 5th level witch doctor can indeed defeat high-level monsters, but he is helpless against the special effects of this attack, and its essence is here. Nesta himself does not have the means to exert here. He has no way to use this consciousness here to affect anything he sees. No. Looking at the space that is once again in chaos, Nesta realizes that he is not without a way to influence this place. The current chaos is caused by his divergent thinking. This is the most obvious intervention, isn't it? So, if the thinking is orderly formed, can more things be done? At this point, the loss of a few cells is actually not a big deal. What Nesta is more concerned about now is the lack of witch doctor path in this aspect. Although the combat power is unmatched, it is all the result of the accumulation of exogenous amplification. It lacks something more inner in essence. Complaining and regretting are useless. Giving up on some aspects is also a trade-off that must be made in a short period of time to strengthen to this point. Therefore, realizing the problem and thinking about solutions are the main purpose of research. In this way, Nestor gathered the thoughts that were scattered and began to try to imagine the rune model of the Banshee's howl in space, but what he gained was only a mess of fluctuations. So he retreated to his body and began to learn and master the spell-like disturbances in the magic crystal of the swift bird in the outside world, and quickly turned them into a variety of rune spells from basic to complex. Then he left a message for Ashura to start the same study, and after completion, he cast the rune version and the magic crystal version in the outside world, in turn to provide him with reference. Then, he ordered the central to raise the meditation room, raising its height by another 700 meters to the sky, leaving an upward attack hole. After completing these things, he returned to the space, and Ashura returned to her body, and began to cooperate according to her partner's request. The world and the eyes became much more complicated. Nestor understood that this was the influence of the senses that Ashura opened in order to learn and cast spells, but fortunately, he at least had a clear understanding of the boundaries of his self here, so the things that should be done would not be delayed, and the thinking process was actually completed in the outside world. After an unknown amount of time, there was a change in perception, and Ashura had begun to cast the initial spells of the two versions, and created a similar, but obviously different information flow in the perception circle. From this point on, just like what they did when observing the self before, Nestor and Ashura began to shuttle between the inside and outside, and conduct experiments and explorations respectively, and left information every time they switched to share and refer to their own gains. In the inside, they conduct the purest observation. In the outside, they remember and think with their hearts. In this way, with the help of the external body and the combined efforts of both parties, they can more efficiently clarify the differences. Specifically, the essence of rune magic is still the simulation of quasi-spells, and the feedback of the two here reflects this very clearly. The information flow disturbance of the former will infinitely converge with the latter, but at a certain moment it will come to an abrupt end, as if it has lost its support. The latter is more long-lasting. Although the quasi-spell effects in the outside world often do not last that long, they show a continuous and powerful trend in the inside. In general, the application of rune magic is indeed more flexible in the outside, but it lacks a certain longer-term connection with the world and the inside. In the early and middle stages, this lack may not be noticeable, because magic crystal spells at this stage cannot rely on the extra connection and aftertaste to pry up any extraordinary power. However, when the high-level magic-like spells in the magic crystal are released, this gap is undoubtedly prominent. The aftermath that can be set off in the inner side may even trigger more complex forces, which is impossible for the rune magic to simulate at this time, and the injuries that Nestor suffered before are also one of the manifestations of this aftermath and its subsequent evolution. The two partners experienced it in turn, and temporarily withdrew from the inner side together through splitting, and then began to think and discuss this kind of phenomenon. In the process, an idea emerged in the discussion. Since it is impossible to do it from the outside to the inside, what about from the inside to the outside? Can the application in the outside world be completed by simulating the disturbance of the internal information and rune culture? The thinking originated from the essence of rune magic at this stage, simulating the disturbance in the magic crystal, and splitting and reorganizing it into new application methods. So, since this is the case, why not directly simulate the more essential feedback of the inner side? They thought so. With this idea in mind, Nestor and Ashura began to observe alternately in the inside, hoping to discover the deeper differences between the feedback of rune spells and similar spells here. They intended to integrate this difference itself into the rune, so that the spells cast by witch doctors would be closer to nature, have special effects like high-level magic beast spells, and even give witch doctors a ticket to explore the deep rules. However, before converting it into a spell that can be used in the outside, they unexpectedly first came up with a set of unconventional thinking application methods, that is, using thinking in the inside to simulate the information feedback of spells, and this was originally just a matter of convenience, but it made the research a little unusual. At a certain moment, while Ashura was thinking in the outside world, she suddenly noticed the abnormal loss of her physical strength. Then, without her subjectively casting a spell, a crude sound wave spell appeared around her. Looking at this crude spell that caused almost no damage, she couldn't help but fall into thought. Ashura thought, perhaps, what can be done from the inside to the outside is not only to simulate feedback information and apply it to the culture, but it can even directly originate from the inside and directly produce actual effects in reality. At this time, her physical strength was still draining away bit by bit, and those not so powerful spells were still being generated. Therefore, Ashura's thinking was almost nothing to be doubted, because this was what was happening before and now. So, what does this real influence originating from the inside mean? First of all, it means multiple casting. Maybe it's still useless now, but what if the strength of the spells that can be cast is improved, or the number of combined people increases again? Secondly, this also means the possibility of replicating the special effects of advanced warcraft spells. Since simple spells can be simulated in the inside and act on the outside, then advanced spells that are enough to form special effects may also be reproduced, and while creating additional waves inside, they also act on external entities. Finally, and most importantly, witch doctors, at least 5th level witch doctors, have an additional means of observing and influencing the world. This means seems to start from a more fundamental place and directly act on the real world. If the simulated means are studied in comparison with the results caused, then perhaps witch doctors will have the possibility of truly understanding and mastering the deep logic of the effects of spells. And whether this can be extended to the rules themselves, it is still unknown, and these are not urgent after all. At this moment, Ashura squeezed into the inside by herself, forced her partner to return to the outside world, and showed her from the inside out, but Nestor, who was surprised by the phenomenon, immediately disintegrated the united body, summoned her partner, and began to communicate and consider the appropriate follow-up. First of all, it should be made clear that the simulation of internal information flow disturbance and even the rune culture are quite complicated matters, and what is needed is not just 1 or 2 spells, but a whole set of rune systems and even the totem system derived from them, so it will take considerable time to complete. Secondly, it should be known that the 2 methods figured out this time have not actually been proven to be able to fully reproduce the effects of advanced spells, so whether to transform the entire system or not, there must be a real example to be determined. Finally, it takes time to climb from the current superficial to advanced spells, and from the exploration of simple runes to complex runes. That is to say, the manifestation of predictions and negative examples requires waiting. Most witch doctors will not feel bored due to the complexity of research, and so do Nestor and Ashura. But just when they were about to make persistent efforts, they suddenly came back to their senses from their trance and checked the time. They were shocked to realize that they had been in seclusion for 3 months. Didn't we agree to only prove or disprove the conjecture? Why did you get so obsessed with it? Hey, Ashura, you didn't wake up earlier than me, so you can blame me for all this? It's your fault. I wanted to remind you, but I just didn't find the opportunity. Point. Okay, whatever you say is what it is. Hey dear, so what should we do next? Let's postpone the research. Anyway, those cells are all dead, and we have no reason to pursue speed blindly. Then go hunting? Yes. First do a shallow fusion. You take the lead. I will first rely on my memory and concentrate on studying the root rune culture of higher level magic, and then enter the deep fusion state before the battle to make a quick decision. Okay, then the target will be the 10 seriously injured and dormant guys, and we will make a decision based on the progress on your side. No problem. The intelligence is ready, right? Ready-made, including the dormant location, the maximum distance of awakening, and the attack options and intensity in the semi-awake state. That's good. Plan a suitable sequence and start HMM. In the subsequent discussion, they quickly set the rules, and the execution order they set was generally the opposite of the original plan. First far then near, first strong then weak, then uploading the formation task to the central nervous system, and replenishing energy and materials in the incubator were the final preparations. When these were completed, the shallow fusion Nasseretha set off to the north in a hurry. Can you give me some Warcraft's imagination? Chapter 292. 23 high-level magical beasts. Before setting off, Nestor and Ashura made many preparations in terms of energy and materials. In the state of deep fusion, they used the cultivation chamber in the meditation room to obtain a 210 meter high, 230,000 ton mimic body, which was exactly the limit of maintaining flexibility in this state. However, due to research needs, the two elves could not always maintain a deep fusion state, and this body size exceeded the limits of split control, 110 meters, 30,000 tons, and shallow fusion, 130 meters, 60,000 tons. Therefore, for them who wanted to maintain the strongest state before the battle, and not lose their research along the way, how to take away the nearly 100,000 ton difference became a problem. In the analysis, there are three manifestations of the problem. First, the control power of shallow nirvana cannot take into account 230,000 tons of material. Second, it exceeds the limit of the liftoff weight. Third, the self-nutrient supply rate is reduced. Although these three items are intertwined and mutually causal, there are still solutions that are either difficult or easy, or treat the symptoms or the root causes. First, the simplest and most brainless way is to change flight to air transport, and change self-energy supply to carrying solidified nutrient concentrates. Since we can't fly ourselves, we can use aircraft to transport it to the destination. As long as we are willing to mobilize hundreds of transport planes to fly back and forth a few times, we can complete the task anyway, right? Solid nutrients can also be carried by transport planes, or routed and transformed on the spot at the destination. Just replenish them like refueling before the battle. Moreover, with the combat effectiveness level shown by Deep Nirvana, even if the efficiency of self-energy supply is reduced, it can complete the battle within the guaranteed time, so refueling is not a necessary item when the transportation route reaches the front line. However, this method will be relatively troublesome and time-consuming, so it is the last choice. Secondly, reduce the volume to 200,000 tons, the maximum liftoff limit, with added nutrients. Nowadays, in addition to being closely related to aerodynamics, engines, fuel efficiency, vortex duct design, materials, etc. related to physical chemistry, the Republic's flight technology also draws on the flight capabilities of many heavy and large monsters, and even some seemingly unrelated abilities. These borrowed totem effects transformed from spell-like spells, such as exterior structure, air pressure application, floating effect, and even gas dissociation, oxygen, and hydrogen production, material strengthening, all play a significant role in the speed, energy efficiency, stability and many other aspects of the aircraft. After combining these things, it was one of the important reasons why the previous 170 meter, 150,000 ton Deep Nirvana was able to speed through the air at several times the speed of sound. The most critical item in the borrowing was the self-weight reduction effect from the Swift Bird tribe. The principle is still unknown, but the phenomenon produced after the runes were transformed into magic and totems is the anti-gravity effect in the range of 100 tons to 200,000 tons. And it has become the real basis for the heavy mimic to take off. The Swift Bird is a rare, high-end and powerful magical beast. There are thousands of middle-level individuals, more than 30 high-level individuals, a single-digit super-level individuals, and one high-level Beast King individual in the tribe. Their physique tends to be agility and strength, and their spell-like abilities are concentrated in 3 levels: strength and sensitivity enhancement, ultrasonic attack, and self-anti-gravity. Among them, strength and agility enhancement is a very common evolutionary direction in the Warcraft group. The Swiftbird group is just average in this regard, and has not made any remarkable contributions to the Republic. Ultrasonic attack is a relatively rare specialized attack method. The Swiftbird is also outstanding in this aspect. The rules touched by the Beast King are in this aspect. Its value to the witch doctors has not been fully explored until now. The remaining anti-gravity, although not the rules touched by the Beast King, is also the extraordinary foundation of the group. Each individual in this group has a permanent effect that decreases according to the level of the creature. The strongest among them is the Swiftbird King, whose weight exceeds 130,000 tons. It can maintain any state for a long time in the range of full weight. Melee attack. to 95% anti-gravity effect. On the witch doctor side, in many states including single body, shallow integration, and deep integration, the fifth level can also obtain 10% minus 90% anti-gravity effect in the range of 100 tons to 200,000 tons, and the duration depends on the body size and energy supply method. If we only look at the state of self-energy supply, full coverage, half planted and half biological light energy board, the fifth level witch doctor can maintain permanent stability in the weight range of 100 to 500 tons, and drop to semi-permanent stability, 3 days. Within 30,000 tons, within 90,000 tons, it can maintain ultra long term, 1 day. Within 170,000 tons, it can maintain a longer effect, 12 light hours. And 200,000 tons also belongs to the longer effect range, 12 light hours. Of course, when carrying a full warehouse of nutrient concentrate or high energy cell fluid, the duration will be based on the storage nutrient quota. As for 200,000 tons and above, it is beyond the scope of the magic. In other words, if Nacerata sets off with a weight of 200,000 tons, it can take off with an engine load of 10,000 tons and maintain 3 to 4 times the speed of sound under the stacking of other technologies. The nutrient problem can be solved by combining self-energy plus nutrient warehouse plus pre-war absorption. Thirdly, the engine thrust can be further improved, such as the rocket propulsion system such as liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen in the previous life, which seems to be very promising. Finally, it is to push the anti-gravity technique that they have mastered to a deeper level than the Speed Bird King, and even touch the rules. Among these ideas, first was excluded first due to efficiency issues. Second, Nestor left relevant ideas and uploaded them to the central authority to form a commission, and other research institutes that are free and interested can accept or refer to them. And finally, now, there are only Nestor and Ashura who are qualified to try this path, and it will definitely take a long time, so they decided to increase the population increase in one go, before talking about other things, so this plan was temporarily shelved. So in general, only second became the most suitable plan for the moment. Although 200,000 tons still exceeds the control limit of shallow nirvana, this can be avoided by appropriate weight reduction and other ways. For example, it does not require 100% flexible control when rushing, but takes the route of powerful flying bricks or semi-intelligent control, controlling its flight like driving a real airplane. Of the two, the latter has higher requirements for the control center, which is also the route that Nestor wants to take, but combined with the previous exploration results, it can be understood that, although the central number 1 system seems to be extremely powerful, this does not mean that the party has achieved a qualitative breakthrough in the intelligent brain or even the downgraded totem computer. In fact, it is not the case. 100 algorithm floating points are etched on a volume of 1 cubic millimeter, and 100,000 algorithm floating points are 1 cubic centimeter. This is the current processing limit. In the underground space of the headquarters, the center number 1 system occupies 10 integrated warehouses, a total of 30 million cubic meters of space, and combined with the brain algorithm and mechanical algorithm that have been completely castrated of emotions and self, it has shown its current functionality under the supply of huge nutrients. Although the mimetic body is also very large and has many totem positions, each has its own use. After deducting the totem positions required for the power system, energy conversion system, and material performance improvement, how many algorithm floating points can be generated in the remaining positions? Can it support a suitable intelligence center? The answer is no. In this regard, Nestor left a record task of improving etching accuracy and began to think about a way to deal with the emergency in a short time, and he really found it. It is known that the omnipotent cell has all the functions of the original cell, weakened, and neural synapse is also one of its abilities. He believes that this thing may be a feasible solution to further improve computing power. Therefore, Nestor separated some cells and made them produce an array of electrical synapses that can generate binary signals without degenerating into neurons. Then, he gave them a certain algorithm and adjusted and experienced the results. He found that this is indeed a feasible method, but because a protrusion is not considered a consciousness, it is excluded from the integration of digital elves. Therefore, this mode can only play an auxiliary role in computing power for the mother cell, and cannot be transformed into a part of the self, but its strengthening effect on control is also very prominent. After seeing the method was effective, Nestor stopped delaying. He immediately split a half-meter-sized daughter body, allowing all the cells in it to differentiate into 10 electric synapses and form connections, and separated a thought thread for superior integration and command control. Thus, a very powerful biological intelligence brain center was formed, solving the problem of aircraft control 200,000 tons, or it is better to call it a spaceship. At this time, all the problems and obstacles faced by the hunting journey have been solved in stages and alternatively. Therefore, at the end of the 90th year of the rune calendar, an Acerata spaceship with a self-weight of 180,000 tons, a nutrient reserve of 20,000 tons, when converted to a nutrient state, it takes 4 hours to prepare from zero to a full warehouse. A speed of 4,500 km per hour, 7 days and 3 nights. 12 high-thrust high-speed engines, 5 fuel conversion chambers, and biochemical photosynthetic panels finally chose to set off. Its successful flight and the realization of biological intelligence brain control also gave the Republic more ideas. For example, a super-large spacecraft that can be used on land, sea and air. Another example is the exploration of areas outside the atmosphere. Known 1. The surface area of the northern continent is 470 million square kilometers. If the target is clear, then Acerata can cross the entire northern continent and reach any enemy within 5 light hours, and it will also retain enough energy reserves for combat. Known 2. The headquarters has a very detailed understanding of the status of each seriously injured dormant monster and the location of their dormancy. Known 3. The combat form of Deep Acerata is very powerful, endowed with cross-level combat power. Therefore, this hunting plan has achieved high speed and relative efficiency. When rushing on the road, the 2 consciousnesses will take turns to control the center and devote most of their energy to studying the things from the inside memory, and when they are about to arrive at the designated location, it will be the turn of Deep Acerata to get on the horse and then prepare and perform combat missions. The process of the battle was even lackluster. Most of their energy was spent on non-combat aspects, such as how to dig out the targets from their dormant areas. Most of these seriously injured were hiding very deep. Some were completely drilled into the majestic mountains, some were buried deep in the rocks, and the rest were in the mountains, the ice walls, the deep sea of marsh gas, and the flames. It was okay for those who were willing to take the initiative to attack when they felt threatened, but it was difficult to deal with those who were determined to hide and refused to come out. Therefore, Shen Nirvana sometimes turned into a mountain crusher, sometimes into an excavator, and from time to time, had to change his career to become a physical cannon. He always spent a lot of time on non-combat things to successfully carry out a prisoner operation. In total, compared with the time spent on going back and forth to the headquarters, replenishing consumption, and fighting, the battle preparations, including digging, were more laborious. But hard work pays off. Acerata successfully captured and transported back the remaining 10 high-level monsters, some of which were dying or had some fighting power, at an average rate of 1 per month. When the first phase, that is, the capture of the predetermined targets, was over, the calendar had turned to the year of Rune 92. This was a memorable year. Not only did the Black Forest receive 20,000 elves born from the number 1 mother tree last year, but it also increased the number of mother trees to 16 this year, raising the expected population increase to 800,000 in 10 years. The results were very gratifying. Totem Video broadcast the news nationwide, and the citizens cheered for the feats of the Speaker of the Parliament and the Pioneer. At this time, Coarse Fangs and Sharp Fangs completed the accumulation one after another, so Nestor and Ashura temporarily stopped the second phase of the capture plan, and began to help them to be promoted relatively quickly. After all, 2 more level 5s are equivalent to 2 more high-level combat forces, which will have a huge effect on the next plan, whether it is studying the inside or capturing monsters. 3 months later, at the Mimic test field, the 2 senior witch doctors who were both promoted were looking at each other awkwardly. They actually wanted to try it out, what kind of state deep fusion is, but they were embarrassed to speak first, because of the boast they made before. You too, try it quickly, we are all waiting. After all, they were good friends who had lived together for more than 200 years. Although they seemed a little embarrassed, they also took the opportunity to carry out the first fusion after Nesta gave them a way out. After all, with the experience provided by Nasserata, the two witch doctors saved a lot of effort in this fusion and completed the whole process relatively quickly. Afterwards, with the supply of a large amount of energy and materials, they showed a huge body that was also 210 meters high and weighed more than 200,000 tons. Is that the inside you mentioned before? I just came out, and the old guy seemed to be squeezed in again. It's really a strange feeling. The leader of the body seemed to be Fangs. His voice now brought a buzzing sound in the air, like surround sound. Nesta, who was hugging his partner's waist and standing on the former's broad shoulders, responded immediately, "This is normal. Ashura and I have also experienced such things. But whoever is inside has the initiative to raise his consciousness, and course teeth can squeeze you down and come up at any time. It's okay to joke around normally, but in battle, you must discuss who will be on top and who will be down, and don't be disconnected in the middle." Ashura also gave her own warning. Got it, got it. We are not that ignorant, that's good. The two witch doctors were not brainless guys and would not make low-level mistakes, so Nesta turned to explain other things. We have developed some common postures, such as cruising, high speed, and combat forms for land, sea and air respectively. It includes the allocation of each totem group, energy allocation, and automated operation plan. Now I send it to you for reference. Okay, you have more ideas, and the old guy and I can form combat effectiveness as soon as possible. The high-level monsters can't wait. Haha, don't worry. With laughter, the braid behind the head extended out and connected to the transmission line of the 2-in-1 predecessor in midair. Although the size difference between them was huge, the data exchange was also completed very well. How many amplifications have you stacked? Even if all dimensions are evenly distributed, you can still accumulate a very high bias in a single item, right? The Fangs of the dominant consciousness smacked their lips, savoring the extra designs in their thinking, and sighed. No wonder higher organisms are as weak as beast cubs. Have you tried more extreme solutions? For example, all the amplification is concentrated on strength. No, it doesn't seem feasible, right? He asked and answered himself before the voice fell. Yes, it seems to be unfeasible. The most biased solution must take into account all dimensions to work. Nesta agreed with this and responded, yes, just like our body cannot make a fundamental distinction between strength, agility, physique, and intelligence. They are complementary and mutually attributed. Extreme bias means an imbalance of the body. For example, if we strengthen the external control force to the extreme and reduce the self-consumption rate of physical energy to the extreme, then the body is a cell-separation state without contours, and strength, agility, speed and other aspects are approximately equal to zero. Ashura concluded. I see the same goes for the mimic. The engine output, strength, energy efficiency, structure, and armor must all be taken into consideration, but the direction of each reinforcement can be attributed to and serve one direction, right? Yes, that's it. What are you talking about? Course Fang, you're coming out. Yes, I'll separate from this guy first. As he spoke, Course Fang separated the 2-in-1 visualization body, allowing Fang's consciousness to float up from the inside, and then separated the body in the mimic. Then, their respective cells also left the mimic, fell back to the ground, to form the main body, and Esther also jumped back to the ground holding Ashura at this time. As for the 210 meter tall giant, it was left in the newly opened test field in the headquarters, and was placed on the left and right of the Nasalata next to it, just like Unit 01 and Unit 02 parked in the base. Next, they began to walk towards Ashura's office. Along the way, they roughly repeated the communication with Sharp Fang just now, and prompted Coarse Fang to look at the information previously transmitted. After a moment, the latter said thoughtfully, in fact, it is not impossible to make a division. What do you mean? You pay too much attention to the essence. In fact, you only need to look at the external performance, and then compare them with each other to integrate them into numerical values, he continued. For example, all the strengthening purposes of high altitude rapid state serve speed and speed support. So isn't speed performance itself something that can be measured? What the old man said is not wrong. Long range and short range combat performance, defense performance, and flexibility performance seem to be more intuitive references. Well, not only the mimicry, but also our own and the enhancements provided by external armor, as well as the physical performance of other civilized creatures, can all be compared to get a relatively accurate quantitative value, which will also be beneficial for our distribution of combat power in future confrontations. Yes, it is indeed an auxiliary direction, Ashura. Can the center complete the analysis of these data? Yes, we need to define the most initial comparison parameters, and then design a set for it. In this case, there is no need to abandon strength, body, agility, intelligence, and perception. Anyway, they are just references, Nestor said thoughtfully. Based on them, we can integrate the external performance of various tribes and various levels within us in terms of comprehensive combat power, comprehensive defense, etc. into a comparative data. How about taking our own and the untrained strong bodies of various tribes as the basis for the original parameters? On top of this, we can improve the amplification of different professions and levels, and add totem equipment and the performance of mimics. How about it? It's feasible, but it's not necessary for various tribes. We only need to count the 3 strongest in the north in the elf form. For commemoration, we should also include the former troll form. Okay. Number 1 center, provide us with data support. Please wait for a moment, Mr. Pioneer. The group has arrived at Ashura's office, and the reaction of number 1 center has also become much faster. After only a moment, the light curtain is formed in front of them and pours down like a waterfall. The witch doctors did not miss any data. They saw it in an instant, memorized it all, and then began to calculate. Define the ability to regenerate broken limbs as supernormal, and then set a more eye-catching value for supernormal. How about 20? We'll follow this basis later. Understood? Okay. Yeah. The 4 witch doctors did not need to participate in the whole process of this matter, so after roughly tossing around and coming up with the most basic parameters, they handed over the subsequent matters to the center, the other witch doctors who had time, and even the students. Afterwards, they set out on the second hunting journey in pairs. The seriously injured targets in the northern continent had been swept away at this time, but they did not shift their sights to the other healthy dormant targets, because there is another land in this world that is more convenient to display, which is a small continent in the southern hemisphere. Indeed, there are very few seriously injured higher level creatures there, and almost all of the targets, whether dormant or active, remain in a nearly intact state. However, there were no civilized creatures in the southern continent either, which made it easier for them to attack without restraint, not to mention that they could avenge the expedition team. After a brief consideration, 2 similar spaceships headed straight south to the southern continent, and based on the original small base here, they expanded a permanent base that could accelerate the production of nutrient concentrate. The necessary preliminary preparations did not last long, and then the 4 witch doctors split up and began to follow the map. They planned to start with the active targets and catch all the higher creatures on this side. Time passed little by little, and during this period the witch doctors only maintained remote contact with the headquarters, and the captives who were captured were not transported back directly, but were first put into cages and locked in the base, and then they would find a way to bring them back in the most time-saving way when they returned. 2 years passed in a flash, and by the 94th year of the rune calendar, there was no signal from higher level creatures in the southern continent. This was not just the judgment of the 4 witch doctors, but a comprehensive conclusion drawn by more than 100 submarines, airships, and surface ships that were anchored outside the continent, as well as more than a dozen mainland base stations newly established here, and based on the explorations they had been conducting, they could roughly confirm that no higher level creature had successfully escaped. And they had indeed captured all the targets on this land. Unfortunately, this world, which was mostly covered with ice and snow, was small and poor, and its biological resources were also quite scarce, so it only supported 13 higher level creatures and their groups of different sizes, most of which were amphibians on land and sea, and their food source mainly depended on the sea, so they did not starve to death on land. But flies are meat, no matter how small they are, let alone these 13 higher level monsters and some of their younger brothers. With great joy, the 4 witch doctors, the soldiers responsible for monitoring the sea, land and air, and the elves who maintained the base finally set off on their journey home. On the way back, the mimics and the super large transport ships were in parallel, and it took a month to bring them all back. The center also estimated the harvest at the first time, another 850,000 new additions. This means that the Republic, which has only more than 200,000 citizens, has increased its fertility to 1.8 million per decade in a short period of time. So far, the Black Forest has initially gained the confidence to compete with the northern powerful tribes in terms of population numbers, and the 23 newly captured monsters and living samples of various ranks in their tribes mean repeated or novel quasi-spells, and also mean that the rules are being touched. With the number of witch doctors today, the research on quasi-spells is naturally not a problem. And the rules are more difficult, but with the upcoming wave of veteran witch doctors being promoted to the 5th level, it seems that there is a chance to take a look, and you can always research something with your joint efforts. Chapter 293 Persuasion in Space. In a swamp in the north of the continent, full of miasma and poisonous insects and beasts, there is a camp of not too large size. In the simple, but relatively clean environment, there lives a kind of half-snake creature. They have a long snake body below the abdomen, and an elf-like body with fine scales above the abdomen. These scales cover almost 95% of the body surface, and only the head above the jaw is exposed with fair skin. Judging from the state of the camp at this time, this creature with 4 arms and no feet, which reveals extraordinary swiftness in its movements, is undoubtedly a civilized and intelligent race, and judging from the size of the group, there are about 400 of them. This is the Snake Spirit Clan, which was once one of the second-class races in the northern continent. At its peak, it once had millions of compatriots and tens of millions of subordinate races, and controlled a large area of fertile territory on the west side of the continent, adjacent to the Rhine tribes. In the past, the snake spirits were famous for their extremely active ancestral altars, powerful shamans, multi-armed warriors with both agility and strength, and strange poisoned weapons. But since the ancestral altar fell into silence hundreds of years ago, they were suppressed by other powerful tribes, led by the Rhine tribes, and even the backlash of subordinate races, and quickly fell into the flames of war for many years. 2 fists can't beat 4 hands, not to mention that they have lost their shelter. Nearly 200 years ago, continuous failures made the decline irreversible, and the snake spirits faced the final choice of either slavery or death, and must give up sacrifices. Therefore, the Snake Spirit King and the royal family led the group to flee at the moment of their total failure. In the nearly 200 years since then, this group has been wandering in various remote and dangerous environments on the continent, struggling to survive, and due to the pursuit and the pressure of the natural environment, it has become more and more scattered, and the population size has become smaller and smaller. Until today, the total population is less than 300,000, and the royal family is gradually declining in the endless hunting. The experience of being supported by tens of millions of subordinate races in the past not only brought them an incomparable glory and honor, but also made farming a memory that was deeply rooted in their bones. Therefore, they suffered the pain of not doing production in the past, and almost started from scratch to explore other means to fill their stomachs besides hunting. The process was full of bitterness, and they watched the entire race heading towards extinction without any control. This settlement hidden deep in the swamp is one of the escaped branches of the once prosperous snake spirit tribe. Its living conditions are the best portrayal of the entire tribe today. The strong resistance to poison has become the basis for the settlement to live here, and the wild fruits and some common creatures in the swamp have become their means of survival. However, the reason why the swamp is sparsely populated is not only because of the natural poisonous gas here, but also because of the population of magical beasts living in it, which is also one of the biggest difficulties faced by the settlement today. The current situation of extreme lack of metal weapons has magnified its harm countless times. In the past, there were sentinel units of group living magical beasts, which tracked the warriors returning from hunting, and found the settlement, and formed a beast tide after a few nights, causing them to lose nearly half of their compatriots. Afterwards, the snake spirit branch gave up the food they had planted with great difficulty, and chose to migrate again in desperation 10 kilometers away from the settlement. A team of snake spirit warriors, all holding bone and wood spears, were carrying several preys back to the camp. No one spoke along the way, not because they couldn't, but because they didn't dare. There was a little fatigue and relief on their faces, but more of a strong sense of vigilance. They kept sticking out their long tongues with forked tips, and in the extremely low visibility and extremely complex smell of the poisonous fog, they replaced the other senses to continuously collect information. On the way back, they habitually passed a lush forest that was quite rare in the swamp, and began to look for fruits in it as usual. This is a very strange forest. There are no monsters or poisonous gas in it, and fruits are produced all year round. Of course, as a settlement that migrated here only a few years ago, the snake spirit tribe branch did not know that the age of this forest is actually not older than them. His brothers, come and see this. Instinctively lowering his voice, a warrior called his companion to see a unique fruit and asked what to do with it. Hiss, take it back to show the leader. It's so big and so fresh. It would be great if we could plant it in the camp. The snake spirit, who seemed to be the leader of the group, made such a judgment and carefully put it in his arms for fear of breaking it. Afterwards, several soldiers took a short rest here and set out again to rush to the camp. The journey during this period would take some time. 2 snake spirit hours later, the soldiers successfully returned. They handed over the prey and ordinary fruits to the warehouse and found the leader with the special fruit that was half the size of a head. Leader, look what we found. The huge female snake spirit meandered on the ground with her lower body, and her upper body swayed left and right. It roamed from a distance at a speed that seemed slow, but was actually fast. When she got close, she took the fruit raised by the soldier, and looked at it in front of her eyes. Inexplicably, a feeling of delicious surged into her heart, and then disappeared naturally, just like other thoughts that were floating up and down. The leader didn't pay attention to this inconspicuous anomaly, but just nodded to the warriors and said, "You've worked hard, go down and have a good rest." He soothed their tired bodies and minds with a hoarse voice, then lifted the leather tent with 4 arms, and ducked into the residence. Inside the tent, she picked up the fruit, and looked it up and down, sniffed it unconsciously, and even licked it, then put it aside, ready to deal with the affairs of the camp first. Although the settlement is small, there are indeed many problems, such as hatching eggs, feeding, food, health, etc. Although she doesn't need to do it herself, she still needs to pay attention at any time. After looking at the accumulated things, the leader inadvertently picked up the fruit on the side and took a bite. After realizing what he had eaten, he was only stunned for a moment and then relied on his strong resistance to poison to eat it whole. Well, it tastes good, but it seems there are no seeds. What a pity. It was already night, and the leader went out to check on the night patrol and other matters, and then returned to the tent to sleep. In the dream, it seemed that everything happened, and it seemed that nothing happened. Some special cells began to act from the stomach. The strong stomach acid failed to form an obstacle, and the organs with clear barriers failed to block them. They entered the blood vessels, deceived the immune system, and then went all the way to the spinal cord and the brain, and merged with each other to form complex and invisible patterns. A very cliched story, a story about how the last princess fled with her people, and ultimately lost her life for protection. The leader of the camp woke up from a nightmare, and she dreamed of her mother again. In the dream, her mother told her about the good life in the past, and talked about the former glory and splendor. The scene of her mother being bitten in half by the beast Rhine that fell from the sky 50 years ago appeared again and again. Afterwards, the camp was breached by the beasts, the tribe suffered heavy casualties, and they began to migrate, abandoning the food they had worked so hard to grow. The leader rubbed her face in distress. She didn't know what was going on recently. She kept having such sad dreams. Alas. Just as she sighed silently, an elf warrior in the woods in the distance put away the controller in his hand, and said with the same feeling, "The cell weapon of the 5th level witch doctor is really useful," and in the hollow cube in front of her, there was a dream awakening snake spirit with a painful face. It was the settlement leader Azra. As a royal descendant who is rare nowadays, she has a very huge body in the settlement and even in the entire snake spirit clan. Her snake tail is more than 6 meters long and the elf-like upper body is about 1.2 meters high. However, although her body is large, her proportions are extremely harmonious. Azra not only has an extremely beautiful face and a well-proportioned and coordinated upper body, but even the big black tail in her lower body has a kind of curious beauty. Overall, this is a beautiful creature that absolutely meets the elves' aesthetic standards. The 10th dream in 2 months. 5 more should almost form a deep hint. As an excellent intelligence officer, appreciating beauty and executing tasks are not in conflict, and this elf is like this at this time. 3 months later, Azra stared at a small tree in front of her with a complex gaze that was suspicious, vigilant, and mixed with a little hope. More than a month ago, the warriors who went out hunting brought back a strange seed with a diameter of 30 centimeters and sent it to her again for confirmation. She carefully explored it, and after feeling that there was no problem, she planted it in the tent. So there was such a plant in the house. Just like she chose to plant it in the tent. This is indeed a strange plant, because it can speak, just like now. It has spoken again. How about it? Have you considered it? The voice was expressed in snake language, and it did come from the tree in front of him. The leader, who was no longer surprised by this, did not struggle with it, but responded with a slightly hoarse voice in his intention and hesitation. I still have to think about it. You can think about it again, but how long can your people hold on? Surviving in the wilderness day and night. 1 dies today, 2 die tomorrow. How long can they last? The snake spirit tribe is unwilling to be slaves, unwilling to be vassals obeying other tribes. Otherwise they would have chosen to seek shelter from the mammoth kings long ago. We don't need slaves. We just want to give a way out to the weak who are struggling to survive. And the mammoth kings are not that kind. But how can I trust the faceless you? I still don't even know who I'm talking to. Aren't the promises we made rich? A powerful but not meddlesome lord, a territory with abundant resources, a city-state with autonomy, a stable environment without oppression. Aren't you tired of your miserable situation now? But why help us for nothing? What do you want? I said, give it to the weak. Please don't use empty excuses to prevaricate. The sufferings that the snake spirits have encountered in the past 100 years that I have lived have proved that there is no kindness between groups in this world. The silence lasted for a few seconds. Just when the leader thought that the conversation would end at this stage, it made a sound again. Madam, you are a descendant of the king. Through you, we can better gain the trust of the other scattered tribes of the snake spirit tribe. The promises we made before will never change because of the attitudes of the tribes. Even if the gathering fails in the end, you and the people in your settlement can still live a stable life. Azra was in doubt. The promises made by the other party were too beautiful and the requirements were too few. This certainly made her heart beat, but at the same time she also had more suspicions. But thinking about the current situation of the snake spirit tribe, she knew that she actually had no choice, and deep in her heart, she had an intuition that the other party is trustworthy. So after a moment of silence, she said, "Can I see your promise? This strange strong man, I want to see if the beauty you mentioned exists, and whether your tribe is as worthy of shelter as you said. I have heard of the request. Please wait." Azra sat cross-legged with her snake tail, looking up and closing her eyes, waiting in anticipation and anxiety. And under the dense forest that she was familiar with, the elf warrior rubbed his eyes and sent a request to the upper peak with great joy. She knew that this request would most likely be approved quickly, and not because of the reasons she had mentioned before. After all, it was just the intelligence department's own plan. On the parliament side, the witch doctor seemed to value the beautiful snake spirit in front of them for other reasons. This could be seen just from the 5th order self-route. After all, the reception mission had lasted for such a long time, but it had never been heard that such power had been used on any tribe. Maybe I'm overthinking? Is it just because there were too few 5th level witch doctors before? Forget it. Let's wait for the reply from above her eyes. Looked at the light curtain again, scanning from tail to head repeatedly, and muttered, but it's better not to go. Once I go, you can't disagree. If it develops into a strangulation mission, I must be involved that night. A hypersonic transport spacecraft set off from the headquarters, landed on 5 combined Mothra ships parked in the air along the way, and after replenishing nutrients, it arrived at the mainland base station closest to the swamp in a very short time. Not long after, Chief Azra, please go to the north of the settlement 5,000 snake spirit meters to wait. We will go to pick you up soon. I alone. Or am I allowed to bring a guard? Half believing and half doubting, the snake spirit leader asked Zio Shuso. Under 30, please feel free to come, but the guards brought to the scene must go with us. I understand. I will go by myself. That's fine. After the call, Azra handed over the settlement and other matters to the successor she trained, and then set off with a determination to die, and hope in the eyes of other compatriots who were puzzled and worried, since the other party only gave a very wide waiting place. Azra, who arrived alone, always paid attention to the surrounding movements. In a mood of worrying about missing out, and having a fluke, she kept looking around and sniffing. And in the uneasy mood, she didn't know how much time had passed, and suddenly she looked up in confusion, and looked at the sky that seemed to be empty in the dark night. Azra was sure that there should be something there spewing extremely high temperatures, but what she saw was still the same darkness. She retreated more than 10 steps cautiously, and even made plans to turn around and run away, but such a coincidental time and such a coincidental place made her hesitate, and she did not choose to flee regardless of the consequences. At this moment, a huge winged creature suddenly appeared in the distance. It seemed to be a bird, but it seemed to be a plant. In short, it was a strange creature with a dark green body and a clear metallic color, and it was spewing almost purple flames downwards, falling slowly in silence. Just when Azra was slightly panicked and still had hope, the giant bird hovered at a height of about 100 meters above the ground, and then its abdominal cavity was opened, and a 7-meter tall strong figure jumped out from it like an egg, and fell to the ground. Afterwards, the imagined thump sound did not come out, because when the figure was about to land, a strong airflow was ejected from the feet of the figure, allowing it to land steadily in the cushion. It was not until then that Azra saw and accurately judged the body shape of the person at a relatively suitable distance. Corine and Beast Rhine. The snake spirit tribe had always been the pursuer. It was the first option that came into her mind when she saw the giant bat not long ago, but it was quickly rejected because all the characteristics did not match. But before she could think of the next answer in her wild thoughts, the other party had already approached her, half knelt on one knee and said, "Please let me take you up. The snake spirit tribe can't fly, right?" The voice was crisp and pleasant, but Azra could not judge the other party's gender from it. After all, there are races in the northern continent with low female voices and crisp male voices, but from his tone, he could feel the similarity with the person he had talked to more than a month ago. Thus her identity was confirmed, even though there were still many vague points, but Azra had calmed down in a sense of trust. Therefore, she saluted with the etiquette of her tribe, then looked at the other's strong body, then looked at her own body which was long and big enough, but relatively slender, and then nodded and replied, "Thank you. Sorry for the trouble." The figure said excuse me, then hugged her body. Even though the other party instinctively wrapped his long tail around her waist, she still started the engine, and took off regardless. The body surface felt a strange touch of metal and plant. Azra, who was extremely sensitive to temperature, felt the incoordination of this body, and instinctively realized that the other party's real body should be in a deeper position. But she did not ask more questions, just relaxed the tail that was exerting force before, and then let it do its thing in silence. Anyway, she would die, and the settlement would not be worse off anyway, so she would take it one step at a time. Maybe she could find a reliable shelter for the tribe. It didn't take long to take off. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived at the belly of the strange bird, and drilled into it through the open square mouth. This is definitely not a creature, this thought was formed before entering, and when she really saw the space inside that was incompatible with the outside world, Azra finally confirmed this feeling. The metal feeling inside and outside was consistent, dark green, and there was no dazzling decoration except for some unknown fine lines, but there was still a kind of wisdom and order that she couldn't explain. However, the point is not this mysterious cavity and its main body in the outside world. On the left and right sides, there are 4 purple intelligent creatures with legs sitting upright, and the 2 life forms in front of her in another room, plus the one who brought her up, a total of 7 life forms, which now attract more of her attention. The end of the long tail is swaying nervously. Azra, who has been put down, feels at a loss because of all this beyond her cognition. "Madam, welcome." The 4-legged creatures stood up and saluted, and a similar creature also walked out of the big guy who brought her up, and nodded to her at this time. There are many things that make Azra feel surprised, such as how can everyone speak snake spirit language, what kind of species is this, etc. But she is the leader of a settlement after all, so she still tried to suppress all kinds of thoughts in her mind at this time, and after returning the greeting, she sat down with her tail coiled under the guidance of the other party. Then, a vague sense of weightlessness was transmitted inside, followed by a violent push on the back, which made Azra realize that they were flying, and they were speeding at a speed that was even beyond her cognition. When Azra boarded the elf spaceship and embarked on a mysterious journey in the far south Black Forest, the witch doctors also began an even more mysterious and great attempt. 2 years after the breakthrough of Sharp Fang and Coarse Fang, the Black Forest had 17 more 5th level witch doctors. At this time, a total of 21 5th level witch doctors were gathered in a large square in the headquarters to prepare something. In the most central position, the body of the Neserata was connected to a complex pipeline. It constantly absorbed the nutrients and hot liquid metal transported from it. The mimicry also grew larger, gradually became thinner and longer, and finally transformed into the appearance of an extra long rocket. Injection of advanced cell fluid is complete. Injection of solid nutrient reserves is complete. Inspection of liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen conversion chamber is complete. Inspection of photosynthetic panel is complete. Inspection of multi-range engine group is complete. Inspection of return capsule is complete. First stage jettison procedure is fine. Second stage jettison procedure is fine. Staying capsule is fine. The detailed inspection was completed by 3 parties, namely Nestor himself, the other 19 5th level witch doctors, and the number 1 central. Lee Yangson, Speaker of the Parliament, are you really not going to reconsider it? Even if we try, we should be the ones to explore the way, right? Haha, I have selfish motives. How can I not leave my name first in such a thing? This confident answer came from the Nestor consciousness of the main control body. After stopping the other witch doctor's dissuasion, he began to prepare for the ignition. Soon after, a fierce flame came out from the tail of the Neserata, and it gradually broke away from the ground under the thrust brought by the flames, and flew straight up faster and faster. Chapter 294 Rocket Launch. Neserata, or the total amount of mimicry, is 100,000 tons, consisting of the propulsion system, retention cabin and its components, return cabin and its components, cage cabin and its components, central cabin and its components, and main structure of the reserve cabin. This data does not exceed the limit of deep integration, so all of it is under the control of the current consciousness leader Nestor. In addition, there is also the non-mimicry part, which is composed of the solidified concentrated nutrients, liquid oxygen combustion aid, liquid hydrogen fuel carried on board in each reserve cabin, and the 10,000-ton high-level monster in the cage cabin. With the 2 phases combined, the real total weight of each part of the rocket reached 130,000 tons, but under the suppression of the anti-gravity effect, its effective weight was only 13,000 tons. Of course, the word only refers to the hidden 90%, which is 117,000 tons of real weight. By using this hidden, the Neserata was able to build a more powerful engine, carry more fuel and nutrients, and form a series of powerful totem core components. And these are the confidence that allows such a huge thing to complete the surface escape. This is indeed the first attempt. Although the rocket was successfully launched under the excellent launch point selection and powerful power, some fallacies were found in the process. Most of them are problems caused by the difference between theory and practice. If it were in the previous life, any of them could cause the launch to fail, or even make the Republic pay a heavier price. But at present, Nesta can find problems during the flight and make adjustments to them at the first time. Therefore, although there are many problems, the operation of the rocket is always being optimized. As time went by, when the operation of the Nasalata gradually entered a stable state, Nesta no longer needed to control everything in detail, so he turned on the Intelligent Central System at this time and let it take the lead. Although the Intelligent Central is also transformed from the combined avatar, its operation mode determines the different control methods, which freed up most of Nesta's energy. So, he began to take care of other things, such as contacting the headquarters. This is an Nasalata. The rocket components are operating normally. I have changed to the Intelligent Brain Control mode. How is the feedback from the special observation point on the surface? Wait a minute, the voice of Kuaya was read by Nesta. The ground was an observation room, not a command center, and more auxiliary calculations and observation and learning were carried out. So at this time, it was just reporting the situation according to his needs. The Mammoth Kingdom 01 observation station sent a message saying that everything is normal at the main altar in the royal city, and there is no abnormality in the shelter. Rhine. Fang. Okay, I understand. Please continue to observe. In the main observation room of the headquarters, a large video cube is divided into several areas. One part is playing the launch process of the Nasalata, and another part shows the operating images of various components in the rocket. After a very short delay, Nasalata's voice sounded in the main observation room, and their feedback was sent to the rocket in a timely manner. Moreover, the situation in the main observation room and the real-time images of the Nasalata were also broadcast live throughout the Black Forest. Most of the elves who were working in different positions or resting at home were watching all this intently. Obviously, the previous voice communication technology could not achieve such a level, and the real-time problem of the message alone could not be solved. But now, the headquarters is using cutting-edge technology. With the increase in the number of 5th level witch doctors, the progress of the capture of high-level magic beasts is getting faster and faster. Therefore, a large number of quasi-spells have been discovered in the past few years and transformed into spells and totem technologies. Among them, there is the electromagnetic wave technology selflessly contributed by the electrical high-level magic beasts, which solves the problems of instant communication and content transmission efficiency. In order to ensure this observation, the Republic has arranged a large number of signal transfer stations in the 3 areas of sea, land and air along the equator. The electromagnetic waves they receive will be transmitted back to the headquarters through the high-altitude relay station, and then transformed into various audio and video information under the transformation of the intelligence center. In addition, clutter transmission points are also arranged in the air around the world to confuse the keen perception of some near gods in this regard, and for the same reason. The application of electricity in the Black Forest is still mainly based on research and limited use, and there is no plan to popularize energy on a large scale in the short term. Time is still passing by bit. Under the control of the Intelligence Center and Nesta's constant monitoring, all components of the rocket are operating efficiently. A steady stream of high-energy cell fluid is separated from the cage and flows into the mixing chamber along the pipeline, while the solidified nutrients in the reserve tank are also decomposed and flow into the mixing chamber. When these two meet here and are mixed in proportion, what is formed is a substance called ultra-high-energy nutrient concentrate, which is also the key element for the operation of various totems. In the rocket, at the outermost layer, there is a fairing that works together with the totem and the laws of physics, and it is also the outer wall of the rocket that resists the high temperature generated by atmospheric friction. However, these are only the most basic consumptions, and the rocket engine part is even more energy intensive. For example, the 9 large attached thrusters at the bottom of the outer ring of the rocket body cannot do without the participation of totems in their work, and naturally they cannot do without the support of concentrated nutrients. Rocket thrust is undoubtedly the top priority of the launch operation, and the engines that generate thrust can be divided into ramjet, scramjet, hypersonic propulsion, and liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen propulsion in terms of type. In terms of function, they can also be divided into intra-atmospheric propulsion, retention chamber propulsion, and return capsule propulsion. Speaking of the attached engine, a huge amount of airflow is sucked in from the duct port at the top of the thruster every second, and then it passes through the pressurized cabin and the combustion cabin, and after a series of changes, it will generate a strong thrust at the bottom, thereby driving the rocket body to fly at high speed. When in the atmosphere, this engine can achieve a higher exhaust speed and fuel utilization rate, so it temporarily becomes the main propulsion force during the launch process. However, as the rocket climbs higher, the air gradually becomes thinner, and when it becomes thinner to a certain extent, the efficiency of these 9 thrusters will drop significantly due to their own working principle. At this time, the liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen thruster located at the center of the bottom of the rocket becomes the main power before entering orbit. At this time, the Nicerator has a branch choice, either abandoning the scramjet thruster, or retaining it, and turning it into a part of the main body after entering orbit. If the former is chosen, the preset first stage jettisoning procedure will take effect, and the result is the weight reduction of the rocket body and the formation of relay acceleration. Before entering orbit, this choice will reduce the consumption of some energy and nutrients, and after entering orbit, it will also effectively reduce the frequency of ground replenishment. If the latter is chosen, it means that the detention chamber will obtain more effective totem volume, thus having a stronger functional ductility, but the price is the increase in the required frequency of replenishment. After consideration, Nesta made preparations for both conversion and abandonment before the launch. If the calculations beforehand are correct, and the liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen main propulsion engine at the center can really drive the 13,000-ton effective weight into the air, then the conversion task will be carried out instead of the abandonment procedure. But if the calculations beforehand are wrong, and the main propulsion engine at the center must rely on the self-weight reduction of the rocket body to complete the task, then the abandonment procedure will be carried out. It is speculated that the abandoned attached engine group will fall into the sea near the Antarctic. For the Republic with strong sea and seabed power, it is not difficult to recover it. In addition, the second stage abandonment procedure is strictly speaking the abandonment of the return capsule. After all, the combination of the two fifth level which doctors cannot stay in space forever, and the main structure needs to stay in orbit to perform scientific research tasks. Therefore, there needs to be a return capsule that can separate from the main body and bring the witch doctors back to the ground. The calculations are correct. The first stripping procedure does not need to be carried out, and the attached thrusters will be retained. At this moment, the clone's intelligent brain made such a judgment. This is also what Nesta is happy to see. Compared with the nutrient supply burden on the ground, the retention volume of the detention chamber will be more important. Therefore, the attached engine was shut down under the control of the intelligent brain, and the central engine started at maximum power took on the subsequent main propulsion task. With the continuous consumption of liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen, the height of the rocket was also constantly rising. This is a star that is much larger than the Earth, and it has a denser and heavier atmosphere. At this time, the Nicerator is about 500 kilometers from the surface, which seems to have exceeded the orbital altitude of the International Space Station in the previous life. But the detection results of the intelligent brain show that, although this place can become the flight orbit of the detention chamber, the power required to overcome the atmospheric resistance will be very high. Therefore, after checking the remaining amount of fuel and oxidant, Nesta decided to continue to ascend 550,600,700 until it reached about 750 kilometers above the ground. The energy efficiency ratio displayed by the intelligent brain finally fell back to an acceptable level. The speed of direct conversion of hydrogen and oxygen in the thin atmosphere here would be greater than the energy consumption generated to offset the atmospheric resistance. Therefore, the Nicerator stopped ascending, and Nesta took over the direct control of the main structure of the rocket, and began to manipulate the mimicry to complete the deployment of the tail according to the plan. 9 sets of ramjet engines were integrated into the rocket body, and all the totems related to power on it were also erased. the liquid oxygen and liquid hydrogen thrusters retracted inward, reduced power, and formed a direction controllable structure. In the middle, the rocket structure gradually became shorter and fatter, and gradually transformed into the appearance of a cylindrical spacecraft in terms of form. On both sides, 6 photosynthetic biochemical panels, each over 100 meters long and 30 meters wide, were extended, and a gradient colored heat insulating reflective layer was attached to them. After all, the sunlight here, which lacked atmospheric isolation, was particularly violent. If no certain protection was provided, then both the true cells of Neseratha and the mimic semi-plant structure would turn into mummies within minutes. In addition, the semi-plant structure began to shrink, and the bone metal layer floated up, forming a radiation protection layer outside the ship. Inside the hull, a large number of totem structures necessary for flight became redundant at this time. They were withdrawn in batches, and then formed into cabins of different sizes. Some of them had culture cabins from the inside, and some had various experimental equipment extending from the walls. Then, brush-like fine gas collecting columns extended from the outer wall of the ship, and began to accelerate the collection of gas from below. These gases will be sent to the conversion chamber, and then water, hydrogen, oxygen, nitrogen, carbon and other element will be separated, and sent to their corresponding chambers in different categories. There they will become water, fuel, and combustion aid. Or they will be converted into solid nutrients for storage, and among these substances generated, there are gases and element required by the true cells in various parts of the spacecraft. The efficiency of doing so is actually not very high. If the operation of all totems in the process is maintained by solid nutrients brought from the ground, it will be a losing business, and the consumption and harvest are not proportional at all. But unfortunately, the Republic is so rich now that it actually sent a 10,000-ton high-level monster to the sky. So at the moment, there is enough high-energy cell fluid output in the cage cabin, so the nutrients required for the operation of the totem have been reduced to a low point, and its role has also changed from the past driving force to the current trace element supply. At this point, the 100,000-ton dry weight Neseratha finally successfully entered the low Earth orbit, and began to maintain its altitude under the action of the low-power engine group. The success of this attempt means that with the powerful engine function and the application of anti-gravity and other technologies, the party has achieved single-stage orbit entry. Therefore, the launch of spy satellites and communication satellites has become possible, and there will not be too many difficulties in the process. At the same time, the ability to launch 100,000 tons or even more materials at a time seems to make the idea of space fortresses possible. However, the first thing to do is to develop an electric propulsion system. Nestor remembered that there was an iron engine in his previous life. It is said that, although its sea-level thrust is poor, it is very suitable for being a power in a vacuum environment. What on earth is the iron engine iron worth? Muttering to himself, Neseratha's body slowly floated up from the ground of a laboratory. I don't know what's going on with Azura. She was supposed to come up at any time to replace her consciousness, so why hasn't she come out yet? This chapter involves a blind spot in knowledge. If there are any mistakes or omissions, please point them out, and I will correct them. Chapter 295 Track Meeting. In the research that has lasted for several years, the understanding of the inner side of the increasing number of 5th level witch doctors has gradually become richer. The overlap of fields and strings is complex, dense, and vast. A small space can be filled with billions of independent and interrelated complex information flows. They may be the feedback of reality at the rule level, describing the world in an extremely complex language, or they are another form of reality, but they are not understood because of the different dimensions. But in any case, there has always been a big trouble between researchers and the inner side. That is, the complexity suspected to be caused by the total amount of planetary matter. The existence of the inner side is indeed a great help for the analysis of magic and theoretical cognition, but even if the 5th level witch doctors after the fusion, after shielding the body's perception, go to study a certain independent substance or law, their progress will still be disturbed by the excessive field strings that are filled in it. It can be said that, unless all researchers are like Nestor last time, who was hit by a high-level monster, and incorporated the rules to be studied into their own bodies, they will almost never be able to get rid of the interference based on observation. In addition, the powerful computing power generated by the body in reality cannot act on the consciousness that is squeezed into the inside. Therefore, under the combined influence of the above situation, until now, the Republic's use of the inside has been limited to some superficial things. But no matter what, everyone clearly understands the role of the inside in the research and development of spells and the verification of real-life rules. What is lacking now is only the right environment and the number of individuals qualified to cheat. There is nothing much to say about the latter. The number of 5th level witches has increased to more than 20, and the veteran witch doctors of that year have also reached a high incidence period of promotion. In the next 1 or 2 years, there is hope that all of them will reach the 5th level. The former, however, has a shortcut available with the launch of the Nasalata. During the launch of the Nasalata, the world from Azura's inside perspective is undergoing magical changes, from extreme complexity to relative simplicity, and then to relatively simpler. With the passage of time, the representation of matter and rules in the horizon is gradually becoming thin and repetitive. Around Azura, in addition to herself and the rocket as a fixed background, she could vaguely recognize the existence and movement of turbulence and various types of gases. However, what she saw was not actually a physical object, but their respective expressions in the inside. There were endless wind strings, fire strings, heat strings, and light strings. They were the wind, light, heat, and flames that erupted at high speed from the tail, and the forces they gathered. They were the heat, wind, and resistance formed by fighting against the atmosphere during the ascent. They were the traction and abandonment from the feet, and the unknown effects from the constant anti-gravity. In the midst of all these gains and losses, the feedback from the inside of the rocket was escaping a certain falling trend. When the density of the material dropped to a certain baseline, the string feedback began to condense and settle, and merged into a multi-layered structure like the peel, flesh, and core at the bottom. They existed independently of each other, and merged with each other to form a whole. At the same time, more field feedback was like a sudden intruder, showing its grand waves and some counterintuitiveness inside. A complex sphere composed of endless strings, which always radiated a large number of fields outward, appeared in Azura's field of vision at a certain moment. Among them, a certain field formed a downward curved surface, and she seemed to be escaping out of the field along this curved surface. When the field of vision was macroscopic to this point, the working mode of the constant anti-gravity effect on the spacecraft in the background also became vaguely clearer, and its essence did not seem to be disappearance, but pulling with external force as the anchor point. Some, or several external forces broke through the surrounding downward curved fields, and then appeared on the spacecraft for no reason, causing it to produce the intuitive effect of weight reduction. The anchor point is constant and only acts on the material and space specified by the spell effect, but the space now has a faint sense of fragility, and there seems to be one or more larger matter strings gathering places behind it. Azura's thinking speed at this time is not able to keep up with and analyze the changes that have occurred at the anchor point, so she just swallowed this feeling and turned her sight to other places. Then, she noticed that on the sphere below her feet, there is a domain that extends from the north and south, covering the sky and the earth. It seems to be different from the other fields, but connected to each other, like a net bag, gathering everything inside. And in the far distance where their joint action affects, a more majestic torrent of rules is surging towards an unknown direction, and there are more string tracks crossing the sky. They seem to be moving rapidly, and they seem to be fixed ribbons, forming a complex background all over the sky. From the information traces left in the path of the orbit, it can be known that among these unknown streamers, some of them are from the sphere under the feet, some are from the outside world, some are reflected by the sphere, and some enter the interior of the sphere. Among them, those that enter the surface seem to be integrated with the many strings inside it, and in the form of heat and energy, they become one of the important factors for their formation and operation. During the observation, Azura's thoughts have been fluctuating, but its influence on the inner surface can be almost ignored in front of this grandness, so she can successfully see all this. At this time, the sight no longer continues to rise, and the rocket outside seems to have determined the orbit. Her sight is also withdrawn from the grandness, and turned to pay attention to what is happening around. Outside, the structure and working state of the spacecraft are undergoing tremendous changes, and after the feedback is fed back to the inside, it shows the instability very close to Ashura. The light flame feedback in the eruption gradually becomes weaker, and the originally extremely thin wind cords begin to become dense below, and gradually make the sphere and more horizons hidden. However, those wind cords themselves in their transformation process in the chamber are clearer than on the surface. At the same time, the cold and heat on the front and back of the spacecraft, as well as the working effect of the photosynthetic panels, also form a clearer feedback inside. More importantly, the forces acting on themselves from all directions and the checks and balances between the anti-gravity that is constant on the background also have a more specific expression at this moment. Specifically, the anchor point is clearer, and although its location is still hidden in the complex information flow, it has become clearer due to the reduction of material density. The site swept downwards again, and now there were hundreds of special concentration sites on the sphere, which existed like lighthouses of different sizes. Among them, half of the small lighthouses were highly overlapped, most of them were scattered in different areas, and one was right to his left. But no matter which one it was, they were like a part of nature at this time, and in the macro sense, they were consistent with a certain aspect of a certain type of rule. The big lighthouses were different, they were scattered everywhere, and a large number of flames similar to feedback of thoughts were scattered outward, and the rules they gathered, in addition to the parts that overlapped with nature, also underwent unknown distortions in the gathering of these flames. Ashura felt that the small lighthouses should be higher level monsters, the big lighthouses seemed to be the first and second level gods, and the flames might be the so-called altars. Although the most intuitive way to use what was seen inside was not known for the time being, Ashura keenly realized that 4 rules. This was definitely the best research environment. They can set up small space laboratories in areas far away from the spacecraft, observe isolated molecules in a vacuum, and in an environment with extremely low material density, and thus obtain a clearer field of vision. And those fields can also get a more macro perspective in the space laboratory, and use this to pursue their superficial effects and deep principles. As a part of the spacecraft, Ashura, who participated in the preparation of the launch plan, understands where she is in the outside world at this moment. At the same time, she also understands what kind of process the changes that had occurred inside before are present in reality. In addition, for the sphere in the field of vision and the field that covers the sky, she is also confident about its actual entity in reality. But the throbbing in her heart made her eager to see everything in front of her with her own eyes, to see whether its expression in reality was really as she thought. So, she floated up her will, and understood the result the moment she saw the mother planet. Ashura realized at this moment that building an aerospace laboratory was indeed a necessary option, and they should find a way to raise the spacecraft to a higher level, because only in this way can researchers see more holistic things and have a research environment with lower material density. This is of great benefit to understanding the planet under our feet and the rise and fall of various material laws. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but look behind her. As Ashura's attention shifted, the structure of the cylindrical spacecraft changed again. A huge deep space periscope pointed its lens at the distant scorching sun. Nestor, who was squeezed inside, was also shocked by the complicated and huge disturbance sphere and the torrent of rules in the multi-layered background. But the next moment, when a disturbance sphere that was spraying a huge amount of information suddenly entered his eyes, the even larger collection of rules almost made his mind crash in an instant. However, the light in the inner horizon was expressed by regular strings, which meant that the sun here was not dazzling. Therefore, before falling into chaos, Nestor clearly saw the chaotic and regular endless field outside, which spread infinitely into space. At least in the area that Nestor could see at this time, its influence could be said to be everywhere. This influence even completely included the sphere under his feet, and his body in reality, and even the spaceship itself, were always in its radiation range. Thinking of the spaceship, he also observed the anti-gravity effect and the perceptual surface formed inside. Fragile points in space, surfaces invisible in the material world, some concepts brought from previous lives, combined with the basic amplification brought to this consciousness by the witch doctor profession. He had more guesses and ideas than Ashura. In the gaps between these thoughts, He also vaguely and reluctantly saw the movement of the sun's surface within the barriers of layers of fields, but then the horizon was covered by light and heat, and fell into complete darkness in a series of complex disturbances. In the outside world, the deep space periscope was also burned at this time. Then, a call from the material world came, and Esther's consciousness returned to the spaceship in the next moment. When Ashura stopped the fusion, the intelligent brain disintegrated in an instant, and the spaceship also lost control briefly at that moment. Fortunately, she knew the consequences, so she split a part of her own body at the first time, and turned it into a new intelligent brain, which enabled the control center to operate again. After that, a large amount of purple torrents converged inward from the structure of the spacecraft and gathered into two masses of matter in the detention chamber floating in space. Then, when various body structures grew on the cell balls, two figures, Nestor and Ashura, appeared in midair. The room was filled with synthetic air, and the composite outer wall of the spacecraft blocked most of the interference of rays, so they did not wear helmets or protective clothing at this time. After the two elves experienced the magical feeling of weightlessness, they integrated half of their bodies into the spacecraft and communicated only with the exposed upper body. "Did you feel it?" Ashura asked. "Well, this is an opportunity. The 5th level witch doctors are launched, and the spacecraft is raised to a higher orbit. The outside of the planet is the most suitable point for studying the rules." "I agree." "Then let them come up in batches in rotation." "Okay, you give the order. By the way, how about letting them come up first to feel it together?" "Okay." Ashura nodded and sent a message to the planet the next day. A 150,000-ton 2-in-1 spacecraft brought the remaining dozen or so 5th levels to the Nisharata and held the first discussion meeting with low Earth orbit. Before the meeting, the witch doctors conducted an unprecedented 22-in-1 and discovered another cheating method. In such a large-scale merger, after the main control consciousness in the outside world gathered all the cells of 22 5th-level witch doctors, except for the slightly inferior physical fitness and only the additional level of enhancement, the rest of the mental power, computing power, microscopic perception, etc., have been multiplication type enhancement, although it has not formed a qualitative change. Its many abilities have shown terrifying performance. For example, when a consciousness that has been squeezed inside floats up, the memory it brings back can be analyzed by the computing power of this body, and its efficiency is beyond the reach of the 2-in-1 state. For another example, the self-shaping ability in the body has been enhanced to the nanometer level, and when constructing a mimic body, more totems can be accumulated in a smaller space, although physical energy will be consumed sharply after fusion, as long as the injection of high-energy cell fluid is maintained at all times. This enhanced state can be maintained indefinitely, and from the trend. This kind of strengthening is constantly increasing with the increase of the number of fusions, so even if the path to the 6th level has not been found for the time being, the witch doctors can continue to improve with the accumulation of numbers. If it were not for the lack of physical replenishment measures during the first fusion, otherwise this orbital meeting would definitely develop into research practice in their selflessness and continue until an unknown time due to the confusion of time perception inside. After the disintegration, Nestor was amazed at the speed of his thinking when he was in control of consciousness. He believed that if it continued, many things would be solved in a relatively short period of time. Many witch doctors also calmed down from the previous shock and began to formulate subsequent development plans under the new situation. The 123 high-level monsters now have supported a very high rate of Elves' new additions, but the problem is that if our high-end technology cannot be improved, no matter how many Elves there are, they will not be able to protect themselves in front of the near gods, said Ashura, who was sitting at the top. So I propose to temporarily give up the capture of high-level monsters, and instead use the space advantage of the extraterrestrial orbit and the increased computing power after our fusion to break through several key technologies at the fastest speed. Key technology? What do you mean? Did you notice the previous journey to the inner side? The essence of anti-gravity seems to be a dynamic force balance anchor point. The effect is achieved because the magic introduces external force. I suspect that this external force is a large mass celestial body, such as the sun behind us. In previous calculations, even the best spacecraft station Sunpoint needs to adjust its orbit from time to time. But based on my speculation on the cause of the anti-gravity effect, if we can analyze this aspect more deeply, it is possible to make the spacecraft achieve a relative static state of full totem mode at any orbit without considering the floating power. Full totem mode means that only a small amount of element supplementation and high energy cell fluid consumption can maintain the relative position of a heavy research base in space, and even achieve slow movement. After Azura finished her statement, the other witch doctors fell into a brief period of thinking. Due to the importance of the anti-gravity effect, most of them observed it first, when they were squeezed in, so they could more or less understand the reason. So at this time, they basically recognized Azura's research suggestions, but they were a little hesitant about capturing high-level monsters and increasing the number of people, but considering the threat of the near god, they finally approved of this plan. I have 4 suggestions. Nestor spoke next, and he only heard him say, first, the power of solar energy. The existing hydrogen-oxygen engine has too high a supply requirement, but at least in the airspace near the mother planet, sunlight is an unlimited resource. Second, to flight from the surface to low Earth orbit, we need to use low-level witch doctors, warriors, and even unmanned aircraft to complete this step of supply. Third, it is definitely necessary to establish a deep space orbital scientific research base, so we also need to defib the flight from deep space to low Earth orbit. These 3 items are just the most urgently needed technologies at the moment. The rest require research on space cultivation, space breeding, and gravity creation in spacecraft. We even have to figure out why the sun can continue to shine and heat year after year. Have we used its principles to create such a continuous source of energy, or energy that does not require replenishment in a short period of time? In addition, the cell fluid of high-level monsters can certainly drive a totem and greatly reduce the frequency of nutrient replenishment, but that is directly related to the population size, so research on alternative solutions must also be carried out, such as directly using solar energy to drive the totem, and using the principle of the sun to drive the totem. Everyone should understand the difference between the two, right? In short, whether it is using solar energy or the principle of the sun, the only purpose is to reduce dependence on ground supplies. Otherwise, let alone entering the sun point, we can't even leave the low Earth orbit. The witch doctors nodded and began the follow-up discussion. Since we want to increase the research speed, the 22-in-1 state must be maintained for a long time, right? Then our physical replenishment and the operation and maintenance of the spacecraft totem will all rely on high energy cell fluid, otherwise the supply problem alone will be a big burden. Yes, I have just roughly calculated that, if we purely consume high energy cell fluid to replenish our physical energy, we will need at least a 50,000 ton high level magical beast, and all the output per unit time. Then if we add the spacecraft, assuming that the number of totems on the spacecraft remains unchanged, we must have an 80,000 ton or 250,000 ton totems to supply both consumptions. Although 2 have been sent up one after another, the tonnage level does not seem reasonable. Also, considering that the spacecraft will need to be split into a supply base and a research base in the future, and the latter may also face the need for expansion, we need to plan well in this regard. The loss in growth rate is really painful, otherwise we can catch 2 more first. Haha, then just pretend you haven't caught them, and send them up directly for consumption? That's good, but if we also take the research on high-level magical beasts into account, and start with anti-gravity as the speaker said, then we should give priority to bringing the Swift Bird King up, and then send the newly captured ones to the headquarters as reinforcement. The Bird King is too heavy. Can we send it up with a dead weight of 130,000 tons? The limit of the anti-gravity effect is 200,000 tons. If we bring it, we will only have less than 70,000 tons of usable tonnage. That's enough. 50,000 tons of concealment is more than enough to send up 20,000 tons of effective gravity. At most, we can bring less material supplies and more energy reserves. Okay, let's go back and calculate it first. If it is feasible, we will do this. Speaker, Pioneer, what do you think? No problem. Try it, and if it works, give priority to the Bird King. There is one more thing. The construction accuracy of the 22-in-1 state has been raised to the nanometer level, right? Should we upgrade the intelligent brain when it is in the combined state? The one at headquarters? Not only that, the headquarters also needs to be upgraded. Don't we have to split out a supply base in low Earth orbit? We can't have a 5th level station there to maintain the biological intelligent brain, right? Why not leave an algorithmic intelligent brain as a hub? In this regard, Ashura and Nesta both nodded, thinking that this was a necessary thing. Just like that, the initial tasks were preliminarily determined. First, in the current spaceship, use the existing 2 high-level magic beasts to complete a 22-in-1 and create a high-precision algorithmic intelligent brain for the transfer of the spacecraft control system. Secondly, split out some matter and energy and return to the ground with the rest of the witch doctors. Thirdly, complete the combination on the ground and then upgrade the headquarters #1 algorithmic intelligent brain. Thirdly, take off with more energy, spacecraft material supplements, and standardized high-level magic beasts once again. Based on the current spacecraft, a low Earth orbit supply center with a relay launch space will be built in low Earth orbit, and enough energy and material supplements will be delivered, once again, through the relay of ground low Earth base new deep space orbit. A small research base that will be expanded in the future will be built at a location farther from the surface. Finally, all 5th level witch doctors will be concentrated in the small research base, and in the combined state, they will complete a series of key research projects previously determined in sequence. After the mission was decided, and the first step was completed, the other witch doctors began to decompose some of the materials to build the return capsule, while Nesta and Ashura came to the observatory alone, looking at the deep space with light in the darkness, and talking to Ashura. What's wrong? Do you think there will be life like us in those distant stars? Maybe, but let's deal with this one first. Dear, that's right. After all, we have just learned to crawl outside the atmosphere. Speaker of the Council, Pioneer, the return capsule is ready. Just when Esther wanted to say something, the new algorithm intelligent brain interrupted their conversation. So, the two partners looked at each other and drilled into the wall, and when they reappeared, they had already arrived outside the return capsule. Then, they followed more than a dozen witch doctors into it, ready to ride this mimicry belonging to another 2-in-1. 5th level to return to the surface. By the way, when will the little one from the snake spirit tribe arrive? Probably in the next few days. Let her experience the new life in the mountains and plateaus first. Otherwise people will think we are after something. You make it sound like we are not after anything. Well, there are some considerations, but the snake spirit tribe can also live a good life, right? Chapter 296, Snake Spirit and Warrior. A small transport plane flashed by quickly in the dark night, leaving only a long trail behind it. 8 crew members, including 2 pilots, 5 soldiers, and a snake spirit, were doing their jobs in the front and rear cabins. Brothers, get ready. We are about to arrive at the supply station. The broadcast sounded in the cabin. Most of the elf warriors did not make too many preparations after hearing it. They just tightened their grip on the armrests beside the seats. Only the warrior next to the snake spirit seemed a little different. The elf who was responsible for guiding and taking the snake spirit to the transport plane had taken off his armor and put it back into his backpack. At that moment, she grabbed Azra's tail, hugged her in her arms in the latter's slightly dazed eyes, and then said righteously, "Chief Azra, we are about to land. Come, I will help you hold it steady." "You are welcome." Seeing this, another male warrior next to him turned his eyes and said in a serious voice with some warning, "Alama, do you want to be put in solitary confinement?" Alama moved the tail from his arms, as if nothing had happened, then pretended to be like this, and put it around the armrest of the seat, and said with a puzzled expression, "What are you talking about? I just want to help her behave yourself. We are on a mission, and she is a foreigner." The captain obviously did not intend to pay attention to her sophistry, and still frowned and warned. Understood. Azra, whose tail was moved back and forth, was a little confused, because she could not understand the conversation between the elves at all. However, it seemed that after the stronger warrior on the opposite side said something, the warrior next to her who always looked at her with bad intentions, and had just made a move on her became much quieter. The snake spirit tribe is not a chaste people. On the contrary, they are very open in some aspects. It's just that in this unfamiliar place, she really can't let go. But just when she was relieved, a warm touch came from behind her neck, which immediately made Azra's scales stand up a little. She almost jumped up and fought back in stress, but it was many continuous and direct voices that interrupted her next reaction. Don't be nervous. That's right, my name is Alamut. You can call me Alam. Look, Alam and Azra are so similar in pronunciation. We will definitely become good friends. By the way, can I call you you? You in snake spirit language is a very distant reference. Since we are already friends, let's call you you. If you don't say anything, I'll take it as your consent. Azra was a little speechless. She didn't have the ability to communicate with foreigners without making any sound. Moreover, seeing the other party's sneaky posture and thinking about the serious voice of the soldier opposite, she was also worried that if she spoke rashly, the person next to her would be scolded again, and then she would be angry. She didn't want to make enemies before many things were settled, so she could only nod slightly at this time, indicating understood, no, and okay. Azra is a member of the Serpent King family, right? Have you been a king? What does it feel like to be a king? Do all your compatriots have to listen to you? Nodding, shaking head, shaking head, shaking head. Then have you seen the Serpent King? Is there still a Serpent King now? Nodding, shaking head. Is the Serpent King very powerful? Nodding. Just as the conversation was going on, there was a sense of weightlessness in the cabin, and then it landed somewhere with a slight tremor, and then a broadcast sounded in the cabin. We have arrived at the supply point, and can take off again in 10 minutes. Dylan, what are you going to arrange? The flight crew will follow your instructions this time. Afterwards, Delanster, the captain of Alama and the other 3 fighters in the cabin, picked up the microphone beside him and responded, then we'll wait by the side at 10 o'clock. Okay, I'll listen to you. The voice in the cockpit was no longer transmitted by the official, but came from the receiver. After hanging up, Dylan stood up with the armored backpack on his back and instructed his subordinates, we will get off the plane first and wait in the rest area. Alama, you take Miss Snake Spirit around, but be careful not to go to places you shouldn't go. And you yourself, don't do things you shouldn't do, understand? Understood. Don't worry, okay? Only carry armor and personal weapons, and leave the rest in the cabin first. Let's go. After speaking, Dylan nodded politely to the leader of the Snake Spirit, then went to the wall of the cabin first to open the door, and walked out along the automatically extended ramp. Alama, don't do anything stupid. Yes, be restrained if you can't help it. Remember to talk about your feelings before being locked up, sister. Go, go, go. Haha. After a few jokes, the other warriors followed the captain out one after another. Let's go down too. Alama stood up and said to the confused snake leader, have we reached our destination? Your residence? Azra's coiled long tail extended backwards, and the elf-like half of his body above also stood up and asked with a little nervousness. No, we still need tens of thousands of snake spirit miles. Although we don't need to stop for supplies later, we probably have to fly for another half a light hour, almost a whole snake spirit hourglass hour. Alama stretched out his arm to indicate that he wanted to help and explained, let's rest here for a while. Come on, just follow me out first. Tens of thousands of snake spirit miles? 1 hourglass hour. Okay, I understand. Azra was a little skeptical. She felt that the warrior of an unknown race in front of her didn't master the unit conversion when learning the snake spirit language. How could a distance of tens of thousands of miles be reached within an hourglass hour, even if it was impossible to fly? But at this time, she could only nod in agreement, and then she snaked to the warrior's side and stretched out her arm, which actually didn't need support, which was considered to be what she wanted. Thousands of kilometers north of the southern wall of the continent, there is a terrifying black shadow of nearly 4,000 meters square, floating at an altitude of tens of thousands of meters. This is the relay supply platform of the Republic stationed here. Its main body is actually made up of 2 large airships that can be separated from each other. A large amount of lightweight plant materials stretch out from the outer walls of 2 airbags that are hundreds of meters long and are combined in the middle to form an openable enclosed space. The space is 600 meters square, divided into 4 layers from top to bottom. There are temporary landing and takeoff layers, nutrient storage layers, totem core rooms, command rooms, maintenance rooms, and permanent hangars and other facilities inside it, as well as similar platforms located in other airspaces, are parked at an altitude of about 70,000 meters above the ground all year round, serving as a supply point for large and small aircraft and mimic witch doctors heading in all directions. In addition, there are plans to use it as an attack platform during wartime, but only exercises in this regard have been carried out so far, and there is no real combat experience. At that moment, a fleeting, extremely restrained electromagnetic signal was sent to the command room, conveying the need for temporary landing and resupply. So under the command of the resident commander, the fully enclosed platform on the top floor opened an entrance for the transport plane to land, and made preparations for nutrient supply in advance. And just a few minutes later, a transport plane that had completed deceleration came above the platform, and after changing the engine mode, it fell vertically into the entrance that was opened in advance. Then, the entrance was closed, the hatch opened, and 4 elf warriors stepped out. After nodding in the direction of the observation room from a distance, they began to wait beside the transport plane. A few seconds later, an elf and a snake spirit walked or crawled out of the cabin, and then the former took the latter for a walk not far away like a guide. At the same time, a catheter extended from the ground and connected to the hole at the bottom of the transport plane that was also opened. "Hey Dylan. What's going on over there? Why did you bring foreigners up?" An elf in military uniform came from a little further away, and behind him was a more powerful looking aircraft. "Stop talking nonsense. I have a record. Didn't you see that the command room didn't stop us? Oh, plateau filling, right? That's strange. In the past, we would just go to the plateau city-state to take a look. Why did you bring this guy here? I don't know. I'm only responsible for carrying out the mission. What a rigid guy. He deserves to be single all his life. Hey, how do you talk like that? Too vicious. Our captain is very popular, okay? Haha. Okay, I apologize. The soldier who had approached in 3 or 2 steps, after greeting Dylan and the other team members, stretched his neck and looked at the 2 females who had walked away while talking. They are so beautiful. Who? Alama. Both. They are beautiful. TSK, a guy with no bottom line. He can even FQ a snake's tail. If there was no ban, the streets of this headquarters would be full of mixed blood monsters now. How can he get in? Don't you understand that there is reproductive isolation? The leader of the snake spirits following Alama stepped onto the platform. From the fine scales on her tail, she sensed the nature of the land under her feet. It seemed to be a special plant material. Looking around, the huge closed platform was clearly visible. In addition to the warriors who were traveling with her, and the big bird behind her, she could also see other warriors and a few strange birds of varying sizes. Azra had already guessed that those birds were not real birds, but some kind of tools, just like the swords and bows in her own camp, but she still couldn't find a suitable word to describe them. Just as she was looking at this unknown space with curiosity and a little awe, a familiar voice came from her ear. Wait, let me think about how to express it in snake spirit language first. It's a platform for flying objects in the sky and used to replenish supplies. Do you understand? Flying objects? Yes, the thing we just got off is called aircraft in our language, and the one we are sitting in is called transport plane. Look. That is also a transport plane, and the smaller one over there is called a fighter aircraft. Repeating the unfamiliar pronunciations with unclear meanings, Azra asked cautiously, "Excuse me, can you tell me who you are?" "We are elves, and snake spirit language should be able to translate it as the dullings of the world." Such an arrogant racial name made Azra feel uncomfortable, but the many powerful auras she sensed, and even the flying technology she had experienced before, as well as the strange space in front of her, made her feel vaguely that the other party did have the confidence to call it by this name. "So, is this your city?" "No, come on, I'll show you around." As she spoke, Alama took the hand of the snake spirit and walked towards the distant wall that was not facing the airbag. When she got closer, she pressed a few special patterns, and the wooden layer folded to the sides, revealing the transparent unknown material inside. Then, she pointed outside and said, "Look." Azra snaked forward, and when she got closer, she lowered her body slightly and put her head in front of the window. What she saw was indeed a dark place, but in the shadows, she could see some shapes of flowing clouds and the empty feeling below. The sky. This is the sky. The previous aircraft had already made her dare not imagine it. Azra was even more shocked by the fact that the huge building under her feet was actually located in the sky. She tried to look down, trying to find some pillar-like support. Although it felt a little impossible, it was better than floating in the air, and floating in the air in such a huge space. But she didn't see it. Maybe it's too dark, or maybe the angle of the window is not enough. She tried her best to confine the current situation to her own imagination, but another instinct told Azra, there is no pillar, this thing is just floating here. Here is not the ground. Of course not. I can't say how high it is, but it's far from the ground. Then how did you send such a big place to the sky, and how did you let it stay here? There should be big pillars supporting it below. How could that be? You are so cute. You will have a chance to know later. Seeing that Alama did not answer this question, the snake leader stopped asking, but the extreme high temperature and the subsequent wind pressure that she felt when the transport plane picked her up made her have some guesses. Captain, can I take her out to fly and have a look? There was an incomprehensible language coming from her ears, and when she looked up, she saw Alama lowering her head and talking to a small device on her chest. No, it will leak information, and this is not included in the mission. Don't be so rigid. What other chances will she have to leak information? Deep hints and the fact that she is about to go to the headquarters. The witch doctors will not allow her to leave the headquarters sphere of influence. This is the military. Alama, you are no longer an employee of the exploration department. Either obey orders or apply for retirement. Understand? Okay. Understand? Understand. Very good. Continue. Alama muttered something like, if I had known earlier, and hung up the communication. She was somewhat unwilling that she couldn't hold the beautiful snake spirit and show off alone at an altitude of 70,000 meters. But after all, she was now affiliated with the military, and if her superiors didn't allow it, then it wasn't allowed. What's wrong? You don't seem happy. No, I just got scolded by a rigid guy. Come on, let's continue to talk about private matters, such as the mate tradition of your snake spirit tribe. 10 minutes passed quickly, and after the supply was completed, all the crew members returned to the cabin. Then, the top of the aerospace supply platform cracked again, and the transport plane went straight out of it, completed the engine adjustment in the air, and began to accelerate towards the south. After that, only half a light hour passed. It carried a group to the northern plateau. After so many years of implementation of the population introduction plan, the Republic now has more than 12 million subjects. For the convenience of management, about 10 million of them have been settled in the large enough northern plateau. They have formed nearly 100 city-states of various sizes here, some of which have hundreds of thousands of people, and some have tens of thousands of people. The regions are connected by main and branch roads and main and branch intercity railways. With so many populations gathering, the northern plateau has become the most important commodity dumping ground of the Republic. There are crisscrossing paths and pastures in the plateau, as well as large and small mines, woolen mills, and metal smelters distributed in various city-states. With such convenient transportation, coupled with the mandatory peacekeeping, the mandatory respect for private property requirements, and the Republic's annual large-scale material orders, a good business atmosphere has been created, and the tertiary industry is much more developed than that of the Republic. In short, today's northern plateau and the continent north of the mountains are almost like two worlds with huge differences. At the center of these city-states, there is the outer north city, which is directly under the Republic. Today's outer north city has been completely fortified and fortified. Whether it is its appearance or its interior, it is full of military-style cold and hard feeling, and its purpose of existence has become deterrence and surveillance. Moreover, there were only 3,000 elves in the fortress who served, or were directly affiliated with the army, and many factories and farms that had been built, had been completely withdrawn to the Black Forest. Now there were only military service-related facilities left. At this time, a transport plane arrived from the north, and landed in the nearby wilderness. Then 5 elf warriors and a snake leader came out of the cabin one after another. "Sorry, Dylan, you can't land inside with that foreigner, so you can only be left here." When a llama and his party left the cabin, the pilot stuck his head out and explained, "I understand, go back quickly. Okay, see you on vacation, let's go." So, the transport plane took off again, drilled into the entrance that had been opened in advance on the fully enclosed top, and landed in the fortress, which was not as large as the Tulan tribe at the beginning. At least the surface area was indeed like that. Just a dozen seconds later, a gap opened up in the direction of the fortress facing them, and then a civilian came out. He nodded to the soldiers and greeted the leader of the snake spirits with a smile. "A chimster, I'm from the State Department of the Executive Government, and I'm your guide on this trip." Chapter 297 Journey and Awakening. This is a Hornhoof monarchy city-state. Similar to many other city-states on the northern plateau, it does not have outer walls, moats or other city defense measures. Instead, it is a natural transition between agricultural, suburban and urban areas. The place where Azra and his party are now is the outermost agricultural area. The endless fields almost occupy all the areas in sight. Only in the far west can you see scattered factories in the shadows of the city in the core. Putting aside the factories and the cities farther away, the fields here alone have made Azra feel dizzy. When she was very young, she also experienced the afterglow of the heyday of the snake spirits and saw agricultural areas larger than the ones in front of her. But it was different at that time. Even the agricultural areas of the 3 strongest northern powers today cannot be compared with the ones in front of them in some aspects. To cars with dark green shells and borders full of the beauty of diamonds and lines are driving one after the other along the flat and straight road at a not so fast speed. There were 3 passengers in the front car, among which Alma and Azra sat in the back seat, while the guide from the headquarters was driving in the front seat. Azra was leaning against the door at this time, looking through the car window at the depths of the road on both sides. There were big guys driving in the fields with a roar. "What is that?" "It seems to be harvesting crops," asked the leader of the snake spirits. "The one in front is a harvesting and threshing machine, and the one in the back is a transportation machine," the guide in the front row introduced casually. "This city-state has almost popularized field driving tools. Now only 2 or 3 horned-hoofed species are needed to complete the operation of a large area of farmland in one day. The early planting. It's the same, including planting, irrigation, fertilization, weeding, pest control and other processes. Most of them are handled by professional tools, and the rest of the rough processing and fine processing are the same." Azra was surprised by this answer. Looking at this place and thinking about the difficult production and living conditions in his own camp, he was suddenly overwhelmed with mixed feelings. She knew the upright creatures in the field. In the past, even when the snake spirits were declining, there were actually many subordinate tribes in the territory, including the group called Horned Hoofs by the Elves. In her cognition, they were weak, but diligent and honest, and had good fertility. Therefore, whether in the eyes of the snake spirits, or in the eyes of other first and second class forces, these guys were qualified laborers and excellent slaves. When the big forces needed to trade, but could not find a suitable equivalent, subordinate tribes like Horned Hoofs would occasionally serve as a function similar to currency. And it was not uncommon to be exchanged by hundreds of thousands or tens of thousands. But here, they not only lived normally, but also seemed to have technical capabilities that made the northern powers ashamed. So instinctively, she confused the huge difference between elves and horned hoofs, and involuntarily regarded them as a whole. At the moment, Azra subconsciously believes that the so-called country in the mouths of the elves should be a model of multiracial coexistence. For example, elves with strong individual strength, but difficulty in reproduction act as the absolute ruling class, while races with strong fertility such as the horned hoofs act as laborers. Compared with the north, this is actually the same old story, at most without the label of slaves. The current situation is just a false harmony supported by strong productivity, and the latter still has to serve the former unconditionally. Moreover, what she saw before her was the limit of her imagination of advanced. Azra did not think that there would be a more advanced country in the world that belonged entirely to the elves. Therefore, she sighed at this time. Is this the kingdom of the elves? No wonder you call yourself the darling of the world. Your technology is really enviable for snakes. But this kind of escape, and taken for granted, was interrupted by a llama, who was playing with the tip of the beautiful female snake's tail. Haha, you are wrong. This is not our country. Yes, strictly speaking, this is a subsidiary city-state of the Republic. It has an independent administrative system, and maintains a very high level of autonomy. It is only supervised and maintained by us in terms of law and security. All other things are carried out on the principle of equivalent exchange. The driver who was driving also echoed when he heard it. Autonomy, independent administration, exchange. What about the elves? What can you get? This is a bit complicated. Let me explain it to you slowly along the way. Then, the driver pointed to the fields outside and continued, these farms you see are all run by horned-hoofed farmers, and those large machines are production tools produced in the Elven Kingdom. After buying these tools, farmers don't have to go to the fields themselves. They only need to hire some laborers to complete the harvest easily and more efficiently, and then they only need to pay taxes to the city-state. And the remaining food will be their private property, but such a large amount of food cannot be digested by a city-state, so it will sell food to non-agricultural city-states in exchange for their special outputs. In this process, farmers obtain a large amount of private property, so they have money to enjoy a luxurious life, thus creating more demand for luxury goods. More employees who receive income also have money to buy daily necessities to support their families. The city-states that receive taxes can repair their cities and purchase supplies in a centralized manner. When trade routes are formed between nearly 100 such city-states, more industries will benefit, and more people will be fed. And what we elves gain are the smiling faces in the process. When the guide's last sentence fell, Azra, who was immersed in the story, suddenly felt that the tip of her tail was tightened a little. She turned her head in confusion, and saw that Azra's face, which was already purple, became even purpler for some reason. What's wrong with you? Ahem. It's nothing. I just choked on saliva. Under the vague stare of the guide from the executive Yuan, a llama shook his head to indicate that there was no problem at all. So Azra turned his gaze back to the guide in the front row, and asked his doubts. Can you tell me about the farmer and the hired laborers? Of course, no problem. The city-state we are heading to now has more than 300,000 residents. Naturally, it is impossible for all of them to be rich. Among them are wealthy nobles, farmers, factory owners, shop owners, and ordinary horned-hoofed people who make a living by working. The former control a large amount of wealth and material things, and the latter are paid by working for the former. The former are also strong, right? Will the strong be willing to pay the weak? Why not use them as slaves? First, the most fundamental reason is that slavery is banned here. Whether it is the Kingdom of Elves or the affiliated city-states, there are no such things as slaves. Second, it has been proved that the use of slaves is not necessarily efficient. Generally speaking, hiring free laborers will get more benefits. It's a bit embarrassing to say that, although the Republic banned slavery out of the concept of equality among intelligent creatures, it can only be truly implemented because of interests and pressure from us. I understand. Azra did understand, but she was also confused by the elves' choice, because this was completely different from the world she was familiar with, whether it was the production method or the relationship between species. In her impression, agriculture was either like what she had seen when she was a child, relying on a large number of low-end laborers from the slave tribe to obtain harvests, or like the current snake camp, sowing some seeds, and relying on the weather for food. Indeed, the first and second tier powerful tribes in the north have countless free laborers like sand and gravel, and food that can never be eaten up. Who would think about working hard on magic and machinery? After all, they themselves almost never engage in such production activities. Looking at the backward and inferior tribes, the people in power have no intention of making improvements, because the extra food output will not actually change their lives in power, and the real workers have neither the energy nor the knowledge to improve. In this way, the unchanging state that has lasted for hundreds and thousands of years in the north was formed. Perhaps, these guys who call themselves the darlings of the world are really suitable to lead all the tribes on the entire continent? During the conversation, large fields gradually disappeared on both sides of the road, replaced by some small factories and several courtyards, where various machines were parked. In the wind blowing in her face, the snake spirit smelled the unique smell of the livestock, and heard the strange roaring sound, so she turned her head and looked outside, saw those houses and courtyards, and saw strange symbols. Are those words? Yes, it's the words of the horned-hoofed species. The guide replied. It doesn't seem to be the same as what I remember. Well, they are the new phonetic characters created by imitating the elves' Pinayan. It seems that they think the previous words are too backward. What Azra did not see at this time was that an awkward smile appeared on a llama's face next to him, which was blocked by his tail. This guy, he really tells lies without stopping. What's written on it? A llama. Don't you want to read it to your snake friend? Stop playing around, or I'll tell your captain. Let me see. Helplessly taking over the conversation, a llama pressed his weight on the cold body of the snake leader, looked out from the window on the other side, and read it. Royal Breeding Farm, Royal Woolen Mill. And that one over there, that's a parking station for damaged agricultural machinery, and a rail car will come to take it away every once in a while. As she spoke, her eyes inadvertently swept diagonally in front of her, and found that at the end of the road, there were more than a dozen gorgeously dressed horned-hoofed people, waiting with their chins down under the leader of a taller horned-hoofed person. Achim, look ahead. Elf, I'm not blind. I've seen that they are a group of annoying guys. I told you not to disturb them. I'm worried that their attitude will make the snake spirits feel uncomfortable. After all, the horned-hoofed people are scared by us. Elf, it doesn't matter. This matter will not affect the result of deep suggestion. At least that's what the witch doctor said. Elf, that's good. I'll deal with it later. You and the lady wait in the car for a while. Elf, no problem. Leave it to me. Elf, in the conversation that Azra couldn't understand, the two cars gradually approached the group in front, and then they heard the greetings from the roadside. Samoboiks, and the nobles of the city-state, meet the wise elven envoy. Achimster stopped the car helplessly, shook his head, and got out, after putting on a gentle enough smile. King Boix, the vassal state department should have been notified. You don't have to pay attention to us. You're joking. Since the noble elves have come to our country, we must offer the highest respect. Otherwise, how can we show our obedience? Who is that? Azra and Alamar were already quite familiar with each other, so he asked in a low voice naturally, the king of this city-state, and his nobles. King? Low class. Swallowing the words he wanted to say involuntarily, Azra touched his hair to cover up, and asked again in a low voice, what are they talking about? Let me listen. It seems to be some nonsense. Oh, this guy wants to increase the transaction volume this year. He also complained bad about the neighboring city-state. That's about it. Trade? Will the elves buy things in the vassal states? Or is it the kind of transaction that requires a price to be paid? Of course we have to buy food, meat, cloth, raw materials, and sell them some machinery, such as the agricultural machinery just now. He habitually pulled back the braid held by Azra, and pointed with it to the heavy vehicles behind the horned-hoofed people not far away. And, look over there, those vehicles are also our products. In addition to roads, tracks, rail locomotives, construction equipment, etc. As for the price, he put the braid back to its original position, and flicked it twice in his palm, and Alama continued to explain, whether it is a transaction between city-states or a transaction with the suzerain, special equivalents are required, just like the precious metals used to exchange goods between your northern tribes. We also have a credit coin system here. Alama pointed to the machinery in the fields in the distance and the off-road convoy that had just arrived, and said, they use credit coins to obtain our specialties, and we also use credit coins to exchange for the materials we need. Only with give and take can we build a relatively stable social structure. As she spoke, she took out a brick-sized device from her backpack, pressed a few buttons on it, and motioned to Azra to look at the numbers displayed on it. Look, I'm also a rich elf. These symbols, by the way, you don't use elven characters. These are numbers, and this circle represents 0. After explaining for a long time, a llama finally expressed the concept of "I'm a rich man." Although there are no poor elves in the Black Forest, King Boyster, although matters related to trade volume are not within my authority, since you are so enthusiastic, I will reveal some information. You say, our country will definitely remember your favor. There is no need to say more about whether it is a favor or not. After all, this is a good thing for both sides. You are talking about in the next 10 years. No, it may be 20 or 30 years, or even longer. Food, fruits, and vegetables, meat, woolen and silk fabrics, minerals. These will be the materials that the Republic will have to double its purchases, especially food. You can start preparing now. Okay, I'll make a note of it. Then what do you think? I have some guests to entertain. Shall we talk later? Snake spirits. Sama glanced at Azra in the car, with a hint of hatred and disdain in his eyes. As a noble race that has been passed down since the Tulan era, he understood that this group of snake spirits were not a good thing back then, and they also had their contributions to the sufferings that the horned hoof race had suffered in history. But okay, since you are the distinguished guest of the Lord, I will not delay you. He stroked his chest and bowed. Sama will take his leave first, and I hope the envoy will have a good journey. Haha, you're polite. See you then. Afterwards, Sama bowed slightly to the other 5 elf warriors in the 2 cars in front and behind, and then led a dozen city-state nobles who didn't even get a word in and hurriedly left by car at him. How could you leak the news to him privately? The captain of the warrior team did not get off the car, but his voice rang in his ears. Don't worry, this is what we have to convey to the city-states recently. The captain also got off the car at this time, walked to Achim, and frowned and asked, what's the problem with the headquarters that doubled the purchase of basic supplies? Are they preparing for war? War? How should I know about this kind of thing? You should know more about it, right? Yes, then. It is indeed a problem, but the source is good news, so it is painful and happy. What's the matter? Tell me. Of course, the premise is that it does not violate the confidentiality regulations. There's nothing I can't say. It just so happens that the damn snake language on the way made my tongue hurt. This problem has actually appeared vaguely in recent years. Achim leaned on the edge of the car, pondered for a while and whispered, think about it, we now have 350,000 citizens, but in addition to the 70,000 strong men like you and me who were directly transformed from trolls, there are only more than 3,000 physiologically strong men. That is, compatriots over 30 years old. Although from the perspective of time and ability, the labor force can be counted from the age of 15 when graduating from the central school, there are only 110,000 elves entering society. Moreover, half of them are researchers, a small number are military and public servants, and there are very few production units actually on the front line. The rest are the 60,000 3-year-olds, 80,000 4-year-olds, 20,000 8-year-olds, and 80,000 13-year-old. Seniors production may not be a problem. After all, the efficiency is there to support it, but education and other aspects have begun to become tense. And what about the next 10 or 20 years? I see. The impending explosion of growth puts pressure on the executive yuan, isn't it? In the 90th year of the rune calendar, there were only 6 mother trees, and the population increased by only 250,000 every 10 years. Among them, number 4 gave birth for the first time the year before last, and produced 60,000 at a time. Number 5 and number 6 will also have their first births next year and the year after, which will be another 90,000 little guys. After that, the 10 trees added in the 92nd year of the rune calendar, and the 13 trees added in 94th year, will also give birth for the first time in 4 or 5 years, which is 1.28 million children. And the 5 years from 95th year to this year are even more exaggerated, with 94 more trees suddenly added. Can you think about what this means? From 90th year to this year, there were only 160,000 new trees, and between 100 and 109 years, it will soar to 7.5 million. This means that we will need less than 400,000 people to support the various needs of more than 10 million teenagers and young students in the next 15 years. Yes, eating, dressing, playing, education. These all require resources. Fortunately, they are born in adolescence, and they don't have to be raised from the infant stage, like we did back then. It doesn't seem to be an easy task. It's definitely not easy, so we have to transfer some low-tech production activities to the city-state on a large scale. We ourselves will focus on automated production lines, and then fully tilt social forces towards education. I estimate that before the first batch of elves born in the tide graduate, even people like you and me will have to work part-time as playmates and teachers for a period of time. Taking care of children? I can't do it. The captain's serious face showed rare nervousness, and he made a random suggestion. All should be managed in a militarized manner. Team leaders, squadron leaders, and brigade leaders should be in charge of them at the grassroots level. And a small number of middle-aged soldiers and teachers should be arranged above. Isn't that good? Anyway, they are born in adolescence, so there should be no problem with this. You bastard, what kind of idea did you come up with? You thought of it. Don't say this in the headquarters. Bang bang bang. There was a knock on the window from behind, and then Llama's impatient urging, "Are you going or not? Let's go. We are going now." After calling out, the guide turned and instructed the captain, "We'll go directly into the city later. Remember to follow closely." Got it. The two elves got back into the car, and the team set off again. Then they slowly left the farming area and drove into the suburbs, and the core area of the city-state began to become clearly visible on the road thereafter. There were gradually more cars, and walking horned-hoofed creatures, and when they entered the city, they would occasionally even see foreigners from other city-states who seemed to be travelers or long-distance traders. The people in the car looked outside, and the people outside the car also looked inside. Although everyone knew that there was a master above their heads, they could not see him often due to the number problem and the social circle problem. Therefore, at this time, when the team of 6 elves and 1 snake spirit entered the city, they immediately attracted curious eyes. On both sides of the street were several-story concrete buildings. Although they were not very beautiful, the height of 5 or 6 floors, the full shops below, and the well-dressed people on the street, once again opened Azra's eyes, and also gave rise to jealousy towards this place in her heart. Don't worry, Azra. As long as you are willing to come, the snake spirits will be eligible to live such a life in the future. Yes, if you bring the snake spirits to surrender, you will naturally receive the same treatment, and live safely and peacefully under the protection of the Republic, and with our funding, the snake spirits will have a city-state with complete facilities, a large number of auxiliary machinery, and corresponding usage technology. The lives of your compatriots will not only be safe, but also extremely prosperous. Whether it was what the guide described, or what he saw with his own eyes at this time, Azra was moved. After all, even those lowly species on the street can live such a life, so why can't the snake spirits? The huge body of the protector of the Mammoth King City in the northern continent has slightly awakened some consciousness, and it feels a little confused at this time. In the past 10 years, the rule beasts that have not made much noise for many years seem to have become somewhat active. Even in sleep, it still feels no less than dozens of short and fierce battles. In addition, the sky seemed to become a little noisy. Some special exceptions, in addition to the original source, had dozens of more origins, making the already chaotic reality a mess. All of this affected its sleep, so the golden statue trembled slightly, savoring it, and found that some of them seemed to exist in a regular pattern, while others seemed chaotic and disordered. The former was the focus of attention. They were conveying a kind of information that they did not understand in a strange way, and their destination seemed to be the south of the distant southern country. No, not where the chaos was still going on, but further south, even further south than the wall of the continent. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 298, Changes in the North and South and Construction on Track. More than a month ago, the 5th level witch doctors returned from low Earth orbit. First, 6 witch doctors were separated and captured 3 new high-level monsters in a short period of time, to make up for the 3 that were scheduled to be missing, and the decrease in the increment. When the hunt was completed, the witch doctors entered the 22-in-1 state again and began to reconstruct the mimicry. The intelligence center of the headquarters was killed at this moment, and the space where it was originally located now entered a huge cell meatball. Then, a large amount of substances and nutrients were injected into it through the pipeline, and the big meatball began to proliferate, visible to the naked eye. It has been said before that the 5th level witch doctors under 22-in-1 have been able to increase the shaping accuracy of the mimicry to 1 nanometer level, and what they are doing now is to shape themselves into a powerful intelligence center according to this accuracy in the way of constructing the intelligent brain. So, supported by such an idea, a super large cube with a side length of 300 meters appeared in the underground space where the original center number 1 was located. After being given the algorithm, the new intelligent brain did not disappoint everyone during the trial operation and showed extremely exaggerated capabilities. It was also natural, and not unexpected, that it had a skyrocketing demand for nutrient consumption. But this thing does not need to be turned on at full power all the time. Most of its structures can remain dormant when not needed, and only the part of the computing power required can be operated, thus avoiding excessive and huge nutrient consumption. After the completion of the trilogy of structure construction, totem algorithm assignment, and trial operation, the witch doctors used it as a basis and combined it with the continuous launch attempts to gradually explore the spacecraft and supplies. During this process, the structure of the rocket type mimic slowly changed to the mode of an aircraft and gradually optimized the working efficiency of the 3-stage engine of turbocharging ramjet liquid fuel propulsion. At the same time, the ratio between the supply load and its own consumption was further optimized so that the material transportation capacity, which was already cheating under the anti-gravity effect, was once again strengthened. But this was not enough. The witch doctors later transformed the control requirements of the entire escape process into a relatively easy full mode with the assistance of the intelligent brain, thus completely expanding the driving qualified people and enabling the soldiers to operate. Of course, if an unexpected situation occurs during the mission, the warrior group and even the low-level witch doctors do not have the ability to adjust in time, so for safety reasons, the more dangerous and complex surface near-orbit supply aircraft will be handed over to 4th-level witch doctors for driving. The weakened version of mimicry they possess will allow them to quickly repair in an emergency, and if the situation becomes extremely critical, they can also protect themselves by taking over part of the fuselage and forcibly separating from the main body. And when the intelligent brain has collected enough data and accumulated enough crisis response full packages, the driving of this type of aircraft can be handed over to low-level witch doctors and even warriors. In addition, the near-orbit to far-orbit, actually still near-Earth orbit, relay supply spacecraft will be developed on the 750 orbit after the height of the far orbit is determined, in order to obtain more detailed preliminary data. Although this section is operated in a near-vacuum environment throughout the whole process, it is actually much better than the former in terms of control difficulty and fuel consumption. Therefore, it is expected that the 3rd-level witch doctor will be in advance to control it, and then it will be handed over to the 2nd-level witch doctor. Most of the 1st-level ones are students or warriors to take charge of driving in a shorter time. Afterwards, the witch doctors generated 20 surface near-Earth supply aircraft at one time in the combined state, and handed over 15 of them to the central school, and 5 to the 4th-level witch doctors for test driving. Up to this point, the work on the ground should have been completed, and the witch doctors should have returned to orbit, but the previous experience in manufacturing intelligent computers and near-Earth aircraft in the combined state reminded them that it was time to upgrade the headquarters finishing capabilities once again. So, the witch doctors once again entered the 22-in-1 state. This time, what they want to build is not an intelligent computer, a spaceship, or a fancy fighting machine, but a totem industrial mother machine with extremely high precision. The steps are basically the same as those when the intelligent brain was manufactured previously, from functional design to control algorithm design, and then to the idea of combining with the central intelligent brain. After that, it is to eat resources and energy to build a mimic mother machine, and then give it a control algorithm. Finally, the witch doctor cells are separated and connected to the central intelligent brain for trial operation. This operation was carried out 9 times, so that the headquarters has a total of 36 mother machines of the same level. Although their processing accuracy is 1 level lower than that of the manufacturer, 22 in 1, it is definitely not to be underestimated. With these mother machines and the corresponding intelligent brain control methods, the headquarters has the ability to manufacture small intelligent brains, spacecraft engines and other high precision equipment that requires the integration of a large number of totems in a very small space. Thus, the work of the 5th level witch doctors on the ground came to a temporary end, and they shifted their sights to the orbits farther than the sky. In the 3 subsequent launches, the witch doctors successfully sent the planned construction materials, high-level magic beasts, and medium-term energy supplements into the sky, and added 2 more cage ships for transporting high-level magic beasts and 9 temporary ships loaded with supplies near the original ship at the 750-kilometer orbit. Afterwards, the 750 ship was transformed as planned. The new ship's actual dead weight is only 50,000 tons, plus a 30,000-ton high-level magic beast, and space for obtaining its own fuel and oxidant from the diffuse atmosphere. The rest of the material storage capacity is more than 100,000 tons, which is enough to undertake the task of supply transfer at this stage. In addition, the spacecraft is assisted in control by an upgraded algorithmic intelligent brain, and will be permanently stationed with 3rd and 4th order witch doctors. In the future, it is also planned to station low-order witch doctors and warriors, as well as a space laboratory of the non-inner observation type. But now, there are only 5 3rd-order witch doctors and 3 4th-order witch doctors accompanying the launch, who will become the driving and maintenance units of the spacecraft, and undertake the test drive mission of the Near-Earth Far-Earth Supply spacecraft. Of course, after the 5th-order witch doctors have made sufficient preliminary attempts. After the 750 spacecraft, the witch doctors agreed on the layout, location and supply interval of the deep space laboratory, based on calculations of the actual situation, and calculated a relatively appropriate structural plan. During the discussion, its orbital altitude was determined to be 5,000 kilometers, a value that is not deep enough, but after all, it is just the beginning. And everything has a slow development process, right? In terms of shape, unlike the round-headed long cylindrical 750 spaceship, the 5000 spaceship is designed to be roughly spherical. Looking at the densely packed contents in the plan, the witch doctors began the initial long-distance exploration, while imagining the day when they, or even the entire population, will be able to break away from the constraints of the mother planet at will. For many considerations such as safety, 2 or 3 small-scale round-trip operations on the scheduled orbit were carried out in advance, and large-scale migration of materials was not started until it was confirmed that there was no problem. So, the 11 spaceships that had been docked on the side of No 750 left for the first time. They arrived at the scheduled location in a relatively short time, and began the spaceship fusion directly on the orbit. As time passed, what finally appeared in front of them was a spherical artificial celestial body with a diameter of more than 300 meters. These will be 2 pure research spaceships. In the short term, only the 5th level witch doctors will be stationed there, and 2 50,000-ton high-level magic beasts, tens of meters long, will be imprisoned respectively. As their own technical strength continues to increase, there will eventually be laboratories and production rooms filled in them. But that is a matter for the future, and now we should just do the current research down to earth. But before officially starting the research at the rule level, the witch doctors, with the idea of knowing more about the near gods, temporarily focused their attention on related aspects, and in a short period of time gained knowledge far beyond the past. The relationship between the near gods and the civilizations under their command seems to be complementary. The reason why the gods behind the 3 northern powers and the other second-rate forces have become near gods, in addition to their possible innate strength, should have some other things in common. In this regard, the witch doctors have recently reached a judgment that the races that constitute the civilization under their command have achieved a balance under a certain mechanism in terms of quantity and qualifications. In terms of quantity, there are about 4 million rhine species, nearly 9 million tusk species, and about 1.5 million mammoth species. Based on this, they have established a civilization belonging to intelligent creatures, which in some ways has fed back to the near gods behind them. On the other hand, the other higher creatures, such as higher magic beasts, have extremely powerful populations, but they are at an absolute disadvantage in terms of numbers. For example, the swiftbirds have a total population of only over 10,000, and the others are no more than tens of thousands, and it is not uncommon to see thousands or even hundreds of thousands. It may be because of insufficient wisdom, insufficient numbers, or lack of opportunities. In short, the subordinates of these higher magic beasts have not been able to form civilization or belief, so that their kings cannot get feedback, and have become barbaric beasts in the mouths of the near gods. However, the number of populations does not seem to be the more the better, otherwise the near gods behind the low-level races on the continent, which easily number tens of millions or even hundreds of millions, should be more powerful, instead of being seriously injured, or hiding like they are now. Based on the observation of the interior and the previous analysis of the qualifications of the three strongest races, the Republic has also made a preliminary inference about the difference, that is, the qualifications of the civilized population and the strength of the believers transformed from the qualifications should play a very critical role in feeding back to the gods. The most intuitive manifestation of this judgment is the scale of the flames reflected in the interior of the altars scattered across the continent. Or 3-strong city with only tens of thousands of core races living in it, the scale of the feedback of its altars in the interior is even far greater than that of a city of lower races with a population of millions. In the earlier continent, the Mammoth King City and the Fang King City, known as the Twin Pearls, were the laurels here, but more than 10 years ago, a new Rhine King City was added, forming a sense of three-legged tripod, and this situation lasted until not long ago, until the change in the east. In the east of the continent, the second-class forces, that had not seen any follow-up movements for a long time finally established the Eastern Alliance, that had been difficult to give birth for a long time. Soon after, a multi-ethnic city with a large core population rose from the ground, and in a very short time, a feedback that could not be ignored was formed inside, and a somewhat loose flame that was comparable to the other three cities in scale rose on the plains in the east of the continent. The establishment of the Eastern Alliance is still the exclusive news of the Republic for the time being. It is at the confidential level in the northern continent. The eastern tribes seem to be afraid of interference when they are not yet firmly established, and strictly block the flow of information to the west, and the situation of the flame gathering is only known to the witch doctors on the track. The headquarters had no bad ideas about this until the news of Mammoth looking south came from the north. The Protector sensed the sense of information in the surrounding fluctuations, but under the limitation of inherent cognition, its judgment of the actual situation was slightly biased. Unknown monsters, the population is less than 100, and they are flying creatures with wide area mobility. The nest is in the extreme south, where there may be their leader-level beast kings and cubs. Does this mean that there may be vast lands further south of the continental wall? Otherwise, it would not be able to support the survival of monster population. Are there other civilized species? It's just that they were blocked by the continental wall before, so no news was spread. Perhaps Ashley should send a warrior to take a look. This way of communication is quite interesting. It seems that I can do it. Thinking in this way, the Protector immediately conveyed his will to the two chief priests, asking them to send warriors from their own tribe or foreign tribes to explore the south. As a powerful higher creature, and one that has already touched the rules, the Protector's accumulation and ability should not be underestimated. After being inspired by the observation results, it immediately analyzed its working principle and successfully explored specific application methods in reconnaissance and communication. At the same time, many altars in the two kingdoms, as the intermediary for its own power to be transmitted downward, also received this blessing. As a result, the shaman priests have the ability to send and receive long-distance messages and conduct reconnaissance in a wider area where the altar is the hub. The emergence of this ability directly threatens the wolf packs that are still rampant in the south of the country. The wide area reconnaissance circle formed between many cities has mastered their range of activities in a very short time, and is ready to send out the most elite altar guards to strike with surgical precision. Although the Republic was extremely cautious in the use of electromagnetic wave communications, the Republic still received several interrelated messages in a relatively short period of time through the voice lines that had spread across the continent. First, it was observed that the core altar of the Twin Kings city caused serious interference to its own electromagnetic waves for a period of time. Second, just a few days later, its own information monitoring equipment in the sky received regular signals of unknown meaning. Third, the Mammoth Kingdom had mastered the black box version of the altar's instant communication and detection technology not long ago. Fourth, a precise encirclement and suppression of the wolf pack was about to begin. Fifth, the Twin Kings dispatched elite forces to explore the wall of the continent and areas further south. These 5 pieces of news had a considerable impact on the parliament. Although the witch doctors had imagined that the near god might be extremely sensitive to the relevant rules, they did not expect that the process from discovery to mastery could be so fast. In addition, through this incident, the witch doctors also made it clear that the various strange spells of the altar and the shaman priests seemed to be derived from the transfer of the near god's ability. Of course, the relevant intelligence and preliminary research results were also sent to the 5th level witch doctor group that was being built in low Earth orbit at the first time. Chapter 299 King of the Rhine. I don't know how many years ago, a pair of twins were born in the far west of the continent, born in or at least grew up in a small border clan. When he was young, Kasel's clearest memory of his childhood is his mother's hands pinching his neck and her eyes looking at him as if she was looking at a monster. For a long time, he didn't know that his mother was actually just a foster mother, and he didn't know why she treated him like that. It was not until many years later that he had the opportunity to understand his identity and understand that the beast-born twins who were admired everywhere in historical legends were actually monsters in the eyes of clan matriarchs. The mother who raised him with a loving face and raised him up with her own hands gradually discovered his true origin in his too slow growth speed and strength far beyond other children, and subconsciously became murderous. Fortunately, the insatiable mistresses in the clan did not kill him quietly at the first time. Instead, they secretly imprisoned Kessel in fear because they longed for strong female offspring. Kessel spent his youth in the dungeon. After growing up a little and having fertility, all he had to do every day was to eat, drink water, defecate, and mate, which took up most of his time. But after that, the nominal sisters and aunts began to be inexplicably attached to him, and even the mistress gradually let down her guard, which eventually became his help in escaping. After that, he began to wander on the grassland cautiously and at a loss. In the process, he worked as a robber and a peddler, and even in the most difficult times, he did not hesitate to sell his combat power and even his body, and obtained sufficient resources from those infatuated guests. In this way, he passed by many clans like a passerby, and witnessed with his own eyes how the most promising race on the continent was bitten by the Two Kings today, and stabbed by the Fang Queen tomorrow, but he couldn't even fight back. Indistinctly, he had an ideal or desire and ambition in his heart that he didn't know how to realize. He wanted to lead his race, to become truly and permanently powerful, and become the master of all the races on the continent. In any case, find allies first, just like other males do, and then become a chieftain or even a great chieftain. However, Kessel's road ahead was full of setbacks. No male looked up to him and was willing to form an alliance with him. They laughed and said, "A low-level citizen actually wants to become a chieftain? Little guy, go back to your mother's womb and be born again, then you will have a partner." For a long time, Kessel's extremely strong body made him ignore one thing, that is, he seemed to have no beast walker brothers. In other words, he was not a core citizen and was not qualified to be a chieftain. Kessel was frustrated and killed the other party and even the other party's beast brother in anger. Bah. Damn weakling, how dare you question Kessel's identity? Kessel just lost his brother. Although he comforted and deceived himself in this way, he was still bothered by the loss of his identity. He also tried to seize the beastman and force him to become his brother, but the result was a corpse that died of starvation. What should I do? Although I'm strong, I'm not strong enough to ignore the power of the group. The tradition of the group is far from what I can contend with alone. Kessel fell into depravity and confusion. He began to frequently wander around various clans and soon became the best target for the mistresses to hunt in the wild. Then, in the joy of day after day, he almost sank forever. But his infringement on certain powers obviously angered the leader of the territory, which also made Kessel directly be besieged by the landlord chiefs. Killing and escaping became Kessel's daily routine, and he became increasingly powerful in the process. He could kill the core male with the Beast Walker brothers alone, which was something he could do before, but this time he did it with extra ease. Afterwards, from the difficulty and ease of fighting 1-on-2, to escaping from being seriously injured in 1-on-3, to winning in 1-on-5, his fame spread throughout that corner of the country. And no alliance could face Kessel's edge, but the abnormality he showed attracted attention on another level, and the objects he fought with gradually became unusual. At first, it was strange mercenaries from the Far East and the North. They used strange tactics that Kessel had never seen before, and almost formed a first kill. Then, there were hundreds or even hundreds of war slaves besieging, and there was a familiar and agile figure looming in the distance. Finally, he was besieged by the mistresses. Unlike the usually limited number of male warrior alliances, the core females of the clan are often more united and more rational, and occasionally show unusual determination and cruelty. They came in groups, and even formed cooperation between different clans for the first time. Dozens of female matriarchs formed a cluster, and surrounded him with no way out. Kessel didn't know what he had done wrong. He just had sex with a few mentally abnormal matriarchs. How did things turn out like this? He was seriously injured, and he remembered the terrifying face of his mother when he was young, and the imprisonment of the matriarchs in his birth clan. Am I, Kessel, born to be a disaster? That's why they want to kill me. Is it because females will prefer me after sex? Then why don't you abstain from sex in the future? Kessel did shout out the latter sentence, but those matriarchs with cold expressions did not show any desire to negotiate, because they did not understand the meaning of his words. This trip was purely because they were afraid of the abnormal combat power and wanted to completely kill some possibilities here. Kessel fought hard and fled desperately. The deep mountains and forests became his cover. Then he killed several mistresses who were accidentally left alone. But the sacrifice did not make the female Rhine retreat. Instead, the fear became stronger and stronger in the process, and Kessel gradually saw the end of his life. Finally, he lay down in the forest tiredly, and the sun shone through the leaves and mottled on his bloody face. He raised his hand, and the sharp claws on it were broken. The weapons he begged for were also lost long ago. His teeth were loose and his internal organs were as painful as if they were broken. Kessel had no strength left. He could no longer climb up and fight. His strong individual strength seemed so powerless under the siege of the same tribe. The brisk footsteps unique to female Rhine sounded in his ears. Then, accompanied by shouts of sister and mother, the footsteps became more and more dense and closer. Am I going to die? Kessel thought so in despair. Just when he was ready to face death, there was a sudden rumbling sound from afar, and there were also faint cries of wild beasts and painful howls of female warriors. He reluctantly opened his eyes and looked in the direction of the noise. It was a griffin, and it was a huge griffin. The beastmen that Kessel had seen in the past seemed as weak as immature individuals in front of it. At this moment, the trees along the way were broken, the rocks collapsed, and the road became smooth wherever the griffin passed. Who is this? At this moment, an inexplicable inarticulate wave sounded in his heart, which seemed to be a call to brother. Kessel felt that this was a dream in despair, but at the same time, a glimmer of hope rose in his heart. Could it be that the words that he had used to deceive himself were really going to become a reality? The reality did not allow him to think for too long. When the Earth Lion came to him and made contact with Kessel, a kind of power that seemed to be supposed to be so was born in his body for no reason. The claws and fangs were revived, and the physical strength was restored. Although the injuries on his body were still there, they became harmless in the face of the endless physical strength. Ha ha ha. Kessel was ecstatic, laughing wildly, and stood up. He obeyed his instinct and mounted the already crouching Earth Lion, and then he felt more powerful than ever before. Come on. Although I don't know why you want to kill me, Kessel will never give up. With determination, His counterattack finally began, and it was extremely violent. The rider and the mount worked together to kill the pursuers, and the females were frightened. Before the larger scale pursuit came, they successfully escaped from the sphere of influence of the chiefs, and began their wandering in a wider world. In the process, Kessel finally realized that he was different from others. He was a hero in history and an enemy in reality, at least for some groups. In the subsequent journey, he and his brothers became stronger and stronger in battles, and the ideals in their hearts became clearer and clearer. Kessel was determined to lead his scattered sand-like population to become truly powerful, and he also found the answer to the method of realization in the Mammoth Country. Centralization, the integration of royal power and sacrificial power. He wanted to become the one above million, establish a country like the Mammoths, and gather all his compatriots under his command. He wanted to completely smash those damn mistresses, and sweep their special power and the old system they represented into the garbage dump of history. Of course, it is not the right time yet. After all, he is still too young, and grows too slowly. He needs to experience more and become wiser. So, he decided to wander temporarily until the day when he and his brother really grow up and mature. 10 years passed in a flash. On a certain night of a certain year, a majestic and grand voice suddenly sounded in his heart. "My most heroic child, you have passed the test I gave you, and overcome the twists and turns of the road. Who are you?" "I hold courage and dominate wars. I'm the destination of heroes and sacrifices. I record history and practice setbacks. I'm the witness of civilization and growth. Ambition and disputes are my food, and the charm born of wildness is my skin. I'm Gregory, the brave warrior and war trampler. I'm the most ancient protector of all beasts and straight Rhine. Great Father God." Kessel longs for your attention. Although he had not received a proper education, he had wandered in the chief's alliance for so many years, and the name of God was known to Kessel, so he bowed down. On the side, Kessel's speechless brother also prostrated himself on the ground, pressing his huge head tightly against the ground. "Get up, my child. You are destined to be a hero, and a brave soul is fearless, and has nothing to ask for." "Father God, I want to be a hero, but what should Kessel do?" "It's time, so come back, return to the country where you were born, lead your compatriots, and complete the mission given to you by history, child. Courage and charm will become your weapons. Ambition and frustration will be the source of your growth, and heroes and sacrifices will be the nourishment of civilization. Go, become history, stir up disputes, and then reshape your country in blood and fire." "Yes, Father God, I understand." In the west of the continent, a majestic mountain stands abruptly in the plain, at the foot of which is the former headquarters of the Rhine chiefs. In the past, the headquarters, which only had 2 or 3 big and small cats, has undergone great changes in the past 10 years. The newly established Rhine kingdom has expanded a huge city here at the cost of the death of hundreds of thousands of slaves, which is comparable to the Double Pearls. Its true form is the Rhine Royal City. There are nearly 1 million Rhine citizens living here, and in the wider area around it are some of the most valuable subordinate tribes and the private slave tribes of the mistresses. In the royal city, more than 98% of the people are members of the 14 major clans in the past, and the remaining less than 2% are core members of small and medium-sized clans recruited in the name of convening a parliament. The layout of the royal city is not much different from other cities on the continent. In the center, there is the main altar, the royal castle, and the core council hall. In the periphery, there are 3 circles of residences for citizens of different levels, as well as the outermost circle of city walls, moats, sentry posts, etc. Further away, a lion beast walker with a body length of nearly 100 meters and a shoulder height of more than 60 meters is surrounded by 14 female beasts that are much smaller than him. In the central fortress, Kessel, who is both the king and the high priest, is having a kind of negotiation with his 14 queens, who are also political allies. On one of the floors, the golden curtains hang down from the top beams, floating between the layers, rendering the huge bedroom mysterious and luxurious. The heavy blankets cover the ground, and when you step on it, you even have the illusion of walking on clouds. A high-pitched and lingering sound came from between the curtains, and entered the ears of the approaching young female. Her eyes revealed envy and a trace of barely detectable jealousy. The king was a beast that was rare in hundreds of years and must have the best genetic genes, but his mating rights were completely monopolized by the great mistresses, which made her feel a little unwilling. Fortunately, she got a promise from one of them that she would inherit his Tusk when she got into some inconvenience. Shaking her head, she put this expectation aside for the time being, as she had important matters to attend to on this trip. She filtered out the various noises that came from between them and made a voice through several layers of gauze. "Mother, it's me, Luna. Can you come out for a moment?" The movement in the curtain paused slightly, and then a voice broke away from it, picked up something casually, and put it on, and walked closer while swaying. Afterwards, a corner of the gauze curtain was lifted, and the rough figure inside briefly came into Luna's sight, and suddenly looked up in her sight, as if it were real. The four looked into each other's eyes, and the wild and ostentatious self-confidence, which was the ultimate charm attached to ambition, shot into Luna's eyes and hit her heart straight. But at this time, a familiar figure blocked the view. And the curtain also drooped, after losing its support, and then a voice rang out, "Luna, you are too anxious." The luxurious fabrics offered by the spider slave covered the body, and the muscular body inside was looming in its light texture. The envy in her eyes flashed away. Luna bowed her head and saluted, and said, "Sorry mother, I just couldn't help it." "It doesn't matter. Is there something you want to tell me?" "Come with me first." In a lazy and hoarse voice, the mistress passed her daughter and walked out of the hall, and Luna also bowed her head and followed closely. Female Rhine is a toe-walking creature. Her long feet do not touch the ground when she walks, and the upper joints are bent backwards to form an arch. Her knees and the knees above are bent in two different directions, one in front of the other, while giving them more agile mobility. It also brings out a wonderful rhythm and reveals a myriad of styles when walking. Luna is certainly not bad, but she is at a disadvantage in age after all, so she looks a little thin and bland in comparison. Of course, this comparison only stays briefly in her mind. Two figures quickly walked out of the bedroom and came to the hall of the great mistress in the royal castle. At this time, there were dozens of females of different sizes gathered there, and all of them were direct core members of the Rhea clan, one of the old 14 clans. In their sight, the great mistress swayed her body slightly, came to the main seat inlaid with magic crystals at the top and sat down, and then asked, "Are you all here? What happened?" "That I don't know." Sister Jumana, the one who spoke, was a female who was sitting in the first chair at the bottom. She was 70% similar to the great mistress. She continued, "I received a secret report from the slave tribe in the Near East. The inferior species in the Far East have unified and established a country. Jumana instantly turned her head to look at her sister. When she spoke again, she was no longer lazy after her previous desire was satisfied. Instead, she asked in a majestic voice, "Where did they get the news? Is it credible?" "It is said that they heard it from the mouths of traveling merchants. And not one or two, but many members of the caravans returning from the east said so." "How could it be so sudden? Why didn't we have any information about this before? And what about our direct caravans?" "It is said that the 7 tribes that were forced to migrate by us before were the leaders, and they have been secretly planning for more than 10 years, and only recently have the results. As for the direct caravan, it seems that it has been detained, along with our large amounts of precious metals and supplies. Not to mention the supplies. How can this group of inferior species be unified without making any noise? If the news is true, it is not a good thing for us. So what should we do? Kasil is bound to start a war, and that is not our female's forte. Once Kasil wins a few battles," the younger sister who reported the news said worriedly, "the warlike males in the clan may be convinced by him, and brave warriors always favor victory. Yes, the throne will be consolidated, and the influence of the clan will decline sharply." Jumana rubbed her brows and said a little tiredly, "Slaves, wealth, and the right to speak, we mistresses will lose everything, and even become appendages of the males. We shouldn't have supported him in the first place. The combination of the 14 tribes is simply courting death." A fierce voice came from the bottom. It was a little Rhine who had not grown up yet. She was obviously extremely dissatisfied with the original strategy. "If it weren't for you, mother, coveting his body, how could we end up in this situation today? Little one, you don't understand. The mistress seemed very patient, explaining to this little daughter who was born from an unknown union, it was a helpless move. If we didn't take the initiative to cooperate at the beginning, the brave warrior would definitely be furious, and the situation at that time would be unimaginable. Only by taking the initiative to cooperate can we restrain him while protecting ourselves, and then we have the situation today. The intervention of the Mammoth Twin Kings and the Fang Queen has led to the failure of the integration of small and medium-sized clans. This is the first, secretly spread the news of generations as a royal family, to alienate him from the other core males and prompt them to rebel. This is the second, preserve yourself and assist him in establishing a system that can continue the influence of the clan. This is the third, it's a pity that the three kings were defeated and the inferior species abandoned the slaves and fled, which made him sit on some prestige for nothing. Then she shook her head disdainfully and continued, as for coveting his body. How is this possible? Wouldn't it be stronger than him if we just find a male beastman? Then why don't you allow aunt and sisters to go? Jumano was a little speechless about this question. Well, she had to admit that Kaisel was indeed very attractive in some aspects, which made them, the great mistresses, gradually have strange thoughts. Sister, I may know what you are thinking. Her eldest sister said at this time, you want to give birth to a strong child, and then rely on him to guarantee your future status, right? Jumana wanted to refute, but she felt vaguely that this seemed to be a tendency that she herself did not even realize. Could it be that I, or even the other great mistresses, have actually given up in my heart? We have unconsciously prepared for the future for the world that belongs to males. As soon as this thought appeared, she was immediately alert. As a long-time great mistress, she should not have such thoughts before she really fell into an absolute disadvantage. Who is influencing me? Is it the brave warrior? Or Kaisel? Sister, you can't give up. Elder sister. Once you 14 great mistresses give up, what should we mistresses do? Give up slaves and wealth, and then become the subordinates of males under the new system? Yes, mother, females hold actual power. This has been a tradition for thousands of years, and it must not be overturned in our generation. Amid the various persuasions, there was also the voice of Iluna. She was certainly eager when she was greedy for the king's body before, but it seemed that she was really just greedy. She never thought of giving up the inherent status of female mistresses in the population. Amidst these words, Jumana leaned back tiredly on the chair, completely ignoring the slipping of the spider slave silk, and sighed helplessly. It's really unlucky. How could there be beast-born twins in this era, and a male again? The previous one 1,000 years ago allowed them to gain the leadership of the population. This time, are they going to take away the leadership of the clan? It's unfair to the brave warriors. I don't think the clan will have a role to play in the leadership of the clan in the future. If this continues, we can only raise our children at home in peace. Who made the brave warrior a male? As soon as these words came out, the other females nodded repeatedly. Yes, if the guardian of the species was a female, perhaps we would not be as helpless as we are today, right? Well, since things have come to this, there is no point in saying more. I will talk to the other matriarchs first. Jumano forced himself to recover his spirits and continued, the news from the Far East cannot be concealed. Even if there is a tacit understanding among the matriarchs, there is no shortage of guys with fantasies in the clan. After all, they have been thinking about war for a long time. Then what should we do? Should we try to instigate another rebellion? No, he was already suspected last time. We took the initiative to suppress it, and barely gained his trust. We can't use such drastic measures again. Then what should we do? I will talk to the matrons first, and try to get everyone back to the same position. As for you, go and seduce and control those powerful males, make them fall in love with you, and can't leave you, and then wait for the opportunity. Okay, sister. I understand, mother. With the responses from the females, Jumano straightened his clothes, then stood up, and walked in the direction he came from in the bedroom, in the center of the blankets, and covered by the endless veils. Kessel, who had withdrawn his gaze from the previous gaze, was thinking about what might happen. Obviously, under the roughened world mask, he had an exceptionally calm heart. Even in the face of this situation, he could still think without distraction. Recalling his life, from the near death in childhood, to the dark prison cell in youth, to escaping from the pursuit. All of this was extremely bad, but he was also grateful for being born in a small clan. If he had been picked up by a matriarch of a large clan, he probably would not have lived to this day, let alone accept the setbacks and growth that followed. Chapter 300, The Smoke of Gunfire Rising. After the plan of complete unification failed due to the armed intervention of the Mammoth Kings, the Tusk Queen, and many second-rate forces on the border, the High Priest of the Warriors, King Kessel of the Rhine Kingdom, chose the royal parliamentary system as a second choice. He barely gathered the ruling power of the Rhine race into the royal city through the distribution of power. Yes, it was gathered into the royal city, not directly attributed to himself. In fact, Kessel was favored by the brave warriors, but because the father god almost never intervened in internal politics, the role that this favor could play was limited to fear and obedience on the surface, and the strength of himself and his brothers can only achieve the goal of fighting against 100 people in front of the core citizens, and is far from the level of fighting against 1,000 people or even fighting against 10,000 people. Kaiser, who has not really transcended the shackles of individual restrictions, is not enough to crush the great mistresses and mistresses of the 14 clans. Therefore, Kaiser today is more like a great mistress queen than a king, and his rule over the kingdom is actually exercised based on the strength of the royal city, but the strength of the royal city is based on the nearly 1/4 of the population of the old 14 clans, and nearly half of the core citizens, and it is this comprehensive strength advantage of the royal city that is the key to the existence of the king, and the establishment of the kingdom in the face of external interference. Even though his rule over the royal city was enhanced by his special status, under the influence of traditional inertia, he still needed the political endorsement of the great mistresses. Moreover, since they could not directly oppose, the great mistresses temporarily focused their attention on the excellent genetic genes he carried. So to some extent, it can be said that Kessel's throne was slept out. This slept out throne naturally has its limitations, so the 14 great mistresses now have multiple identities such as princess, shaman, traditional leader, etc., and they also hold many real powers in the royal city, as well as huge wealth such as the slave tribe. Past experiences have also made Kessel clearly understand that today's allies are actually real enemies. They are by no means helpers in the plan, but rather a deep-rooted constraint. However, his identity as a natural hero and the favor of the father god prevented them from directly opposing him openly, and their actions in secret could not pose a real threat to him due to the limitation of scale. Therefore, the current situation has formed a biased stalemate. The mistresses have chosen conspiracy and surrender out of helplessness, while Kessel uses orthodoxy to seek the stability of his position, and when the mistresses spread the news of eternal royal family, he also uses this as a bargaining chip to subtly attract and divide the minds of the mistresses. For example, he promised them the status of queen, and promised that the child between him and one of them will become the heir to the throne. In the future, this was not his original plan. He once wanted to launch an attack from the foundation, integrate forces from the outside, and use force to directly overturn the old era, but during the journey, Kessel discovered the hidden dangers of doing so. The Mammoth Kings and the Tusk Queen would never give him that time, and a thorough revolution born of blood and fire would only give them a real opportunity. Once the Bloody Ones and the Protectors start a god war and the father's power is dragged down, the chaotic side will most likely be doomed in the alliance of the two powers. Therefore, he chose the top-down reform. Fortunately, now it is considered to be a certain degree of condensation of the power of the population, so although it is a pity, Kessel also admitted that this situation can be maintained in the medium term. What he had to do next was to wait for an opportunity to launch a war, win, and lead his compatriots to obtain more wealth and slaves, thereby expanding his prestige, and then gradually abolish the chieftain system and clan system. He had no intention of going back on his promise to the great mistresses, and even welcomed and was promoting their fight for the fruits. It would be even better if they could fight to the point of bloodshed. Under the deliberate guidance of the people with intentions, the establishment of the Far East Alliance did not become a short-term secret as they had expected. Instead, it was known to everyone in a very short period of time, and therefore, after only half a month, a meeting was held at the common edge of the three forces of the Mammoth Kingdom, the Rhine Kingdom, and the Fang Kingdom. In the meeting, the three parties that had fought against each other a few years ago first symbolically eliminated their hatred, and then agreed on the rules for using troops against the Far East. As a result, a large amount of food and weapons were continuously sent to the east from the buffer zone south of the Fang Kingdom and north of the Mammoth Kingdom. Under the strong promotion of the new king, the Rhine Kingdom also participated in this operation. The rich warehouses were opened, and the food collected from the subordinates and slaves with a population of hundreds of millions over the years, was moved out in trucks. They will be transported to the east, and to the territory adjacent to the Mammoth Kingdom by millions of slaves whose rations are strictly restricted. These grains will not be sent directly to the war zone, but will be handed over to the two kingdoms in batches, and put into their warehouses. In exchange, the two kingdoms will also open their granaries in the Eastern Asylum Governor's District, to transport food to the front line nearby. At the same time, tens of thousands of Rhine air cavalry set out from the capital to the east, accompanied by hundreds of thousands of high-level slave warriors and more nomadic subordinates who carried almost all their property. They will go to the east first, and will be responsible for building a series of camps with ancestral altars, camps, material turnover warehouses, temporary pastures, and even farmland along the way beyond the border to the Far East, and then wait for the main force to arrive. In the same month, when the vanguard set out, some subordinate tribes and slave tribes in the country were forced to roam and farm eastward, requiring them to establish settlements in the area east of the royal city and up to the border, and shoulder the task of supplying food and fodder for the main force in the country in the future. After sending out the soldiers responsible for supervision, Kessel once again launched a large-scale conscription of soldiers on the border. He called on the warriors of the clans inside and outside the royal city to bravely participate in the war, and as a result, a large number of males began to gather in the royal city. At the same time, the princesses also sent envoys to the borders to discuss countermeasures with the great mistresses of the other clans, and the result of the discussion was that the females must also find a way to participate in this war, and they cannot fall behind at the beginning of the change. So, after 5 months, a large army was gathered in the barracks outside the royal city. It consisted of 5,000 core air knights, 80,000 high-level air knights, and 250,000 citizen warriors, of which 2/3 were male and 1/3 were female. This kind of soldier composition actually violated the tradition of the population, because females not going to the battlefield of foreign wars was actually a kind of protection for fertility. After all, even if a male warrior could complete countless sowings in a short period of time, if there were no females, who would produce them? Therefore, more dangerous foreign wars have always been the responsibility of male warriors, and they are often more aggressive and murderous, and are actually not suitable for large-scale battles within the middle group, and between many clans. But at this moment, whether it was Castle who wanted to change, or the mistress who wanted to maintain her status, they chose to approve it for their own reasons, so that the result of the conscription was maintained. Afterwards, the king entered the military camp under the pretext of training soldiers, and the princesses entered the camp under the pretext of offering sacrifices. The former ate and slept with the soldiers every day and night, and practiced fighting all day long. The latter led her sisters to act as priests, and began to gather the hearts of the soldiers by both soft and hard tactics. In this way, time slowly came to half a year later, and news came from the east. The supply points within the country have been completed, and the first 2/3 of the road outside the country have basically been declared completed. The letter also brought news that hundreds of thousands of subordinates and slaves died as a result. For the former, Kessel was happy, and the princesses thought that what was supposed to come had finally come. As for the latter, no one cared at all, as if it was just a string of meaningless numbers, and they were even happy about the food and fodder consumption saved. In short, a grand war sacrifice was held in the royal city, and when the sacrificial atmosphere reached its peak, Kessel announced on the spot the decision to lead the army personally, and then the great mistresses who were unwilling to lag behind said that they would continue to follow the army as war shamans, and would recruit a total of more than 100,000 prostitutes and slaves, and 300,000 war slaves to assist the army. Thus, the mighty expedition that almost spanned the entire continent began, trampling on the corpses of subordinates and slaves. When the main force of the Rhine Kingdom had been on the march for several months, the Fang Queendom in the north also produced a winner in the bloody storm. The 18th princess, born to the current queen and an unknown concubine, finally stood out and became the chief commander of the expeditionary army. For this reason, the other princesses followed certain rules. With dark faces, unwillingly paid a lot of wealth, slaves, and concubines, and the soldiers who were about to go on the expedition also swore allegiance to the commander-in-chief. The 18th princess thus became rich overnight, but the difficulties she faced were far more than that, because the sisters in the rear, even the mother sitting on the throne, and the younger sisters who would grow up in the future, would use various reasons to target her in the dark. But it doesn't matter, I'm the most insidious and cruel one. I will return with victory, then kill my mother and sisters with my own hands, and become the new queen in the eyes of the bloody people. After making such a determination, the 18th princess, who was nearly 4 meters tall and looked exceptionally strong, set off with her nearly 100 relatively thin lovers, under the gratified gaze of the bloody lady in the central part of the continent. The Mammoth Kingdom, which was also preparing for an expedition, seemed much more normal. There was no good show to watch here at all. Under the silent attention of the asylums and the concerted orders of the two kings, many asylum governors in the country contributed money and food, and those responsible for sending troops were responsible for sending troops, and soon gathered 4 million asylum troops in the east. At the same time, 5,000 altar guards and 50,000 royal city guards, led by their respective heroic commanders, set out from the center of the border and headed for the eastern frontier. And on the other side, the Southern Asylum Governor's District also carried out a very effective encirclement and suppression of the wolf pack, and the exploration team heading to the wall of the continent also initially entered the mountains. What will greet them will be the wolf pack, the black saber-toothed beast group, the tamed mountain monsters, and the electromagnetic flying monsters disguised by the sky druids. Therefore, it is still unknown how many people of this exploration team will eventually return alive, and in the turmoil that is about to be set off in the northern continent, it is really unknown how much energy the two kings can devote to the exploration of the south outside the planet. The 5th level witch doctors in the celestial spacecraft have been closely following everything that happened on the continent. When the Rhine Kingdom was mobilized by the war, even though the war had not actually started and was only in the preparation stage. However, as the hearts of the Rhine people collectively began to shift towards a war, their common will set off waves in the limited area inside that could not be ignored. Under the sight of the witch doctors, the glory of the brave warriors showed an unprecedented solidification trend inside, and countless altar flames were moving towards the lighthouse that represented it. Inside, the strings began to gather into a mysterious picture, and the inner surface faintly showed a domain representation centered on a giant winged lion. It stood in blood and fire, and under its feet seemed to be countless broken blades, the ruins of a majestic city, and the bodies of the dead. Heroes resembling the Rhine species formed and dissipated around it. They seemed to be upright species walking on 2 feet, but sometimes they turned into winged flying griffins, or full-legged land lions, each of which was constantly changing between the 2 forms. Although all this was still hazy and immature, even as illusory as a candle that could be extinguished with a blow, the magnificence and integration of the surrounding material rules that vaguely revealed shocked the witch doctors at this moment. God seemed to be the aggregation of the will of all spirits, the penetration of the mind into matter, and the erosion of mystery into nature. If it succeeded, what would this world look like? Will this seemingly endless universe eventually become the domain of gods, because of the will gathered in this corner of the world? And why do those heroes show the dual characteristics of upright species and beast species? What does this represent? Many questions converge, making the witch doctors constantly experience the 2 thoughts of curiosity and worry. Although the trend of under the feet seems to indicate that, let alone the boundless space, the domain of the brave warriors cannot even encompass the material world of the mother planet. However, this phenomenon really opened the eyes of the witch doctors, and even gave birth to the wish of hoping for him to succeed in their itchy hearts. Of course, the so-called wish is just a thought, because it is a potential hostile, and its enlargement is likely to bring disaster to the population. At the same time, the witch doctors also had a question in their hearts. The understanding of the three top near gods about each other is definitely far more than the observation and conclusion of the elf kingdom that has been in the world for 100 years. But why do the protectors and bloody ones still allow wars, even large-scale wars, to break out? Therefore, whether it was out of curiosity about the unknown or the worry about the enemy becoming a god, the witch doctors temporarily put aside the exploration of anti-gravity and turned their attention to the body of the warrior. They monitored the changes in the field, pondered its internal state, and explored whether the warrior had the perception of the inner world, or was exercising all this without noticing. At the same time, linking the relationship between the prayer and the current situation, the witch doctors are also trying to analyze how to use the role of mind and will to condense those illusory concepts into new rules that can compete with nature and blend with nature. War, history, heroes, setbacks, civilization and growth. This near god seems to have some ideas. In addition, it must not be watched by its eyes, and it continues here. What means should be used to stop it? It seems impossible to start a war, because the preparation state at this time has already made it have a tendency to take shape. Whether another war will stop or help the enemy, the result is unknown, and we dare not try. The observations of the inner world by many witch doctors gradually merged into the same body during their alternating floating up, and then were thought about by the will leader at that time, and the results obtained from the thinking would also become the nourishment for the next will leader, in the accumulation of information again and again. Their understanding of below, the area still hidden in the material string, gradually became abundant, and the things they grasped gradually became richer. For example, at this moment, the thinking of the 22 witch doctors and countless diving and floating up all supported the understanding of the current will leader Nestor. This does not seem to be a prelude to becoming a god, but a kind of practice that is special for being close to God. They blend with the rules in repeated practice. War, asylum, and blood may all be like this, and each has its own unique path. The style may not match, but it seems to be very close in meaning. At this time, a message came from the surface, starting from the ranking city to the far east, in the area spanning nearly 300 kilometers from north to south. The Rhine warriors showed a collective increase in combat power and a thirst for war, but no traces of spells were found at any temporary altar along the way. And inside, which Nestor could not see at this time, the other 21 witch doctors might have a better say in this investigation result. Because at this time, a field with a width of hundreds of kilometers and a length that almost spanned the entire northern continent was formed in an instant like a track. It was extended to the far east, and was blocked by one or several unknown things. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.